29 years ago, on the island of Maui in Hawaii, a small group of road-going triathletes gathered to start something they called, roughly at the time, XTERRA, an off-road triathlon that would test them to a world championship win. Little did they know, though, just how far this sport would become. It quickly became XTERRA, and here we are, 29 years later, and my goodness me, how much the sport has grown and changed. We're in the Italian Dolomites. This is Molveno, Trentino, set in the incredible surroundings, the mountains that rear up around Lago di Molveno, and we're here for the fourth and final time in this World Championship cycle before we go back to USA next year. The trails, the forest, and the mighty lake of Ruidoso in New Mexico. Let's park that for now, though, because this is one more opportunity to enjoy the incredible Italian Dolomites. The Paganella Bike Park, the lake, the crystal clear blue fresh waters of Lake Molveno, and the trails that will test these athletes towards their World Championship. These are the highlights from last year. Started in clear, bright conditions as well, but it had been raining during the course of the week. The trails were tacky, but riding very, very fast indeed. The trails here in Molveno, tough, technical, rooty, tacky, and today an awful lot muddier than what you're seeing from last year's pictures, where the course really had drained and dried out rapidly. The fast descent down through the roads in Molveno, through the town itself, to give it that urban feel before the final run. The trail run that's exactly the same this year, anti-clockwise, the 10 kilometers going up and over a mighty waterfall, dropping down through the tough technical trails in the woods as well, back along the edge of Lago di Molveno, along the edge of the beach itself to finish. And you're picking up pictures here of both some of the elite athletes and the age groupers who'll be racing again this afternoon as well. It was Arthur Serrière who took 3 World Championship wins in a row, as did Solène Bilwan. The French still continue this domination of XTERRA, with those 3 both going for a 4th win in a row today. It's worth pointing out, by the way, that if Solène Bilwan does that, she will join Flora Duffy as the greatest XTERRA woman of all time. And Arthur Serrière, if he wins 4 today, the Frenchman, he will become arguably the greatest XTERRA athlete of all time, because no one has ever won 4 in a row. Konrad Stolz has won 4. He's here on the ground actually today, the caveman, but no one's ever won 4 in a row. These are our big favourites. Sullivan Midar, who, spoiler alert, won the short track race mid-week. The American is in great form. Arthur Farissier at the far end there has had incredible consistency throughout the year, but has lacked the win. And Felix Farissier, second at the last 2 editions of this race. Can he turn it to gold? Solène Bilwan looking so good midweek in the short track race that was won by Loane Duvoisan. Annette Grabmüller has come to the race ill, so she's under the weather and will look to swim well, but we'll see how she goes throughout the rest. And then we have Marta Mendito, of course, the Italian, who has won the World Cup this week. She's found her consistency. And at the very end, the Chilean Barbara Riveros, 4-time Olympian on the road, of course. How will she go today? Let's hear from some of the athletes, starting with those world champions.
I raced here 3 times and I won 3 times. And of course, I don't want to give this title away. But it's not like bad pressure I put on myself. I just want to go hard and yet just be very, very focused in the race, and hopefully I can have an extra title with me. But I don't know, I guess I try to not think too much about the finish line, because you know it will be too easy to think, oh, I did it 3 times. Of course, I did it 3 times, I can do it probably another time. But thinking also about the race, because it's going to be hard, you know, like the race is going to be hard, I'm going to have to fight, it's going to burn and hurt. And I like to think about the process and the race, and not just about the finish line, because the finish line is easy, you know, you share with the public, you enjoy the moment, but the race itself is hard. So I need to stay focused on that if I want to have a good race, I think.
At first, we're expecting to have a full swim because the weather forecast is not super nice. So we had like a half swim last year. So we're just expecting to have a full swim. I mean, the top contender will be not exit like in the front because there will have just some pure swimmer or really, really good swimmer. But really fast on a race, I hope to see like the top contender like Felix, me, or Jens, or maybe Michele, Sullivan, and things, and people just being in the front on a bike. And after that, it's like a really muddy part up there, so it will obviously create some big gap. So at the beginning of the second loop, we will have a little bit more like, we will know a little bit more where everyone is and what's going on up there. And on a run, I don't know, everything could happen. I run super fast like the last 3 years here, and there are plenty of opportunity to take some times. There are flat parts, there are like uphill, there are downhill, there are crazy technical sections. So there are, for everyone, there are like something to just do on a run.
Well, there are our two defending champions, Solène Bilwan and Arthur Serriès, the two French athletes. And as I say, really the recent history of this sport has been dominated by the French. This year, though, we've had an Italian World Cup winner in Marta Mendito and a French World Cup winner again in Félix Forissier. Can Félix Forissier turn those two silvers, though, into gold here today? We will see. Welcome to our live broadcast, by the way. My name's Jez Cox. I've been blessed to be the voice of XTERRA the last couple of years, and I've really enjoyed bringing you coverage of all those World Cup races. I love this sport. I hope it comes across in my commentary. It's a delight to be here on the ground. And this year, I'm being joined by Oliver Tonda from Czechia as well. You'll hear from Ollie in just a moment. Let's have a look at this course, though. It is a W-shaped 2-lap course with an Australian exit. Thank you, Aussies, for that one. Diving in and off that pontoon there as well. So two of those 750-metre laps, giving them 1,500. This is when things get interesting, though. They do a little flat loop around the edge of Lago di Bior, which is the inlet at the very edge of the lake, before they take on a very long climb up the valley there in the direction of Andalo. When they've done that, they cross the road, and it's in that bit you're looking at right now where it's really technical. Rooty, wet, muddy, off camber, all sorts of slippy sections in there, and they do 2 laps of that bike course. Here's the run. I've run it a few times myself this week already, so I know it inside out. It's tough in that bit there where they go up and over the waterfall. Very narrow, technical and tricky, and very technical and tricky through the bit you're looking at right now in those woods there. Once they're out of that, it's a much smoother, faster run along the edge of the beach to finish. 2-lap swim, 2-lap bike, 2-lap run. Even me, with my mathematical numptification, can work that out. The good thing is, though, the guy sat to my left, I'm just rubbing his thigh as I speak, is a mathematical genius. Some would call him an uber geek. That's what he is. His name is Oliver Tonda. Ollie, good to be back with you again, mate.
Good to be here with you, Jess. I've never been described as a genius.
Well, I set you up in order to bring you down. That's the whole point. Right, let's have a look at this start list, shall we? We're looking at our elite men because they're going to be starting first. I'll make that clear to people. There's only around about 5 minutes between the elite men's start and the elite women's start as well. Oliver, I mentioned that we had the short track race this week. I'm just thinking about what we learnt in the short track race that might be applicable here. Spoiler alert for those of you who haven't seen it. If you want to see the short track World Cup finale, it is on our YouTube channel where you're watching this. Go back and have a look at it later on if you want, because it was a cracking race, as always. I'll give you the headlines. Sullivan Midar, the 20-year-old American, taking the win for the United States ahead of Jens Emil Sloth Nielsen and Arthur Serriès on that podium. And then Loan de Voisin coming to this race in incredible form, the Swiss athlete. She looked brilliant, finishing ahead of Solène Bilwan, which I think is a very interesting result ahead of today. And Isla Headley, the British athlete, just fading a little bit on the run, but taking 3rd in the end ahead of Barbara Riveros. What can we learn from this week's short track racing, Ollie, that feeds into today?
There's a few things, but not too many. I'd say the main piece of information is that the field is on point. Everybody is informed. There's nobody who is missing, who's off the pace, maybe a little bit less than we expected it. Maybe I'd say Alanis Siffert didn't perform to maybe our expectations. Somebody like Isla Headley overperformed a little tiny bit. Getting 3rd place in this competition is just incredible. On the men's side, again, kind of what we expected. Sullivan Midar is a short track specialist. This course was always going to suit him. We kind of expect him to maybe not do as well on the long course, but Jens, Artur, Felix, all of them looked kind of like they were saving a tiny little bit for the long race, so I think today is going to be the big question.
Well, there's, talking of questions, there's been an awful lot of talk over the last 24 hours about the weather, dare I say it. We are up in the mountains here. We're at about 600 meters of elevation. They climb up to about 1,600 meters of elevation as they ride up towards Andalo on the mountain bike course. The athletes themselves talking a lot about things. There was even word of the greatest sport of all time mentioned last night, duathlon. For those of you who know me, you know what I'm talking about. There was talk, wasn't there, amongst some of the athletes? Oh my goodness, last year's swim had to be halved, so we had a shortened swim. Delighted to tell viewers all around the world here that we're going to have a full distance 1,500 meter swim here as well. That would be good news to some of the athletes and less good news to some of the others. Some of them, of course, maybe Arthur Seriev, not that he needs it, might have been thinking, oh, a duathlon, that would go rather nicely. Jens Emil Sloth Nielsen would have loved it, of course, but it's not going to happen. Who do you think this full distance swim will suit in terms of the best swimmers? In men's elite race first, Ollie.
Yeah, let's. I think in the men's distance, we'll maybe see somebody like Michele Bonacina lead out of the race, lead out of a swim. Spinazza led it on the short track. That was a bit surprising. We have an uber swimmer in the starting field, Jens Roth, somebody who has led these swims previously. But I actually talked to him yesterday, and he said one of his new XTERRA strategies is not going too deep on the swim and trying to save himself a little bit for the bike, which he's been racing on the mountain bike this year a lot. He did Cape Epic, those sorts of races. So he's somebody to watch out for, I think.
That's interesting, actually, because he appears to be borrowing that tactic from Michele Bonacina, who said exactly that earlier in the season. He's known as El Squalo, the Shark. He's been the best male swimmer, really, over the last year or so in XTERRA, but he also has adopted that model that Jens Roth has borrowed as well, of holding back a bit in the swim and becoming a better all-round athlete. And it seems to have actually helped for Bonacina himself, who's had a really consistent World Cup season. If any of you are watching these World Championships, by the way, thinking, what's he talking about, World Cup? I don't get to follow that. You can follow it, and the best way to follow it is here on our YouTube channel. We've done 3 live broadcasts during the course of the year on the World Cup, but we've also included a fantastic Beyond the Finish Line film. There's 5 of them now that track you through this year's World Cup. I've been lucky enough to voice them myself, and they also track some of the stories beyond the finish line, as the name says. Following some of our best athletes and those on their journeys around it. Excuse me. It is a really good watch. I would say that, but I mean it. It's particularly well put together by our media team here at XTERRA. And yeah, it's a great way to catch up with everything that's happened. It's not your traditional highlights, really, either. You get a real insight into the way things work in the XTERRA family. Talking of the XTERRA family, I just want to start our broadcast by saying a big thank you to all of the volunteers, including, I believe, that paddler out there. There's people all around the Italian Dolomites here, spread around the edge of Molveno, who are out there often doing a thankless task. They might not all get on the screen, and they're not like us. They don't get to say their names either. So a massive thank you to all of them. Everyone from FITRI as well, the National Federation here in Italy, who are helping to put this on and assisting in making it brilliant. And for the 4th and final time, a massive thank you to the people of Molveno, the Trento and the Trentino Tourism Board as well, who've supported us so brilliantly in bringing you this 4th championship here. It's the final one in this cycle. I'm not going to say it's the final one ever, because this sport will go on way beyond the time when I'm pushing up daisies underground, Ollie. And I would not be surprised, in fact I'm absolutely certain it will come back again to Europe in the future. Well, we see the World Cup winner, Felix Forissier, walking out first there as well, as we look at, I think, Sullivan Midar also, sorry, not Sullivan Midar, Josiah Midar, his dad, at the age of 46. Now there's a guy who makes me, I'm 47, I'll reveal that live on air. He was 5th last year, Josiah Midar. He's a year younger than me. I mean, I'm still out running and riding a little bit, but that guy's an elite athlete. It's quite some family, Oliver, isn't it?
Josiah is just an unbelievable athlete. The reason why he's being called up here so early is because the starting order is actually based off of last year's results. So we see Artur Seriev being called up 3rd. Maxime Chanet, who maybe hasn't done as many races in the World Cup this year, is also being called up, I believe, in 4th place. And somebody like Josiah gets 5th. The starting position here is actually really important for the athletes. They want to choose the fastest line to the buoys. It also means there's going to be a bit more carnage. Me and Jess talked about this off air, about maybe being a bit of an aggressive swimmer if maybe you're not the best swimmer. Somebody like Jens Emil Sloth Nielsen could potentially learn from a swimmer like Jess in that question. But yeah, we're ready for the start line, and the women, I believe, are going to start only 3 minutes after the men.
Yeah, yeah. So both races will overlap together. There should be enough space between them. There is an age group race after this, but there'll be plenty of space between the elite races and the age groupers. Dare I say it though, on their behalf, Ollie, this lot aren't half going to hack up the course for the poor old age groupers who are racing this afternoon out there on the trails. And we're off.
Yeah, the conditions are really hard this morning. I just went and walked through transition, trying to look at all the mud tires. We'll have a discussion about that a little bit later. But there's so much standing water, so much mud. Even just these little grassy sections that have been ridden a couple of times throughout the course of a week are just completely muddy. So I cannot imagine what happens in the plateau after the big uphill.
Yeah.
That's just going to be carnage.
The water temperature, for any of you that are wondering, is 17.4 degrees. The air temperature is 10 degrees. There is a careful calculation which is made between those two to give us what is the ambient all-round temperature to make decisions about wetsuits and what have you. I don't think we'll see anyone not wearing a wetsuit today because it is chilly conditions. This is a mountain lake. It is directly fed by water that comes down the waterfalls and the river from the mountains, so it is cold, and it's cold in the middle of summer too. It's cold all year round because of where the water comes from. So these are our elite women lining up, and they're lining up in order, of course, of where they finished in last year's World Championship. Solène Bill won, the three-time champion, goes out first. The rest of this lot who are unseeded suddenly get in for the bun fight of elbows to get themselves in good position, Oliver.
You know what was really interesting, Jess, is Solène Bill really took her time trying to find her spot. You can see her kind of standing in, I'd say, 10th position from the right. And she didn't seem particularly worried about trying to nab the positions all the way on the left, which some of the athletes seem to be going for.
Yeah, indeed. It's a W-shape swim. We shouldn't see quite as much of an elbow fight, I think, around the boys as we did in the short track. In the short track, it was like netting a swarm of young fish all piling on top of each other. This time round, there should be a little bit more space in the full distance swim for the first time in 2 years now for them to actually do the full 750. The best swim in XTERRA in the world at the moment tends to be Annette Grabmüller. Oliver, you know her well because you work on a podcast with her too, and of course she is a fellow Czech athlete, as you are. But she's not well this week, Annette Grabmüller, is she? Tell us about that.
Annette's been a little bit sick. She came into Milan, got a sickness. Her card got declined. Been a lot of drama. Couldn't get here in time. I don't think she had the course pre-ride that she would have liked to have. So I know there's always a little bit of strategy, especially in the women's field, about who's going to swim with who. I know Isla Headley, Barbara Riveros, Emma de Croo, and Annette are all some of the strongest swimmers in the field, and they sometimes try to benefit off of each other's strengths. I know that Annette was looking to lead the swim coming into Molveno, but now that she's sick, she told Isla, "I'll be happy for your feet," meaning she's going to try to draft, which is, for some of you who may not be familiar with triathlon racing, there is actually a draft benefit to swimming. There's two different positions you can sit on a different athlete. You can either sit on their hips, which is way more beneficial in terms of drafting, and it also tends to slow down the person in front of you, which, if you're a slower swimmer, is quite beneficial for you. Or you can just sit on somebody's feet. That's a little bit easier to control because if you're on somebody's hip, they can just drift slightly to the left and you don't know where they've gone. This sort of peripheral vision is really hard to keep in a swim. There's so much going on, hands being thrown all around. It's just complete chaos.
Now this is going to test my ability to spot the men and the women, and both of our ability here, Oliver, because we have all of our elite athletes in the water at the same time. I think we're looking at our leading man right now. There's a white swim cap, if I'm not mistaken. Now, once they're out the first time, we will then be able to give you a really accurate detail of the order in which they're in. It's always a tricky section, this, so do bear with us. We'll get a chance to talk through the whole race while we watch this unfold. And we're now on our drone shot, looking over the top of what appears to be, I think, our elite women, judging by how close they are together. Yeah, they're on their way out to the buoy. The first buoy, that red one, you can see at the top of the shot, swimming out into the middle of the northwestern end of Lake Molveno, as I say, fed by those rivers and streams which come down from the high Dolomites and the Paganella Bike Park. above them. It's a stunning location. You were looking just before we started at a great crested grebe sitting on the water, getting ready to dive. I had the great pleasure this week of watching one of the young great crested grebes chasing a shoal of fish, not unlike this lot. And it was incredible the stealth with which the bird hunted the fish and drove them into little nooks and crannies in the rocks, and then literally waited for them to come out and snapped them up. Sounds a bit cruel, doesn't it? But it's nature. That's how things work. It's a bit like racing, dare I say it, Oliver, isn't it? Because this lot, I think the XTERRA athletes amongst all are some of the most friendly of all groups of elite athletes that travel and race together as well. But in a moment like this, they will not give each other an inch, will they?
Exactly. The gloves come off. You know, when we're all at the venue together, we all share our secrets. It's not like the road where secrets are often protected. People talk to each other. They room with each other. They know what bike pressure they're running. They know what shoes they're going to use. Everybody talks to everybody. It's a really nice and open and inviting setting. I really recommend to anybody who maybe is just thinking about giving off-road triathlon a try, XTERRA is the place to be. You'll find so many nice people who are just going to, welcome you with open arms. But yeah, in the men's field at this point, I think there's actually a kind of a group forming here at the front. Same as at the women's field, we saw about 5 or 6 athletes pulling off the front of the group. I wouldn't be surprised if that, as I mentioned, was Emma de Croo, Aneta Grabmüller, and Barbara Riveros, maybe alongside Alanis Siffert, some of the other road athletes who have come in and tend to have slightly stronger swims.
Yeah, let's just talk about that for a moment, Oliver, right? In the women's race, we've got far more of that. In the men's race, it really is an XTERRA specialist, an XTERRA pros race. The interesting thing is this time round, I mean, last year we saw Richard Murray, for instance, in the men's race. This time round, really, it is the hardcore XTERRA regulars that are featuring in that race. The women's race, though, is much more interesting on that front because we do have these, if you like, these athletes that have turned up because of the World Championship. Raquel Solis, Elisabetta Corridori, Alanis Siffert, you've mentioned, Naomi Boggiato. These athletes could well get up in amongst possibly the medals even here today, although it will be a real test of their skill because I think this is the hardest the Molveno course has run in the 4 years we've been here, and of course it's been tweaked in that time. Nico Lebrun, who is our course designer, a former world champion himself, he goes out and finds little diversions around things. Just his eye is about making it even more testing and tricky. And the course has got trickier year on year, although it's largely unchanged from last year. Tell us about those 4 road athletes that are coming to this race really because of the World Championship, and what chance have they actually got to get amongst the medals?
Somebody I'd mention as well is Barbara Riveros, also coming from the road.
Yes.
And Noemi Boggiato, she's a young Italian athlete. She competed in Czech, first of all doing the duathlon, and then also placing really well on the long course. For her age, she is able to display an incredible amount of power, and I actually have her circled for a top 5. I think she might overperform. The reason why these athletes who come in from the road sometimes have a harder time getting actual results is XTERRA racing is very different to 70-point free racing, to Ironman racing, to anything on the road. You have a lot of accumulated fatigue. If you, for example, take a 70-point free race, you get on the bike and you eat, you get to set your pace, you sit at threshold, you do what you know you can do. In XTERRA, the course has certain demands. You have to push a certain wattage to get up these climbs. You have to be able to really focus on hard technical descents. It doesn't allow you to eat when you want to eat. All of those little tiny factors accumulate into a really difficult race to actually prepare for, and therefore, when some of these athletes who come out onto the run, who you would expect, a great example is Richard Murray. He has a 29-minute or 28-minute 10K. He's not able to replicate that in XTERRA racing because he has accumulated so much fatigue.
Yes, so it's interesting actually because the athletes, and we talk about maybe Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen and some of the others, men and women this year, who have ducked out a bit of the middle part of the XTERRA World Cup season to go and race on the road. The interesting thing for me, Oliver, talking about that, is how most of them have been focusing on the 70.3 discipline. And to my mind, as a coach and someone who has a rough understanding of physiology, that's interesting because you talked about accumulated fatigue, right? So not many of them, as we watch the first exit here,
That's Jens Roth.
There we go. He's not, he's not sticking to the plan then, is he?
That's not a particularly well-structured plan, in my opinion. Here's Felix Farizier actually in the second group, and I think I may have even seen Jens Nielsen. Maybe that's wrong.
Well, if you have, I tell you what, that is quite some swim. There's Felix Farizier diving in by the looks of it.
Michele Bonaccina, Maxime Chanet up in that group, as is Holy.
Oh, man. Oh, good luck. You've got to get moving out of that area pretty quick. Now, there goes Arthur Serrier. He's in, what, just, we'll check the timing in a minute, but Serrier was just outside the top 10 there. So, Jens Roth first through. Jan Krasnowski, the Polish athlete, in second. Felix Farizier was there in third. Lucas Mays out in fourth. Hugo Boschner in fifth. Henry Bramwell-Reeks in sixth. Michele Bonaccina doing what he said he'd do and holding back a little bit in seventh, but Jens Roth not sticking to plan, but swimming really well. Max Chanet, who had a very good short track race midweek, was out eighth. Porter Midar, the best of the Midars so far, so he is swimming really well right there, just ahead of the French athlete, Elliot Labourdette. Anyone surprise you in there as we look at that split timing? Stato Ubergeek.
Oh, except for Jens, who said he wouldn't swim fast, and now he's swimming fast.
Are you telling me we're supposed to believe everything they say pre-race? Of course not.
You told it to me in confidence.
Oh, you said it on air.
I did. I did reveal his strategy, but all the guys are in the water at this point. They don't know what's happening. Jens Nielsen is actually 31 seconds back on this group. That's kind of where we'd expect him to be, although it doesn't seem to be a great swim for him just yet.
No. Let's see. Let's see. Felix Farizier. Felix Farizier out in third. Oliver, what chance is there that Felix Farizier gets a World Championship win today? Because I tell you what, if there was ever an athlete in here that was worthy of it, I know he's a Frenchman and we've had this French domination of XTERRA, but before we leave Europe and go back to America next year, there's a guy who deserves it, no?
Yeah, there's three guys, and so I'd say 30% chance for each of them. Artur has been really dominant on this course. Felix has had incredible form throughout the entire season. He's Mr. Consistent. He's really stepped up his swim. That's why we see him here, in third place on the swim, just in this, the first lap. But somebody like Jens Emil, who swims a little bit worse, rides really well on the bike. I think he's stepped up his level a lot this year, and so I actually have him circled to take the win today.
Yes, he is going to be very, very interesting to watch. Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, who will have been licking his lips at the increasing technicality of the bike course over the last few days as it got wetter, muddier, slicker. I've run around that bike course this week, Oliver. You've ridden around it and you're still alive. You haven't got any broken bones. I ran round it and nearly landed on my bottom on a number of occasions because the routes go in every different direction and never a helpful one. They're slick and wet. Let's watch the exit now of the elite women.
I think that's Alana Siffert, Annetta Grabmuller right there.
Isla Headley, I think, was first out, was she not? It looked like her.
Barbara Riveros also in that group. Isla Headley, as you say.
Now that is a leading group because look at the gap to the rest of them.
And Rachel Solis as well, somebody you mentioned coming from the road. Really strong swimmers, these girls.
Yep, Raquel Solis from Costa Rica. In case any of you are wondering what that flag is, those of you who know it will know it. Of course, the flag of Barbara Riveros is the flag of Chile. So look at that for a multinational top six out right now, but a distinct gap between them, and I think that's Solène Billouin we've just seen coming out.
That's Solène Billouin, and I do not, that's Laurent Devozan. So the girls, I think, have about a 30-second gap here on the leading group. That's kind of what we'd expect, though. I think
will that gap grow, though, now on the second lap?
It will, probably. Yeah, I would say maybe a minute and a half is what Aneta's looking for, maybe 2. So kind of within the ordinary. Anna Zender here, a really strong runner, and Elisabetta Curidori also behind her.
Yeah, so this is Isla Headley now diving in. That shows how long the run is to get round that Australian exit. It's enough of a run to get the blood flowing back to the legs again. Isla Headley, the young British athlete who has burst onto the scene of XTERRA this year. She was third at the European Championships in Germany, in Zittau. She was third in the short track midweek, and she was third in the short track in Czechia as well. So in actual fact, in the last 3 rounds of the XTERRA World Cup, she's been third in all of them. Will she be third today? We will see. But what do you reckon, Oliver? I'm talking about a British athlete here, so I can't say, because I'm unbiased, of course.
I think Isla's a fantastic athlete. I think she's honestly the future of the sport. The level that she's shown is just incredible. I fear, I mentioned fatigue. She's a young athlete who just doesn't have that experience. That's why we expect somebody like Sullivan Middaugh to not do as well as compared to his, 46-year-old dad, because his dad is just able to sustain fatigue better and run after fatigue. That's really the determining feature of these races.
That takes us back to the earlier conversation, which I must finish now. I talked about it, didn't I? The accumulated fatigue, as you said, and the propensity for some of these elite athletes to spend some time during the season racing 70.3 before coming back to this. So, why is it 70.3? What is it about that distance which matches the physiological kind of demands of XTERRA?
Yeah, I think it's time. First of all, time-wise, it's the fastest. It's also the easiest to get into. I know somebody like Jens may or may not be flirting with getting into full Ironman racing, and I'll turn the question back over. What is the best combination of road experience to have to come into XTERRA racing? And in my opinion, it is exactly what Barbara Viveros has. It is a combination of having fast top end by having done some Olympic distance, but also having the fatigue resistance, which you can build on Ironman courses.
Yeah, I mean, until you lot, if you've never watched this before, we will show you some shots of the technicality of that run, that 10K run. It is tough. There are bits, as is always the case with XTERRA, where there will be athletes scrambling and at times using hands to hang on to trees and rocks and roots. It is not an ankle-friendly run at all. The opening's lovely. It's a kind of gravelly fire road on the way out. But then once you get up onto the narrow trail around the waterfall and then back down through the woods, it is scrambly, rooty, off camber. It's just generally nasty. And that is actually a lot of the bike courses like that. Once they've crossed the road at Andalo and they go into that really technical muddy section, there's not much which is direction friendly. All the routes go in the wrong directions. It's off and off camber. It's a technical nightmare, and it's probably at its worst today, I think, in these conditions.
These XTERRA courses are so hard. I've done 70.3 racing. I've done XTERRA racing, and I can tell you, even though XTERRA racing only takes, if you're really fit, 3 hours and a half, you finish and you are completely cooked. Whereas if you finish a 70.3 race, sure, you've gone hard, but you've kind of stayed in tempo for most of the day. It's more of an eating competition, at least in my eyes. XTERRA racing is just on and off, repeat it. Think of 30-30s, doing 30-second intervals on the bike. That's exactly what XTERRA racing is. You have to go full for these short periods of time, and then you're off, and then again and again and again, and then you have to run a 10K really hard trail run after that.
We are looking at two leaders. Now, Jens Roth is one of them. He's a naughty boy because he slipped us the little lie that he was going to hold back. Or maybe he is holding back. Maybe that's the point, Ollie. But he has company in there as well in that elite men's field. I'm not entirely sure yet who it is. Is it Federico Spinazzi? Because he was swimming well midweek.
I believe that's actually Jan Krzysztanowski, who I had the pleasure of sitting next to in the ceremony after the short track. He's a really nice Polish guy. He's quite young. Come here. These are some of his first seasons with XTERRA racing. I think he's somebody to look out for, and yeah, maybe if he can improve his bike a little bit more, then we'll see him in the top 10s as well.
Did you speak with him in Polish?
No, sadly not.
For those of you who don't know, Oliver Tonda is a bit of a language man, mainly because he's not British, and we Brits are terrible with languages. He's been helping me out the last few weeks with my road cycling commentary, with name pronunciations. It was the Tour of Slovakia, wasn't it? I was covering a couple of weeks ago, and he was very good at delivering me little voice notes with how to say Slovak riders' names, Czech riders' names, and all sorts. Anyway.
The issue with that was that Jess at one point sent me a Hungarian rider, and because Slovakia sits on the top of Hungary, some of the town names are Hungarian influenced, and so here was me trying to pronounce Hungarian, and that just didn't go particularly well.
Hey, while we're still watching the swimmers and we wait for the men to exit, on the road cycling front, in fact mountain biking and everything front, I have some brilliant news, because although XTERRA is going to be leaving Molveno and Trentino here specifically this year, it was announced yesterday that in 2031, the UCI, the World Governing Body of Cycling, going to be bringing the combined super cycling worlds right here to Trentino, and using the vast amount of resources available to them in the Dolomites as well. So that's going to be BMX mountain bike road track gravel, enduro, Gran Fondo, esports, pump track and bike polo all coming here. And the reason I mention it is because it's been such a wonderful host to XTERRA here in Trentino. And although you've got a short wait to 2031, that will be a mega party of Dolomite mountain fun in 2030. I look forward to that. Right, here's the exit.
Jan Krzyzkanowski actually leading out of the water. This is unbelievable. This is Jens Rost right behind him, somebody who we call the Albatross. He didn't get to do his signature Albatross move because he's not leading out of the water. But T1's going to be really important here. I think these guys are going to try to work together. Jens, I think, did not go full. There's a difference between if you're such a good swimmer, you can really just coast on this water, swim really fast while actually using very little effort. Here we see Michele Bonaccina coming out in 3rd place. Felix Farizier, I think, is in 5th.
Yeah, there he is, Felix Farizier. Oh, it's Porter Midar, who's again swum the best of the 3 Midars there at the moment.
Sullivan's up there as well.
There's Federico Spinazzi coming through as well, the man who led out of the swim in the short track midweek, so the longer distance, meaning he's a little bit further back as well. This looks like Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen coming out. Yes, it is. The Dane has swum so well. Now, bearing in mind, that's not his favourite. It is slippy in there. They've got to be careful, these athletes.
I actually made a mistake. That is actually Bramwell Reeks who led out of the water. That's a really strong performance by him, swimming in front of Jens Roth. But Jens Roth here is first onto the bike. And I wonder what that gap to Jens Emil was.
Well, there goes the exit of the swim, and there are backpacks going on here. I think if we can see for Felix Farizier, so he's got a kind of a, that's interesting. That's something that Felix Farizier is doing that I can't see anyone else doing there. He's got a backpack on with a hydration bladder inside it and probably some gels. He's the only one doing it, and I like to see the innovation from a man who wants to move from silver to gold.
Jules Dumas also has a little tiny backpack, and that's a vest from actually Federico Spinazza.
Yeah.
But Felix has been doing this the entire season. He's been riding with vests. I know he didn't do it actually in Czech. I figured that once we got up to the big leads and it was such a big competitive race, maybe he wouldn't do it. But yeah, he's chosen to go with it. And here we have Jens Emil exiting T1. I think that's only a minute gap. That's a really good ride for Felix. And importantly, in front of him is Arthur Farizier, who is one of the only capable enough bike riders to ride the course with him.
Oliver and I are talking to you from the little black tent right at the top of the screen there, by the way, and amongst those camera trucks there. That is where we are. We're right alongside the course as they head out. There's still a bit of tinkering with shoes going on as they head out too. What a great swim by the British athlete, Henry Bramwell Reeks, although he did come across in transition, sliding out. I think he's all right, but we'll look to see where he's now slotted in as they ride out. This opening section takes them along the flat, fast part of the short track course. That's what you can see in the background. There's the jump. They'll go past the log drop as well, and the slatted berm, which will also be used in the Youth World Championships, which run tomorrow, by the way, and we're broadcasting that live too, the Youth and Junior World Championships in its 2nd edition. This is an opportunity, though, this flat bit here, Oliver, for them to take on any gels, adjust things, get gloves on, zip up the gilets. Some of them might even be putting on something like a buff or something to keep the neck warm, because they will get cold around the edge of Lago di Bior, which is where they're going right now. That looks like a shortcut-ish. I'll maybe pretend I didn't see that, because I'm not sure that's the way they're meant to go. That's the edge of the short track course. And look how muddy it is, because that's what they've had to contend with because of the short track racing this week. And oh my goodness me, this is a, oh dear, this is a real issue for Brandon Rakita. My goodness me. The women exiting now. Let's focus on them for a moment.
Ayla Headley and Aneta Grabmuller. This is Barbara Riveros also in that group, so I think that's a 5 or 6 woman group leading. But the gap to the group behind them is actually not as big as we expected, Jess.
No, it's not. Things are closing up very much in the women's race there.
It's some of the actual men's back markers who have been caught. This is Emma de Croo exiting out of the water, I think, in 6th place at this point.
Another great swim by her as well. There will be a little bit of an overlapping here. And we're watching there. Let's have a look. There's Ayla Headley in as well.
Another slip, I believe, from Aneta Grabmuller.
Yeah.
Alani Siffert here, getting ready to get onto the bike, as is Ayla Headley and Barbara Riveros.
Yeah, Riveros with another good swim as well. Headley, once again, with a good swim. This is the trail around the edge of Lago di Bior. It is really the only flat in the opening, 10, 12 kilometers of this loop because they continue to climb. Once they've crossed away from the lake here, they cross the road and then they start a long, long, draggy, mostly gravel climb. What they're on right now is kind of like Parkland Trail, very, very fine gravel around the edge of Lago di Bior. They'll be getting cold at this point though, Ollie, because it's only about 10 degrees here today. They're soaking wet from the ice-cold lake anyway. They've taken the wetsuit off, so suddenly everything's getting freezing cold, and this is where I think I would definitely be putting on a gilet or something like this. Here goes young Isla Headley, the British athlete. Is she leading there? There's an extra Grabmuller. Grabmuller in second, so the two strongest swimmers in the race by the looks of it out. They are slippery. You've got to hit that with enough speed to get up and over there, by the way. If anyone takes that too slowly, it's covered in chicken wire, but they've got a couple of those flyovers in and out of bike. There goes Solène Bielwan unzipping her wetsuit as well, as they're still catching quite a number of the men here. It shows the quality of the front end of the women's race to have closed up that 3-minute gap. Right, now I can tell you, we have e-bike camera operatives, including my very good friend Doug Hall, who's kind of in charge of XTERRA in Europe. He's going to be out there on the bike course. You've got to hit it with a bit more speed than that. That was Solis there from Costa Rica, really milking the edge of her tyre grip, because you've got to hit it with more speed.
Here we see Jens Roth still leading the front of the race, and I think that may actually be Michele Bonaccina in front with him. Right behind him, we saw Félix Fraisier leading the group behind him. This part where Jens was getting dressed is actually a really, really draft-dependent part, so it's not that bad of an idea to get dressed, get some nutrition in. You've just swam for 23 minutes. You want to fill up those sugars that you haven't been able to get in on the swim, and I'm actually surprised how fast these guys swam that.
Yeah, they are, by the way, at the moment at about 600 meters of elevation above sea level. They climb a full 1,000 meters really up into the forest. It is a long, long, draggy climb, and don't forget they do that twice. 2 laps on the bike and then 2 laps on the run. Here is the world champion, 3-time world champion, Solène Bielwan. She will know how much speed she has to hit it with, but even she's cranking it a bit there. The problem is, Oliver, it's tacky and muddy before you even get to the flyover, so building up speed is not easy, and they've got a few twists and turns to take on as well. This is Loane Duvoisin. We noticed, didn't we? Oh, she's got Marta Mendito with her, the World Cup leader. Mendito is hooked up with Duvoisin there as well.
And Loane is interestingly wearing a gilet of Sandra Meyerhofer. She must have gotten that from her. Sandra is a 2-time XTERRA champion who has been coaching her on some of the technical sections. And here we see them coming into this difficult uphill section.
Oh, I tell you what, Marta Mendito rode almost on the edge of the chicken wire there. If you go off that chicken wire on the slippery wood, you are going to come down. There's no doubt about that. You've got to hold a straight line up and over the flyovers. They're the most technical feature we've seen so far. Back to the front of the race now, I think, though. We've got Michele Bonaccina leading, and this is the camera shot from the back of our e-bike as well. Jens Roth working his way into it, and Max Chanet, what a ride he's had there in the blue with the white helmet, sitting in 3rd right now. He's swum well. We've barely mentioned the Frenchman, and he is a very strong biker who will revel in these conditions.
Max is Mr. Consistent. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a really good race here. The bike really suits him. He's technically really adept. But here we actually see Jens Roth coming through to the front. I am honestly quite shocked by this. Jens has really stepped up his game on the mountain bike. He used to just be kind of a really strong swimmer, and yeah, to be leading here is really impressive, but I think that's actually Felix moving up in the group behind him.
Yeah, but this is the part of the course. For those of you who don't know the course here at Molveno, we've been doing it, this is the 4th year we've done it, so lots of you who've watched our live coverage again and again will know this course, but this is the part where any of the strong, how do I describe this, pedaling riders can make a difference. When we talk about strong riders, we might sometimes be talking about riders who are both technically strong and physically strong on the bike. If you're physically strong but not as technically strong, this is where you need to make your gains, because it is really not technical, this at all. It is a fine-packed gravel slate trail. You can just see the surface. There are all the way up it those the rain drainage slats, which basically take the rain down off the mountain and into the waterfall down beneath it. There's a fantastic looking stream that runs down the middle of the valley they're going up, but this climb goes on forever and ever. You can see it in the graphic down there. It climbs right up to the village of Andalo, the town of Andalo, where the opening ceremony was, where the where the World Cup presentations were as well, and it just drags and drags. But it is not technical. There's literally nothing. For about 6 or 7 kilometers up here, there really is nothing other than just pedal, 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 and breathe. And I tell you something, having run up this trail quite a few times this week, the further up it you go, the harder you breathe, because they get into the elevation which starts to test the thinness of the air and your body's ability to cope with that, Ollie.
Now that's Isla Headley still on the lakefront, I believe.
Yes.
And she will be probably followed at this point by Aneta Grabmüller. Although, is Aneta Grabmüller in front of her? What you were just talking about is really important. The first half of, so the course, let's kind of split it in half, right? Or there's thirds. There's a long uphill, a middle part, a really technical plateau section, that's the middle, and then there's a long descent.
Yeah.
This uphill, the first half of this uphill is really draft heavy, so you want to be in a group. That's why it's so important that Jens Emil came out with Arthur Forisier, who's going to be able to work with him. You saw there Maxime Chanet doing the right thing and sitting on the wheel of Michele Bonaccina. As we try to look if we can see the first women, I wouldn't be surprised if Aneta Grabmüller comes out first here, depending on how the cold has affected her.
When you say cold, I think you mean as in
Fever.
Upper respiratory tract infection rather than just the cold of the water. We're just going to see a little recap of the swim here, by the way. Jens Roth getting his goggles ready. No great surprises in the swim, other than maybe that Roth fed you a bit of a red herring in saying he was going to hold back. Maybe he did hold back, but he was still up there. I think the standout performance probably actually in the men was from Henry Bramall-Reeks, my countryman, the Brit who led out first before falling on his bottom in the transition. Let's see where he goes on to finish though as well. That was Roth out for the first of those 2 splits. I love some of the dives in here because they're taking to the air, seeing there's still an athlete beneath them and then trying to backtrack and break in air. Doesn't quite work like that. That was Solène Bilwan as she dove in. Just like that, for our elite athletes, that is the last time we'll see them swimming in Lago di Molveno. Having said that, some of these nutters will be probably going in for a dip tomorrow for fun anyway, before they head off around the country. Right, back. Are we looking at live shots? I think we are. This is Michele Bonaccina, who for a number of years we've said, swim specialist, he's the shark, he's the man. He has changed the way he races this year, and not just changed it, he's part of the Organic Coach team, and he's really worked on his biking and his run. He needs to be considered a threat, certainly for the top 5, but look at that, he looks round, and he's in a pack. Who wants to push the pace in here? Because a number of those athletes are just sitting pretty. Even Max Chanet there, now he comes through. Bonaccina wanted that. What we need to get our heads around, Oliver, is who do we have in this leading pack of what could even be 10 athletes here?
Yeah, exactly as you say. I don't think it's Ben Forbes sitting on the wheel, but honestly, this moto is a bit too close for my liking. The drafting effect here is so important, so it'd be awesome if that was able to get a little bit further away from the athletes. That's exactly why you saw Michele.
Yeah, and it's caused a split in there. This is not the fault of... one of our riders is riding this lead, but I think it's Doug Hall. He won't want that. He'll know it as well. But bear in mind, the camera is on the back of his bike. I think this is the e-bike, and sensibly, he's now powered away because it had pulled Chanet, and I don't even think it was Bonaccina. It was one other athlete. Now the camera's out of the way, so please apologise us. We shouldn't have too many of the eyeball-type shots. You'll see it from a little bit further off. And this is the first of one of those curves, by the way.
Max going away from this group, that's really surprising to me. He must be feeling really good at this point, because I would imagine that you still wait for another 2K before you start to make your move till you get to that technical section.
Look at that, 19.7% maximum gradient, and I think that comes on some of those technical muddy bits. There are a couple of bits, Oliver, where I think we will see some of these elite athletes having to, if they don't have enough speed into them and they start slipping, then we could see them getting off and having to run some of these bits. But it's not yet. It's not until we're up into... They go past a woodcutter's cottage, which has a picture of what I think is a kingfisher and another bird in wood carved alongside it. After that point, it really gets messy. It's very pretty, but messy in there. What did you spot about tyre choice? Because that's been another thing that's been a topic of conversation this week.
There actually was a surprisingly wide array of tyre choice. Most of the athletes seem to be going double mud, both front and rear, as we see Aneta Grabmüller riding with Isla Headley. Isla seems really strong here. I don't think there's any women in front of her, but just back to my...
Let's just strip that point back. When you say double mud, we're talking about tyres with a square tread pattern big lumps, big gaps between them to allow extra grip in the mud, right?
Exactly. And then, very interestingly, a lot of the rest of the athletes seem to go with a mud tire only on the front, because they said, I would like, if I start to lose grip, I would like the indication to come from my rear rather from my front. And the one athlete who I saw not do that was Jens Emil Slof Nielsen.
Yeah.
So he has it only on the back, and on the front he has a slick.
Do you know what? I think that's what I'd go for with grip. But to be honest, I would go for the double mud tyre. But I'm maybe a little bit biased because I haven't ridden around this course. You have. I've run around it a number of times on the mountain bike trail, and it was crazy slippy on my trail running shoes. But of course, when you're on a 29er, as I think all of these athletes, I haven't noticed anyone on a 650B size wheel. They should all be on the 29-inch wheels. By the way, maybe by the time we're in Ruidoso next year, there might be someone on 32-inch wheels. Because if, for those of you who don't know, they are making a thing now, particularly in cross-country racing. There's even some of the downhillers thinking about it, apparently. 32-inch is touted to become the next big wheel size, and those bikes look amazing. Have you seen them, Ollie?
I have not seen them, but we do have a history with XTERRA of bigger wheel sizes being more popular here than before they come to the Mountain Bike World Cup.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I think it was was it Conrad Stoltz who used the big wheels first in XTERRA?
We'll have a chance to ask him.
We will ask him. Yes, we're going to have the caveman in here in our commentary position a little bit later on, probably by the time they're onto the run as well. So I know Conrad at the moment is doing a bit on the mic at the finish line, along with Chun, our finish line announcer.
Alan
hello. Look, yes, Siffert has caught the two of them up as well.
This is exactly the part of the course that is going to suit for road triathletes. They undeniably have a lot of power. The issue is when they get up to the routes, that's going to be the big question time. Are they going to have the technical capabilities to stick with somebody like Solène Billouin, who undeniably is on, her technical capabilities are equal to somebody like Sevilla Blanc, somebody who races on the UCI mountain bike circuit.
So
Siffert just pulling away.
Siffert going straight past them. And but the fact that she's catching them on this climb, ooh, Headley's going with her, and there's a little bit of daylight to grab Muller. She'll want to close that up because, as you say, Oliver, this is really the only part on the course until you come back to the loop around the edge of the lake where drafting is going to help. But what they're going into in the really technical stuff, they won't want to be that close, of course, because you need to see the trail right in front of you. So the gaps will open up there for sure. But let's just go back to Annette Grabmuller. You said earlier that she has come into this with the cold. What we're talking about there is an upper respiratory tract infection, right? So she got ill when she came out here. She wasn't her best in the short track. I have to say, it's such a shame because Annette Grabmuller this year has upped her game again, the Czech athlete. And I would have seen her as a real threat for the podium here today, particularly in these conditions. We saw what she was like in Oak Mountain when it got really wet and muddy there. She's still looking good right now. Currently, she's in third place in this race, but have you got any insight into whether her illness has got a little bit better over the last few days and that kind of thing?
I do, Jess, and I don't have good news. I saw her yesterday, and she said she was coughing 3 times as much as she was the day before the short track. However, today, so far, she looks good. Honestly, we'll see once we get to the technical once we get to the technical stuff. Annette is a really strong mountain biker. She's not just a swimmer. She really has stepped up her game this season. She's focused on the XTERRA season full on. I know that she's focused on her run. That's maybe still a question mark to be developed for the future. But yeah, she's become one of the top staples in the women's field.
If any of you want to see how much the rider in black here at the back of these three, Annette Grabmuller, has come on, go back and watch our live coverage of the short track race from Czechia in August, because her win over the World Cup winner, Marta Mendito, was unbelievable. Yes, it was in front of a home crowd and a course that she knows really well. But the grit and guts in that sprint up the final really steep rise to the finish line in Czechia from this woman, Annette Grabmuller, was something to behold for sure.
It's really important to note there, Jess, the mindset that these athletes have coming into these races. And I remember Annette had a bad day the day before that, but coming into that short track, she didn't expect to win. But here, actually, we see Maxime Charnet with a big gap.
And he's just crossed that road section. So this is where it gets testy. This is the top of the roady type of climb, really. This is the top of the gravelly bit. He'll go past what I call the woodcutter's cottage. There is someone who lives in there. I don't know if they cut wood, but there's plenty of wood around it. And the wooden carvings. He's going to lead to that point, but you're right. Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen has come up behind Porter Midar. This is Michele Bonacina leading this group.
Everybody's in there. Everybody's in there.
Yes, they are. Now, hang on a minute. You say that. Where's Arthur Serrier?
Arthur Serrier is right there. He's sitting right behind Felix Forisier.
Right. So that's Porter Midar there. That's Doug Hall on his e-bike, wrapped up to the nines as well.
In the group.
Yes, in the group. Good lad.
Jules Dumas, not surprised that he's here.
Yes.
He's somebody who's really young. He's raced on the road a lot this year. He's really strong. Jens Roth seems to be just struggling off the back of this just a little bit, but still, this group has complete Uber bikers.
Right, Chanet has done, I think, quite a clever thing here as well. He's a great technical biker as well. There he is in the blue, just out the saddle, rising over the top of that.
Jens pushing.
This is actually on a concrete path there. You can see how steep it is. Look at the pace of Jens Roth. He is zigzagging to get up this. It does not give you any indication of how high this is.
Jens Emil is attacking. Sorry,
right,
sorry.
Yes, he's
Jens
going
Emil
off
is
the top.
attacking. He's on for front of the group, and I do not see a response from Arthur or Felix Forisier. Maybe Felix is trying to push it back, as we see Kieran McPherson now blocking the shock a little bit.
Yes, that is the timing from that road crossing point.
Elliot Labordette and Federico Spinazza here in a group together.
Yep. Wow. So Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen wanting to get ahead of that lot before they get into the technical stuff, because he's such a great technical biker. He won't want any of this lot around him. He needs clear space as well. And what we haven't seen yet is where the likes of Ben Forbes is, because Ben Forbes is another of those we'd be looking to work his way through on the bike. He might not be having quite as much fun. He will have fun on the descent, though, because the descent, when it comes, there's some fantastic jumps. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some pictures of Ben Forbes coming through on that. Let's see if he's in here, maybe, in this group that is now coming up. We're looking for the Aussie in here, because he's one of the strongest bikers in this field.
That was Nicolas Duret, I believe, one of the winners of XTERRA France. Really strong mountain biker there. And this might just be Jan Krzysztanowski passing us now.
Yep.
And Reed Leg. I'm saying that right, right?
Yep. Yeah,
really strong.
Reed Leg was first out of the swim midweek as well, the American here, on his red S-Works. This is a really hard climb, this. Although it's a very smooth gradient, it's so steep up to the woodcutter's cottage. Again, we can see athletes just having to zigzag it to take out the gradient. Once they've gone past that point, they turn left and they do a snaky course here around the edge of the mountain. It's kind of, this is about, you'll see it probably on screen at some point, they're about 1,200 meters of elevation here, and they're not at the highest point just yet. They get over 1,500 meters, but by here they will definitely be feeling the thinner air. There's no doubt about that.
Jens is just pushing this group now, and we'll see now it's going to level out a little bit, so I wonder if he's going to try to have somebody else have a pull, maybe Sullivan, who is sitting right behind him, or if he's going to try to, keep pulling this group now.
Max Chanet continues by himself out front. I have to say, I take my hats off to our e-bike riders out there who are getting these shots. It's the only way we're able to see this. They're right up in the Dolomites. They're in the high mountains here in amongst the thick of the forest, and the only way we can get these shots is from our brilliant e-bikers who are out there doing it. So well done to Doug Hall and the rest of the team doing it. Max Chanet leads, the man who was 4th in the World Championship last year and 4th in the short track here in Molveno. This is a different kind of ride by Max Chanet today, though, because he wants to lead this. He must know, he will know, that this man is coming. Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen is sewing up the gap here, but he's being followed by Sullivan Midar, Felix Forisier with the backpack on here, and I think Forisier himself wants to get ahead, or at least on terms with Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen. We haven't yet got the separation we might expect to see in this group, have we?
Yeah, now this is a race within the race. We want to see these guys want to see themselves come first to that technical section. I think Felix and Artur are both looking at Jens, thinking he's going to try to attack here because he is technically a little bit superior to us. In terms of raw power numbers, I'd say those guys are a wash. All of them are top-notch. But Jens has a mountain bike background. He seems to be able to handle the bike just a little bit better than these guys. So maybe blocking him from getting in there first is a great strategy.
By the way, right up there is Jose Ignacio Galvez. Galvez is riding really well here. Yes, he's being dropped by this group, but he's had a fantastic swim, the Spanish athlete, who races with a number 64 on his tattoo. He'll probably look to form a second group here by the looks of it. This is Arthur Forisier in the blue with the white tops as well, the man who's finished second in the World Cup this year. He's been so consistent. The strange thing is, actually, if we go back 3 or 4 years ago, the balance between Arthur Farissier and Felix Farissier was actually quite different. It was Arthur who was the stronger, really, of the two Farissier brothers, but Felix has come on so much these last few years, and we can actually see, I think, Arthur Farissier here as they approach now the woodcutter's cottage. There's that wooden carving on the left-hand side. I was wrong, I don't think it is a kingfisher. It's kind of like a squirrel eating a salmon or something odd like that. But this is where it gets really technical. This is what we were talking about, where the roots are all over the place. Chanet's come off the edge. They're trying to go into the forest to get around it. Look
Jens
at those
is running
roots as well.
Jens is running as well. All of these guys are running.
Yeah. And this is not the worst of it, Oliver. It gets worse than this.
Exactly. This is going to be absolute carnage. Yeah, as you said, Arthur Farissier is a really strong mountain biker. He's had, sadly, a couple injuries. But yeah, these guys having to go off and run, this is crazy.
Yeah. Well, Farissier by this point last year was out, wasn't he? He spent most of last season out. We can see him and the others. That was Midar having to unclip and get off. I think everyone's running. I knew this would happen. And I have to say, actually one athlete.
Serie, I think, had the best line there. And here we have Alanis Siffert actually leading the women's race with a gap already. This is the part that would have suited her. We are not surprised that she has a gap here. Now, let's see how she fares on the technical section, which is going to come up in a couple minutes' time, where we just saw the men. Isla Headley is still being followed by Aneta Grabmüller. Both of them look really strong. Aneta should come into her own on the technical part, as should Isla Headley, though, because technically she is also very gifted.
I'm just watching Alanis Siffert here, though. It's so hard, this section. I'm worried for her that she might be going too hard on this first lap. One of the bits of insights, we see Isla Headley coming past, Aneta Grabmüller too. That's our top three. One of the insights we got in the pre-race interviews, I think, Oliver, was that some of those possibly more experienced and clever athletes were saying the difference will be made on the second lap of the bike. Yep. Not just the bike, but the second lap. And I worry that Alanis Siffert may have gone too hard. I'm happy to be proven wrong, though.
Yeah, we'll see. I think Alanis will see how she's a... The defining factor will be her technical ability, as we see Emma de Cruz, somebody who's also really strong on the bike, come through. Emma is one of the strongest swimmers in XTERRA. She's also nicknamed the Mermaid. They share that nickname with Aneta. Both of them incredibly strong.
How can you share a nickname? I thought you were the self-appointed head of nicknames. Sort it out, will you? You've got to sort that out. I tell you what, Emma de Cruz, one thing I say about her, she's the only one of the elite women who wear a swimsuit throughout the whole course. And I'm always surprised to see that because, well, I won't go into too fine a detail, but she is going to get mud everywhere. It's always her choice, though. That is always what she wears.
I've talked to Emma about this. Emma, a lot of the women, a lot of the men do seem surprised that she does this, but holy moly, look at these pictures.
I can't watch this. What a hold there by... whoa! Oh, my goodness me.
Where's Jens Emil? I think he has a gap on these guys. Look, he's about 10 seconds ahead of this group.
We're following Arthur Farissier here, who is dancing and skating all over the place. That's Sullivan. Is that Sullivan Midar going into the bushes there, and he's off. He's put a foot down as well. Max Chanet holding it. This is carnage in here, and we knew this would be the case. It is the most technical this course has ridden since we've been here in Molveno. Look at the puddles. Look at the roots. They're nasty. They're like witches' fingers reaching up of the ground to just grab you and send you in the wrong direction.
I don't see Felix Farissier in this group. Maybe I'm just misseeing him, but Jens Emil seems to be off the front of it.
Where is Arthur Farissier? I have to say, I don't know how or why. Maybe it's the colour of the kit he wears. He's so good at hiding, and he's often feeding off the work of others as well. We're back with our leader, Alanis Siffert, the Swiss athlete, who is apparently, by the looks of it, just tucking down. She doesn't need to get aero, but she's keeping weight over both the front and back wheel to try and get as much grip as possible. Of course, I explained what I've just said doesn't make any sense. How do you keep weight over both the front and back wheel?
It's more important in mountain biking to get your weight all the way back so that your back wheel gets as much traction as possible. That's really what these athletes should be looking for. Maybe, I have a feeling Alanis, even though she did a bit of racing on the mountain bike when she was a bit younger, she may not have all of these sorts of minute details dialed just yet, like somebody like Solène or Aneta might have.
Yeah, she did not feature in last year's World Championship. She's come to this one as... well, at the moment, the strong rider on the bike. Let's look back, though, at Isla Headley.
Isla's riding really well here. This is really an impressive ride. About a 10-meter gap to Aneta right behind her. Aneta seems to be still doing well. We'll see if that sickness it develops or doesn't. But yeah, so far, really nice ride from her.
She's doing brilliantly. And actually, give it another few turns here once we're through the more technical elements on the edge of the woodcutter's cottage, and Aneta Grabmuller will come into her own, because after that it gets a lot more technical, and then we gradually start the descent. I think it would be unfair, though, to describe the descent as a whole load of fun. They do take on the Paginella bike course, and by that I mean they have an enormous boardwalk berm. Once they've gone around the Pradel Lake, the beautiful Pradel Lake at the top of the mountain, they have this lovely boardwalk berm, and you start to go into those nice man-made swoopy-whoopy bits. You think, oh, this is like normal bike park, I love it. And then, of course, because our bike course designer, Nico Lebrun, has decided, no, that's not XTERRA enough for us. They then take on the descent, which is absolutely bonkers. Loads of slabs of slate, all facing in the wrong directions, off-camber, nasty, natural trails. And that's a key part of XTERRA, isn't it? That you should feel like you're riding what is a natural trail. This is a fire road right now, an access route to the woodcutter's cottage, but after that, they really are carving through very natural stuff.
Exactly. This is just a pure power test, and the technical test comes right after this. I would be actually really interested to see where Loan de Vouzon and Solène Belloin are right now. There are two other favorites who we haven't really seen on screen just yet. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Loan coming to the front very early. Loan has a little bit of a tendency to maybe overpace the beginning of some of these races. And let's see if Solène is up to the challenge or not. This is exactly what happened last year. Last year, Loan was leading with Sandra Meyerhofer, who we saw actually at the road crossing, who has been teaching her some of these technical skills. The two of them led, but then on the second loop, as you mentioned, that's where a lot of the fatigue accumulated, and Solène Belloin came through to take that win. So I'm kind of expecting maybe a little bit of a similar scenario, but we haven't seen either of the women yet.
No, we haven't seen Solène Belloin, and she is the ultimate all-rounder. We know how strong her swim is, but she really is, isn't she? She's so smooth across all the different disciplines. Back to the men. Arthur Serrier unclipping, and of course then Arthur Forissier, the two French Arthurs. Look at the routes in here. We didn't really get a chance to see this in such detail last time. This is our e-biker riding through as well, and you get a chance to see how nasty it is in there.
I didn't really get to see who was leading, but there were actually three riders. The third was Maxime Chanet. In front of him, about 4 meters, was another athlete. That is either Jens or Felix, and then there's a 20-meter gap to the rider in front of him. If I were to guess, that would be Jens Emil leading the race right as we speak. Isla Headley is now pulling back Alanis Siffert. This is a really strong ride from Headley. Indeed. And they're coming into the technical section.
You are watching the XTERRA World Championship, both the elite men and elite women racing together. My name's Jez Cox. I've got Oliver Tonda alongside me. We are sat in a tent alongside Lake Molveno in the Italian Dolomites, watching these live pictures with you. So thank you wherever you are around the world watching it. This is the log keeper's cottage, log cutter's cottage, and these two are going into the technical section. Alanis Siffert, the Swiss athlete, going low, and Isla Headley going high. Neither has worked. They're both off and running, and they will do a fair bit of running on this course too as well. So this will actually suit the strong runners in the course on a day like this. I didn't really say that, but it will, because they're getting in some early running on the bike course here.
Yeah, this is going to be pure carnage. We actually saw that it is starting raining a little bit as well. Yep. This is one of the male athletes. I'm interested to see how far Aneta is on this section and if she can actually ride a part of it. Here we see Felix Forissier and Jens Emil leading. The two of them have distanced Arthur Serrier, which is a completely shocking turn of events.
Yep, there we have it. There are our two leaders. We expected Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen to ride through. That is that Sullivan Midar behind? Yeah. Yes, so Sullivan Midar, the winner midweek in the short track race, the face of Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen. Is he smiling?
He looks to be smiling. He has achieved what he has hoped to achieve. Yep. Felix Forissier just taking a look back, trying to figure out where is Arthur, because Arthur still has that nuclear run he can rely on, but we are too at the beginning of the bike to talk about that even remotely yet.
This is the high point of the course as well. Those two have, now reached around about 1,500 metres. That's the road crossing and the aid station as well. That's where coaches are allowed to hand up the drinks they want. That's Max Chanet going through, the three-time world champion Arthur Serrier. And I have to say, it is great to see the return of Arthur Forissier there to the World Championships, because he is racing really well. He is in, 6th? We've got a timing point there, so we'll refresh our timing. This is Porter Midar. Now, at the moment, the two young Midar brothers are ahead of their dad, Josiah, but expect to see him coming through. He was 5th last year. year, and he beat both of his sons. So we're on Midar watch here today for the Americans, and they are the American athletes that dominate cross triathlon and XTERRA specifically.
Michele Bonaccina here in 7th place, I believe, while Kieran McPherson, who is an incredibly strong runner, we will expect him to move on up even further into the course in 8th. Jens Roth right behind him, and I'm afraid I do not recognize the rider currently in 10th place, but as you said, Jess, something that was confided to me yesterday was that that Midar has actually a 30-minute power equivalent to his 2-hour power. That is the dad of the 2 sons. That's why we predicted him yesterday to have a really strong performance. This, I believe, is actually the athlete who has led out of the swim, Bramwell Reeks. That's a really strong performance by him, while Federico Spinazza here in 11th place. We still see Lucas Mees, and who I believe to be Nico Duré. Elliot Labordette also showing up on the screen there, while Galvez from Spain is still putting on, honestly, a quite surprising ride here so far. Elliot, I think, will be looking to top 10 this race, as will Lucas and Nico. Really strong athletes, these guys. At this aid station, some of the athletes will be taking on more sustenance. I know that on the left is the coach of the, is one of the coaches of the Organic Coach team. He's there at various places around the course, giving gaps. Something I actually used to do a little bit further back in time. It's incredible how he can just kind of, you know, to one's mind, teleport and just give splits in these important parts of the races. But speaking of an important part of the race, here we have Félix Frisier leading Jens Emil. This is honestly a turn up for the books, and one I did not expect.
Oliver, yeah, it's come to this point as well, hasn't it? At this stage, we can see these two together. This is where it also gets quite technical and tough. What you're seeing from this shot here does not give you a clear illustration of actually how steep it is here. You think you get to the road crossing, you go through the feed zone, and that's, well, where's the downhill going to start? But it doesn't come at you. They just keep climbing. They're climbing up in little steps. Then it drags again. We're watching Sullivan Midar here, who has the 2 of them in sight. We've seen the coming of Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, but he's not managed to get rid of Félix Farissier just yet, and he is reminding us just how strong he is on the bike. Sullivan Midar can see them, and he is closing the gap, the American. So maybe, Oliver, we need to stop calling him the short track specialist and just call him the XTERRA specialist, because right now the Americans have an athlete on podium position. I'll just remind people, this is lap 1 of 2 in this 30-kilometre bike course. It's only a 15k lap. I mean, but so much drama happens in there. They take on so much, these nasty routes, the muddy, tacky, technical uphills as well. But at the moment, it is suiting Midar. Maybe what he is a mud specialist. We think back to his win in the States, in Oak Mountain, of course, this season, where it was just like this. Although not quite as many routes, but there was just as much mud. So I think that's one thing we can mark Midar down as. Mud specialist, definitely, Ollie.
Also importantly, he's a young athlete. A young athlete means that he can make a really nice and easy step up. So that's the reason why we're seeing him at the front of this race. Somebody else we're seeing at the front of this race, I believe this is Isla Headley leading the women's race. This technical section I tried to ride, and here we can see, I think this is Michal Pilošek trying to follow the women. Yeah, really difficult, even on an e-bike. So hard to keep up with the athletes. I do not see Alanis Siffert in the picture just yet. I have a feeling that Isla may have been able to overtake her, although maybe I'm just making that up. And I believe that is Solène Bilouin or maybe Emma De Croo right behind.
Ooh, we've been looking for Solène Bilouin, haven't we? The 3-time world champion, to spot where she is. It looks like a little bit of a problem here for our e-biker who's doing this camera work. Once again, big hats off to them. It is quite some job to be out there getting these shots for us. So, yeah, now here we go. We're getting back to Isla Headley by the looks of things, wearing just the little tri-suit as well. She has had a problem there and remounted, Ollie.
This section is so incredibly technical. There's so much mud. Thankfully, the rain seems to have stopped a little bit on some of these athletes, but Isla dismounting her bike just again. I really wonder who that athlete right behind the camera bike was, though, because that really did look like Solène Bilouin to me.
We are, of course, still catching some of the back end of the elite men as well. So Isla Headley remounting. We have a very special guest in our commentary box that I'll bring in just a moment when we switch back to the men's race. This really gives you a clear indication of why this year is the hardest ever running in Molveno. And in a way, Ollie, it's appropriate. It's the fourth and final time we're here in this World Championship cycle. And boy, has the weather turned up to make these Dolomite Mountain conditions so difficult.
Man, this is so difficult. A saying we have in cyclocross is green is good, and there is no green. There is no green on this course whatsoever. Isla did a really smart thing, trying to ride on the very outside of the course. That means there's going to be a lot of leaves, a little bit more traction as we see Artur Seria trying to catch up to the front guys. He is alone here.
Now he is very nearly at the Pradle Lake, that beautiful bluey green, stunning lake right at the top of the mountain. He's at about nearly 1,600 meters of elevation right now. The air is thin, it's very cold up there. I can guarantee you up there it's probably no more than about 6-7 degrees at the most. It's another technical climb he's into though, very narrow in between the trees up there. As we watch the men, by the way, we've just been watching Artur Seria. Let's remind ourselves, Artur Seria is the 3-time world champion, all right here in Molveno. He's looking to equal the record of someone who's also won it 4 times, but not back-to-back. Maybe more impressively, 4 times spread across what is effectively a 10-year period between 2001 and 2010. The man sat to my left is Oliver Tonda, but the man sat to my right is known as the Caveman. His name is Conrad Storks. Conrad, it is a delight to have you here with us in the commentary box. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I don't feel comfortable here, but this is an honor to be in this position with you guys.
You're very much welcome, mate. It's great to have your insight. What do you think of the course this year and what you're seeing on screen as well?
I rode the course a couple of days ago when it was wet, but today is next level wet. I'm watching this and I'm thinking this is the kind of race that you remember for the rest of your life. Whatever the result is and the outcome is, it's probably not pleasant racing in ridiculous slippery mud like that, but it's something you'll never forget. The age group athletes is going to start in a few minutes, the elite athletes. It's going to be an epic battle, not against athletes so much, but also against nature, you know, and the conditions that you have.
Conrad, just while we've got a moment, as we watch our elite men making their way around the edge of the lake at the very top of the mountain, you're in a way the perfect person for me to be speaking to this year, because this is the 4th and final time that we're here in Molveno for this cycle anyway, the European cycle. It's very different to Maui. It's very different to where XTERRA came from, the dusty, dry, technical trails there, particularly on a day like this. I mean, it can be lovely and dry and dusty here, but the last 2 years the rain has turned up, and this year it's turned up properly and made it really different. And personally, having seen all that, I like the fact that we're taking XTERRA to different kinds of terrains to test these athletes. I wonder, and I guess you're wondering, what it will be like when they go back to the States. It's Ruidoso, so it's not going back to Hawaii, it's not going back to Maui, it's going to Ruidoso, and maybe that's somewhere a little bit in between the two.
It's fantastic, the fact that XTERRA World Championships moves around. They plan on staying more or less 3 years in each location, and it's fantastic for the athletes because body types and skill sets. I'm 85 kilograms, which is like almost 190 pounds. So I wasn't a climber, but I had to race on Maui, which is a volcano. And this course is also not a climber. It's a climber's course. It's not a big athlete's course. So the fact that the World Championships moves around means that all kinds of athletes are advantaged and disadvantaged on different courses. So it just makes it a much more even playing field. All UCI events have to move World Championships from time to time. So it just really makes sense.
Conrad, one of the questions I think the big XTERRA fans who are watching will want me to ask you, from all the people watching around the world, is how are you? How fit are you at the moment? You said you'd been out on some of the course out here. I mean, we're watching Josiah Midar racing. I'm looking at you. You're cutting the figure of a very fit man. What if we were to chuck you in there today? Would you be enjoying this?
I would love to race. I love racing, even though I'm not really fit at all. But I would love to race half the distance, like 1 lap of each. It would be a lot of fun. I'm not fit enough for the full thing. I coach mountain biking at the high school this year, so I've been riding a lot more than I did before. But no, I'm not a high-level elite athlete anymore. I'm turning 52 this month. So as much as I love to race, watching is next level.
Right, let's bring you up to date what's going on with the women. This is Loan Duvoisan, who is just catching Annette Grabmuller. I have to say, this is a brilliant ride by Annette Grabmuller. We know she's not well. She's a good friend of you, Oliver, so I know Jens Roth and others might have fed you a few red herrings along the course of the week, and you've taken them, but there's no doubt about the fact that she's not at her best at all, and she's being caught by Loan Duvoisan there. Here comes Emma de Croo. The women are getting a little bit closer to forming something of a pack there, I think.
The women's race seems to be on playing kind of the way we expected. Now we have Loan coming to the front. The last timing split we actually had was her a minute and a half behind the lead girls, as we see Jens Emil actually putting on a gap on Felix Forestier.
This should be fun because he's now into the really interesting swoopy, whoopy Paginella bike course. This is where we'll see some big air, but actually this is a new Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen this year. He might not be crossing up and having as much fun as he may have done in recent years because he is currently leading the World Championship. If anyone was going to style it up and take some air, this is where it will happen, but my suspicion is we'll see a technically tightened up Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen who goes for the fastest rather than the funnest.
I believe actually that this was Felix Forestier who was in front of him. He was not behind. Jens was actually second.
Was he?
Yeah, we saw just a little bit of a blip of Felix, and he was leading the race, which is really impressive.
We're watching there. We were just catching Henry Bramall-Reeks, who led out of the swim as well. He's a little bit further down the course right now. We're back to our winner. Well, we might well be back to our winner. This is Isla Headley. Little bit of relief across our camera there, but you can't see her name on the back of her shorts. But the British athlete there as we watch Arthur Forestier now coming through, and he's got one of the mid-Rs with him, and I can no longer tell who it is at this stage.
And I believe he has Doug Hall riding right behind him. Thank goodness Doug is so good at bike handling.
Yes, well, Doug himself is a former XTERRA pro as well. In fact, he was in my Great Britain Elite team when I was the team manager as well, so Doug knows how to handle a bike, that is for sure. He has got a little bit of assistance on that e-bike today, and he, if it is him, is following Isla Headley right now, who is still picking up some of the back markers in the men's elite race. I'll remind people, they started 3 minutes ahead of the elite women.
Porter Middaugh was actually right behind that, I believe, so really strong from the two Middaugh brothers, riding well above their years, as here we have Kieran McPherson still sitting, I believe, in 7th place at this point.
Kieran McPherson, who raced so well in the short track midweek as well, the Kiwi athlete, again reminding us how multinational XTERRA is now as well. And Conrad, while you're here with us, just thinking about that, the first ever winners in 1996 were Jimmy Riccitello and Michelle Jones. Michelle Jones, of course, the long-distance specialist. Jimmy Riccitello, I've recently been commentating on his son, who's been racing on the road, of course, in the cycling as well. He's coming through. He's just finished 4th in the Vuelta a España, his son. It's a long time ago, 29 years ago. The sport has evolved so much. It's now very multinational. When you look at it today, how much of the XTERRA that you first experienced, Conrad, back in the late 90s and the early noughties do you recognise, and what do you think has changed?
Well, just from the looks, it's very different. We came from this island with the beaches and the ocean and the volcano, and now we're in this forest with the mud and the trees and the mountains and the snow cap. It looks very different, which is a really cool sign that it's evolved and it changed and growing. But also, if you look at the participants and if you listen to all the languages and you see all the flags at the start, it used to be mostly Americans at the event. Jimmy Riccitello, I raced him. He was a rocket. He was half my size, and he was extremely aggressive on the bike. And we did many battles. And Michele Jones won the first silver medal at the Olympic Games in Sydney at the triathlon. And they both road triathletes who just came over to XTERRA just for fun, you know. And this is very highly specialized. All these athletes, most of these athletes we see train specifically for XTERRA all year round. You can't afford to do both. I used to be able to try to do the Olympic triathlon and XTERRA in the same season, and I kind of made it work for a little while. But these athletes, you have to specialize. So yeah, the way the sport has evolved and just getting more and more participants from all across the world, different languages, different cultures, and that's really what XTERRA is all about. Out in nature, different cultures, and embracing everyone.
Conrad, whilst we have you with us here and we're just watching Sullivan Midar taking on the technical part of the course, he is already out of the swoopy woofy man-made bits and into the nasty witch's fingers there that are going to be grabbing at his tyres all the time. This is the natural descent. It's quite new. It's a real favourite of Nico Lebrun because he's been looking to tweak and change this as, excuse me, the course itself has evolved. He can already see Molveno down there. You can see the lake just beyond him. This is the start of the long descent that'll end with the really fast run through the town of Molveno itself to complete. I'll remind people, only lap 1. We're not even halfway through this bike course yet, and it's only 30k. On the road, of course, you'd say, oh, that's quite a short bike course. What about 40k? But this is XTERRA. This is off-road triathlon. So much happens out there. Every one of these rocks, roots and turns just adds that increase of difficulty to it. Conrad, while we've got you here, we are looking at an opportunity today here for Arthur Serrière to get the 4-time win. Currently, as you sit alongside me, you are the greatest male athlete in the history of this sport. There is one man, a Frenchman today, Arthur Serrière, who wants to join you. Now, he'll go 4 in a row. I'm not going to sit here with you and say, well, that makes him better than you. I wouldn't do that. That's Oliver's job. No, he would never say that. But
I might.
But it's a special day. And of all the athletes in the world I could have sat alongside me right now, it's nice to have Oliver. But it's even better to have you, because you're the man whose record he is looking at equaling today. It must be a special moment for you to watch this.
Yeah, actually, I didn't even realize someone, one of the XTERRA crew, asked me about it this morning. He's like, how do you feel about that? And it's like, I didn't even thought about it. I'm just so happy for him, and to see at the level these athletes are at, and Arthur especially, this is the way he's evolved as an athlete and consistent every year, and how serious and how passionate he is. It looks like he's a little bit more muscular this year, which I think is going to help for this course, especially the run course. So I'm really excited for him and hoping he can pull it off. He looks extremely solid today. It's only the first lap. This is a climbing race. We're watching the downhill, but in the downhill you can lose a little bit of time, but on the climbs, this is where this race is won. Running and cycling. It's got a lot of climbing, and I think Arthur has got what it really takes. Wow. He's got the experience and the endurance.
So those of you who watch the short track midweek will recognise that jump as well. We have Felix Farissier coming down towards us. He's nearly at the completion of lap 1. Oliver, while we're chatting, do you want to bring us up to date with what we're seeing? Because it looks like we have last year's silver medalist, Felix Farissier, coming in with a clear lead by himself at the end of lap 1.
Felix is leading. He was just about, 10 meters ahead of Jens Emil, and here we go.
Oh, hang on. Has he got a problem here? He's looking down at the bike. He does not look as smooth as he normally does. What's gone on with Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen here?
Could that be the rear wheel puncture or something like that? But it doesn't look like it's leaked that much air.
In that technical descent, we do miss some of the athletes. There is the potential that he's had an off there or something like that. I have to say, for the gap between him and Felix to have grown that much, my suspicion is something's happened there in that descent through the forest.
Something must have happened, but something didn't happen to Maxime Chanet and Arthur Serrière, who now are therefore so much closer to the front spots.
Yeah, so we think these two are in 3rd and 4th. Max Chanet being careful. There is a chicken run down there, as they sometimes call it. Arthur Serrière also taking it. I think we're already starting to see some of the fatigue creeping in, and there is the non-willingness for these athletes to take too many risks. They'll have taken so many risks already. I think something's happened to Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen in there.
I agree, and I don't think it's just fatigue. I think you have to think about the cold. We are sitting here in our commentary tent with all of our jackets that we own on.
Yeah.
We are so cold, and these guys have just come down alpine descent. You understand how cold your fingers must be after coming out of an alpine lake. That makes such a big difference to how you feel on the bike. As we see Felix Farissier coming into the 2nd lap of the bike.
Just to be clear, Oliver and I are sitting here wearing every item of clothing we wear. We own rain jackets and everything. The caveman is sat next to me, just shorts and a vest, actually, just to be clear. No, he's not really. Even he's wrapped up and warm. It is about 9 or 10 degrees here in our commentary tent, right alongside where Felix Farissier is. Now, what chance he would have... Hello, can you see the back tyre softening?
Yeah, the back wheel is flat pretty much. He's riding on his insert.
Oh my goodness me, this is a bad moment for the man who's come to this race, Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, with his best opportunity in this 4-year cycle in Molveno to win it. Now, what's he going to do about this? Because he's got sealant in there. You'd hope it'd be sealing. He's going to need to get some air in that, isn't he?
Listen, race is not over. He's now going to come past the coach section. I believe he might be able to get a little bit of assistance right there.
Yep.
But yeah, this race isn't over. There's another really hard lap to do. He has to just reset, think of it, okay, I've already closed a 1 minute gap to the top guys. I have to do it again. That's okay, that's part of the game.
Yeah.
I have to lock in and do my job.
Right, for those of you who don't know it, one of the things that has changed since Conrad stalks alongside me here was racing is that most of these riders are now riding tubeless tubeless tyres, which means they have sealant in there, which if they do get a puncture in the tyre, should gradually seal itself over time. But invariably, if it's a bad one, and they're riding through sharp bits of flint and slate, I'm pretty sure there'll be other athletes down the field we're not even seeing right now who've had all sorts of punctures and technical issues. It should seal itself, but very often it needs to be inflated to add to it. Conrad, in amongst your 4 wins in the World Championship, you must have had some technical issues as well.
Especially in Hawaii. I think I could have won a number more. I broke a pedal the 1 year, I had flats twice. The lava rock was sowed havoc, and also we couldn't pre-ride the course. It was private land, so we could only access the course on race day, and it suited my riding style, but that's part of the reason why I'm called the caveman, because everything I touch breaks. So the bikes, the specialized engineers, if they made a new product, they would send it to me, and if I couldn't break it, then it was caveman proof, and it was good to put on the market.
Wow, what a reputation to have as well. And you followed, talking of specialized athletes, you followed in the footsteps of Ned Overend, who won the first ever edition. Then he went on to win 2, didn't he? He won the 3rd and 4th editions, 98 and 99, Ned Overend. Was there any kind of handover to you in that cycle of specialized sponsored athletes? Or
oh, definitely. There was an amazing story, so I'll try and keep it brief. I used to, Ned raced XTERRA as well, you know, he was world champion, and so I competed against him quite a bit, and back then he was an old man. He was 41, 42, 43 roundabouts, but at altitude he was unbeatable. We raced in Keystone, Colorado, starting at 2,800 meters we started, and you climb up to 4,400 meters altitude, and Ned's nickname was the Lung, and there he rode circles around us. He was really good, but he could see my first year XTERRA. I didn't own a mountain bike, so I borrowed bikes. So I went to every triathlon, every XTERRA I went borrowing a different bike. Wow. And he was watching this as I was going, and I won the USA series, and then he said, he called me and he said it the week before XTERRA World Champs in Maui. He said, would you like to ride for Specialized? And I thought it was just talk, and I said, yeah, sure. But a week before, this brand new Specialized dual suspension with tubeless just came out, tubeless wheels and new helmet and new shoes was dropped at my door. And I rode it the first time in Maui the week before in practice, and I won that world title by 10 minutes. And I think a major part of it was because of this cool new dual suspension bike with tubeless wheels.
29er?
No,
big wheels, or 26?
It was 2001. The 29er was only 2008, the first time. So there was no contract, there was no agreement, nothing. They just sent me the bike, and I won world time champs by 10 minutes. And afterwards, we signed a contract, and I was with Specialized for 16 years during my career.
Oh, Conrad, it's such a pleasure to have you with us. We literally couldn't have anyone better. Right, Oliver, you're nervously watching the pictures. What's going on?
This is Loan Duazon. I do not believe she's leading the women's race just yet. We saw her at our last timing. She was 42 seconds behind Isla Headley, who seems to be still in the race. This is the fun, flowy single track section you were talking about. This is such a joy to ride. Afterwards, maybe not so much. Importantly, only 20 seconds behind her was Barbara Riveros. This is talking to the intermediate split. And Solène Bilouin, another 40 seconds back in 6th place. So she is either riding herself into this race, or she is not on a good day.
What's happened to, far be it from me to ask what's happening to the British athlete, but what has happened to the British athlete, Isla Headley? Where is she?
She's still leading, I believe.
We're not picking her up for a while, so I hope she's all right. She is now getting into the bit where we do lose them a little bit. We're not going to have the e-bikers everywhere, because we don't want them getting in the way of the really fast-flowing technical bit of the downhill. Talking of which...
That's Barbara Riveros.
Yes, it is. Well, Barbara Riveros has really wrapped up warm. I hadn't seen how many layers she's put on. She's dressed like, well, she's going out for a snowball fight or something in there. That's the first time we've seen the Chilean 4-time Olympian.
And followed by Aneta Grabmüller-Soldati.
Yeah, well, she's moving through then. So we need to assume that Barbara Riveros is moving through. Here comes our early leader, Alana Siffert, who is in 5th place now. So she's drifting a little bit back there, the Swiss athlete. There goes Emma de Croo closing it down. So de Croo is also working her way up a bit.
This is Felix Frisier leading on the men's side. Jens really did seem to be looking back on his tire. I think he probably had a flat, and it must have sealed a little bit. Seems to have leaked a little bit of air.
Yeah, so, okay, this is lap 2. of the XTERRA World Championships. My name is Jez Cox. I have Oliver Tonda with him. We have Conrad Stoltz sat alongside us. We have Steve Andrews behind me, who's ready to tell us in a little bit about what's coming from Ruidoso when we move to America next year. We'll hear from him in a little while too. Meanwhile, though, we will concentrate on the man who's been silver medalist the last 2 years, the Frenchman, Félix Forissier. He's won the World Cup again this year. He is Mr. Consistent. The one thing he's lacked, though, is a world title to back up just how good he is. He won't want to win this through technical issues or a puncture, through Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen. And there'll be loads of you who've tuned in today because you want to see the Dane take the win. We'd like to see the Dane take the win. But on the screen right now is a man who has consistently knocked on the door of winning this world title and is in prime position to do so right now.
Félix is the most consistent rider in the entire field. He pulls up to every single race and he shows a dominant streak of form. He is not to be underestimated. I think maybe we can talk about the run course not suiting him as much. I think he likes a harder run course with more elevation meters. A run course here really suits somebody like Jens Emil or Artur Sevier.
Hey, that back tyre still looks soft to me, Ollie. Look at that back tyre. I'm not sure he's got any air into that.
I think he's probably riding on the insert.
Oh my goodness me. So let's just explain that. So you believe he's got like a foam insert in there, which kind of fills the gap and allows you to, I mean, he's bobbing all over the place. He's on a hardtail, which I'm guessing, Conrad, just thinking about that, you were talking about the full suspension. He's one of the few athletes who's opted for the hardtail here. Now he's on the hardtail. I guess he's getting a little bit of suspension from that insert at the back. But what will that be doing to him on this part of the course where he needs to be getting the power down?
It makes sense to pick a hardtail for this course because it's got so much elevation gain, and like I said earlier, that's where you can make a lot of time is in the climbing. And maybe the fact that he chose the hardtail was the reason that he maybe got in a flat through. There's one high-speed section where you come off the road and through a bunch of rocks, and he may have pinched the tire there. And like you said, if he's running on the insert, he's got a lot more rolling resistance, and he'll have a tough time cornering at a high speed. You'd think he would have tools with him to maybe plug the tire or to put some sealant in it, but I guess time will tell.
I imagine that the tire actually may have plugged itself and just retained a tiny little bit of air. But actually, could you talk to us about what that does? Because I think that's going to be the most important part right now, what that does to an athlete's mind. Because you are in the World Champs. You've grinded the entire year for this. You've sacrificed so much. You probably haven't seen your family as much as you want to. It's restless hours that you thought about it, and just to have a little tiny pinch flat potentially ruin your race, what does that do to your head?
And I think that's where we picked it up. We saw him take the wooden jump here near the finish, and on his body language, we noticed something was wrong before we saw his tire. You could see in his body language that something is not right, and we started looking at his tires and whether he'd crashed or not. So it looks like it may have gotten into his head, and I think that's where, as an athlete, it's your job to, or it's super important to try to keep a positive game in your mental game. I've broken a chain in the race before and managed to stay calm and fix it, and still won the race. So the race is not over until the finish line, and I see there's 5 Frenchmen in the top 6. I heard from a French coach a long time ago when I was racing on the road in France, and the French coach told the athlete, you don't think during the race, you think afterwards. During the race, you just execute your race as hard as you can, and you can worry and think about stuff afterwards. So stay calm, try and fix the problem, and push, because the race is far from over.
Triathlon in general is the ultimate living in the moment. The ultimate, what's that word for that? What's the word for when you are
flow?
There'd be a sense of flow. Zen. You're just dealing with every single little rock and route as you go. You add them all up, and that gives you your finishing position as well. It is the, I'll think of the word in a minute. Mindful. It's the ultimate mindful sport. It came to me eventually. Isla Headley is leading still. We haven't seen too much of her on that technical descent. She's off the natural part. She's now onto the urban part, which you've got to be careful on. It's kind of tight-knit, slatted cobbles there as well as she snakes her way down. Brilliant drone shots here once again. Our coverage of all of the XTERRA World Cups that we show you here on our YouTube channel and the World Championships are next level. Is Piper Vision, the Italian television company, and all of their crew who are out there making this happen. It is truly world-class, and I'm so delighted to be part of a broadcast that brings you these incredible pictures. So the British athlete, I'm not building that up too much, am I? Isla Headley is coming down to complete her first lap. She's now into the swoopy section. We'll see her. That's an interesting line through there. She's gone very, very wide, and she's going to be taking on the jump in just a moment on the short course track.
Exactly as you said. I believe that's a
Yeah.
male competitor
Yeah, I think you're
right behind her.
you're right.
That's not one of the other girls. We would expect to see maybe Loan de Vouzon coming a little bit closer on this descent. Although, honestly, Isla Headley's bike handling might be good enough. We see an athlete running with maybe a mechanical right in front of her.
Yeah, yeah. No, they're the stories we're not able to tell you too much today, is what's going on further down the hill. It's
That's
one
Lucas
of the Belgians.
Maas. That's
Right.
Lucas Maas, who was 12th out of the swim, out of T2. He's a really strong athlete, and that's a huge, huge, unfortunate event.
Right, indeed it is, indeed it is. There will be issues like that going on right the way down through both fields of the elite and men's and women's field. We'll tell you more about them as we get back to it. This is another of those steep drops. Once again, whenever we see the shots from the air, it doesn't give you any idea of actually the elevation they're taking in. That's quite a steep shoot down there to the track. Isla Headley is now riding literally right past us. We are sat in the black tent, which is to her left in just a moment there. So she's right behind us right now as she goes around the edge of transition, ready to start again. That's Arthur Serrier. Now, where is he? Where is he in the standings at the moment, Oliver?
I believe it depends. We don't really have an accurate split just yet, so I wonder whether or not he's dropped or been dropped by Maxime. He is going to be in between them somewhere. And yeah, Jens still, I don't think this race is over for Jens. He needs to figure out, okay, even though every single time I try to push power down and every time I push down a pedal, my bike comes up because, yeah, the power transfer. Although here we see Maxime also
He's got a
have an
puncture.
issue.
Yeah, definitely, Conrad. Yeah, rear wheel puncture for him. Right, we go back to our elite women's race at the moment, and this is Loan de Vouzon, winner of the short track race midweek, where she would look so good, particularly on the run. You can see her suspension is fully unlocked. She's rocking the full suspension bike there, and it's floating down the short track course here.
I think she's about maybe 40 seconds behind Isla, so that gap seems to remain unchanged. We will have better information for you in just a moment when they come over our timing mats.
Seems like there's carnage out there. Lots of flat tires. I think athletes are mentally rattled as well because they trained on a course that was not similar, not at all similar to what they're riding at the moment. And you need to be mentally super, super tough to cope with all these curveballs.
Right, here comes the defending champion, Solène Bilwan. Oliver, what position do we think she is in as she takes on the drop here?
This is third place. This is Solène has had an awesome descent here, kind of what we would expect, and so this race is still open. We kind of wrote her off a little bit on the first uphill, but maybe she was just pacing herself, and let's see what she does in the second lap of this bike course.
Isla Headley, the 20-year-old British athlete. I'm doing my best not to get too excited right here. We do, of course, have history of British women winning this title in the World Championships. The latest of them to be Leslie Patterson, my good friend from Scotland, who won this race on 3 occasions. She's not the only one. Julie Dibbons won it 3 years in a row as well, the British athlete. We're now looking at Annette Grabmuller, who is doing a brilliant ride here today, considering she's come into this under the weather. You can see her sniffing there as well. She's got a cold, and she's descended as we'd expect her to as well. What position is she in, Ollie?
Fourth.
Well, that's remarkable, isn't it? It really is.
Annette and Solène, in my opinion, their two strongest characteristics is their head game. And Solène especially is, in my opinion, one word that describes her perfectly is grit. Solène is the strongest athlete with her brain. She can go over these incredibly unfortunate events that happen to a lot of athletes and persevere no matter what happens. As we see Barbara Riveros in 5th place.
Yes, what a ride by her at the moment. And Conrad, we've talked a little bit about the crossover between road and off-road. Barbara Riveros is a tough operator. She's a 4-time Olympian. I believe, or you might know some more about this, Ollie, than me, but I believe she is hoping to qualify for her 5th Olympics as well. It is quite remarkable. She is 38 years of age, if I'm not mistaken, but she's obviously got what it takes to take on this kind of course, Conrad.
Yeah, we chatted yesterday and she said she wants to go for her 5th Olympic Games. It's amazing. She's such an all-round athlete, and I think what really counts in her favor here is power to weight. This course is all about power to weight, and you can see she's a tiny little girl from Chile, and very talented, lots of grit. Exciting to see her up at the top end of this race.
Right, so we're watching Solène Bilwan. She and Arthur Serrier, both French athletes, rounding in on hoping to win their 4th world titles. But they are both in, 3rd and 4th place right now, with work to do. Grabmuller is coming through in 4th right now, but look at her back as well. She is absolutely caked in mud.
That seems to have maybe even have a sit down in the mud. By
Possibly.
Yeah, looks like some of the girls maybe have crashed their bikes a little bit. Obviously, same for the men. This course is just completely unforgiving, and it's just a total mud fest.
I have to say, Ollie, I'm quite pleased with myself here, because when I arrived in Molveno on Tuesday, I said, look, have you seen the rain? It's going to be so muddy. Everyone's saying to me, I'm not saying you said this, I can't remember, everyone said, oh, it drains real quickly. It'll be fine by Saturday, it's going to drain. No. No way. This is like cyclocross. This is off-road triathlon. It's absolute hardest in conditions like this.
Exactly, and as you said, Friday, the entire day it rained. This morning, we woke up, it was raining. As here we see Alane Siffert, she seems to have struggled on the downhill. She was in a really nice position up at the top, now losing 3 minutes.
I am nervously watching that drop, and I have to say, we're going to see some quite dicey drops down that little drop jump there on the second lap, because these athletes are going to be tired. This will be really testing conditions. And Conrad, I'm assuming in all the XTERRAs that you did in Hawaii, the conditions were never like this? Tell me I'm wrong if I've missed anything.
The Hawaii races...
I'm not saying they were easy. Don't for one second
no.
think I'm suggesting they were easy.
They were split. The Hawaiian races were split between the dry side and the wet side. Now he's got two sides, dry and the wet side, and the east and the west. So all my titles are won on the dry side. That was the rocky side with lots of lava. And when we moved to the other side where the race was the last number of years in Maui, it was clay. And there was not a rock in sight, and it was too much climbing. I didn't win anything there. But 1 year it rained a lot there, and apparently it was unrideable. Like, people had wheels like donuts, and the wheels wouldn't turn, and it was a running race from the swim to the finish. So we've had mud, but this is fortunately this mud doesn't make donuts in the wheels. But I can tell you that the mud sticks to clothing, and it sticks to the bike, and it'll add at least 1 kilogram, maybe even 2 kilograms on the whole body. Everything is wet, muddy, brakes start failing, chains don't work. There's so much that can go wrong. You get mud in your eyes. You forget to drink and eat because you're not hungry, or you're so cold that you don't feel thirsty. So it really makes it for a challenging experience.
We love XTERRA. I hope lots of you watching also love XTERRA. The athletes competing love XTERRA. That's why they're here at the World Championships. But you can't deny it. When they came through at the close of that first lap, by the way, first lap of 2, most of them looked miserable. Absolutely miserable, and cold too, because that long descent, when you're soaking wet and covered in mud, you're going to freeze down there. A lot of these athletes will have been glad to get back to the start of the road climb. Here we're seeing Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, despite his still quite soft rear tyre, closing up behind Felix Farissier.
Maybe it was a crash.
But that's what I think it was. I think it was something like that, because he was right there. Yes, he's got that soft tyre, but yeah, something like, I can't see any indication of it, but he's covered in mud anyway.
He's an absolute climbing machine. You can see him flying up there. He's light, he's strong, he's powerful, he's super fit, and that's where he can really make this race happen, is going uphill.
Yeah, and crucially, Conrad, as well, problem for Isla Headley. Is this Isla Headley we're looking down on right now? She's got a problem with it. Is it a dropper post, or what's she doing there?
I believe that is Isla Headley, and her dropper post seems to be all the way down.
Oh, she's got sealant coming out. I think she's trying to put air into her rear tyre, so she's got a puncture, definitely. I can see, yeah, there's definitely CO2 bursting around the edge of the tyre.
I had about a minute gap on Loan de Vizon, which is just an incredible performance so far. Let's hope she can get this fixed as fast as possible.
Hold it together. And her hands will be freezing, because the minute you start to release the CO2 from that canister, it is literally like ice in your hand as well. This was the moment. She pulled to the side of the road. She's on the edge of the Lago di Bior going out on her second lap, but she's had to stop there. It must have been so soft that she's needed to add the CO2 to it. So that tyre will have been adding its own sealant as she's riding around, but you can see, this is a replay now, you can see the bursts of CO2 exploding around the edge of the tyre. There she goes. Does it look hard enough though, Ollie?
Yeah, it looks better.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Conrad?
A lot of the CO2, that cloud you saw, was the air that didn't go in the tires. So some of it went out.
Here's Artur Serrier. Sorry, Conrad, but here's Artur Serrier. The timing split, he was only 40 seconds behind the top guys. He was in third place, so that means he's past Maxime Chanet.
Oh my goodness me, how much is there of this coming down to the final run? Because Serrier is so deadly on that run course. He knows it inside out. It's where his strength really lies, but it's not like he's weak on the bike. Talking of the bike, here we go on that hardtail. Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen still not in contact with Felix Farissier, and I'm guessing he'll want to be ahead of Felix Farissier. Farissier knows he's coming, though. He'll want to be ahead of him for the technical sections.
Felix is doing a really smart thing. Here you have kind of a switchback, and you can see a little bit further down onto exactly this section that we see right here as we see Sullivan Middaugh coming back around 2 minutes back on the front, guys, still riding a really strong race in 4th place. So Felix is just making sure he knows where everybody is. That is a sign of an athlete that is in control. He understands, he has enough energy to think, okay, where are my competitors? How do I win this race? What is happening around me? If you are on the limit, you just follow the wheel in front of you.
This is Porter Middaugh, if I'm not mistaken. I'm getting better at spotting the different... No? Is it Sullivan Middaugh? I've got Steve Andrews behind me. He knows them. He knows the family personally. So that's Sullivan Middaugh. I've been corrected. Thank you, Steve.
So this is where the race is really going to be made. It's the second lap. Everyone can ride the first lap hard, but the real athletes with endurance, with training, with real preparation, they're going to do the second lap. That's where the gaps are made. That's where time is made. That's where people who didn't train enough, who don't have experience, get tired.
I have insight. I hope it's not a red herring that I've been fed, but Jens Emil does plan to attack on the second lap at those route sections. That is where he wants to make his move. Now, we'll see. Sadly, on the first lap, nobody was able to ride that section because it's so incredibly difficult. That might throw a spanner in the works for him, but yeah, this is his race plan. Obviously, he wouldn't have been planning to be about 40 seconds behind Felix at some point, but let's see how it plays out.
It makes sense because they had no idea what the course looked like this morning with all the rain we had overnight, but now he's seen the course and he's probably in his head decided, okay, this section I'm going to ride, that section I'm going to run. This is where I can make my move, and he's obviously physically looks good, so he's going to use his energy to try and get away.
But he keeps looking round. Felix keeps looking round. He knows Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen's coming. I'm sure both of these would gladly lead into the... well, actually, here comes Ben Forbes. I wondered when Ben Forbes would start coming through. The Australian here is still in his yellow and green. You can just about see it. He opted for an extra underlayer under there, the Aussie, and that doesn't surprise me, Ollie.
I think that's super smart. Ben was talking to me before this. You know, you want some options, but yeah, staying a little bit warm on this course can make the difference. This is Porter Middaugh, as you identified before. But Ben, this is exactly the type of course that suits him. So technical. He has this incredibly interesting perspective when looking at some of these race courses. He manages these tiny segments into what he calls micro segments, and he looks at where can I make up half a second within this micro segment. How can I ride it faster than somebody else? As we see Jules Dumas a little bit further back than maybe we would expect.
Yeah, he's just outside the top 10 somewhere, isn't he? Right, I'm going to say this now because we're watching this, the second lap of this 30-kilometre bike course. I think the run today could be even more testing and interesting, in fact it will be, than we've seen before. Twofold, as we see the hookup now between Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen. Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, the Dane, now taking over the lead, but only just. Twofold, because they're going to be even more tired. The rain, the cold weather, the wet, the mud takes a toll on your body, on your muscles in a way that you just don't get when it's dry. That is going to load on that run. But crucially as well, the run itself is technical. Once they get into the forest, the up and down, it'll be even muddier than it's ever been before. And I think we could see that 10K run with being very, very interesting to watch indeed. Conrad, you've been on a lot of these XTERRA runs as well. It has, throughout the long history now, 29 years of the history of this sport, the runs are always pride on being very technical and quite natural as well, with logs to climb over, fallen trees, rocks, and there's not very much that's helpful in there as well. I think you've probably run on some even harder to run courses than we've got here, and this is tough.
Yeah, for the viewers who've never done an XTERRA before, that 10K run looks very deceptible. I mean, on the road, if you're a good athlete, you can run low 30 minutes for 10Ks off the bike. But when you come to XTERRA, if you run below 40 minutes, that's really, really fast. It's very demanding. There's no flow. Your legs are much more tired after this bike ride than any bike ride you'll do on the road. It just absolutely drenches your energies. So running is really tough. Courses, going up ski slopes, I remember walking hands on the knees because you literally cannot run. You just power walk. With Steve Larson was chasing me down, going up steep ski slopes in ski slopes in somewhere in the States it was, and yeah, XTERRA always tries to do something crazy.
You're just seeing a bit of insight coming in on the screen there, and that was this week. Sandra Meyerhofer, herself a former European champion in XTERRA, a wonderful XTERRA athlete who's been not racing XTERRA this season, but has been here in Molveno, coaching the athlete you're watching right now, Loane Duvoisan, specifically spotted in the bike park, coaching her, working through some of the technical stuff as well. So, Oliver, we will look for some of those improvements as well.
We were just being given information that Loane was leading the women's race. I wonder whether or not that was due to Isla's unfortunate mechanical. We haven't seen confirmation of that necessarily visually, so let's hold off on that. But exactly as you said, Konrad, a defining feature, in my opinion, at least in the modern era of XTERRA racing, of a good runner is somebody who is incredibly strong on the bike. Because if you come off of a good bike gassed, you cannot run well. That's why the best runners are somebody like Arthur Serrier, Jens Emil, and Felix, because they are the strongest mountain bikers in the field. Because they can save a tiny little bit. Doing this hard of an effort doesn't gas them, as opposed if you're a pure runner, there's always, in Czech we say, an exception that proves the rule, right? And so there's one athlete who kind of is that exception, that's Anna Zender. Anna Zender maybe not the best in terms of mountain bike skills. She's currently, I think, sitting in 11th place. And just to illustrate how hard this race is, she's 10.5 minutes back on the front field in the women's. We expect that to be made up quite a bit, but she's one of the fastest runners in the field. But she's, in my opinion, the only person who's able to do that, as we see Scotty Anderson doing some cool jumps.
Exactly, that was the story of my life. Is I could run hard, I could run decent off a bike, whether it's easy or hard. I wasn't fast, but then some of the runners that are super fast, once the bike gets a little bit hard, they can't do that fast run. And I think that's the key with XTERRA. You have to be strong all around.
Loane Duvoisan, the Swiss athlete there, who won the short track World Cup finale midweek, is, we believe, now leading. We need to turn around, though. Where is Isla Headley? And what on earth has happened to her? We saw the CO2 exploding around the edge of her tyre. If what Conrad has said is true, which I believe is right, she's therefore losing a lot of that air she'd have wanted to go into the back tyre.
That was Solène Bellouin just behind her.
Oh my goodness me!
So
right,
I wonder if Isla is still ahead of Loane or if she has now drifted back into third place. But either way, she has ridden an incredibly strong race, as we see Solène Bellouin come past the static camera.
Solène Bellouin aiming to get on terms with the record of Flora Duffy, the athlete who won 4 editions of this World Championship between 2014 and 2017. Flora Duffy, of course, had won 5 anyway, but she was the only one to have won 4 in total. Is Loane Duvoisan in the lead? We just need to check on the whereabouts of the British athlete Isla Headley, who was riding away with this race until she had that puncture. There's still a lot of riding to come. I wouldn't wish punctures on anyone, but there's a good chance that in both these elite fields there will be more punctures on this second lap. And I have to say, I think those punctures are coming in that open section that naughty old Lico Lebrun has put together. It's after this. Here she is. Now, where is she? So she must be in, what, third, Oliver?
Yeah, I believe this is third place. So it looks like Isla has just struggled a little bit on some of that uphill section.
You can see the back tyre. It's bobbing away, isn't it? There's just not... There is enough pressure in there to get a bit of extra grip, but she's going to be bobbing all over the place on a climb where she should be on rails and absolutely shredding up there too, like this woman is doing right now, Loane Duvoisan. What a way to come back to the sport at the end of the season in peak condition. And she's flying this week as well, isn't she? Now, where's Grabmuller in the race at the moment? 4th?
Grabmuller seems to be sitting in 4th position. She's having a really strong bike ride. Now, both Aneta and Isla have to be worried about behind them is Barbara Riveros. Barbara Riveros has one of the strongest runs in XTERRA, and I fear that she may be able to just have a little bit more fatigue resistance, as we talked about, Konrad, to just run these 2 girls down when they come down into the descent, or down into T2. However, there's one big question mark before that, and that's the descent, where I think that Solène can make up a little bit of time on Loane, and maybe Barbara might lose some.
Oh, there goes Barbara Riveros with Emma De Croo with Riveros out of the saddle. Look at the difference in build between those two. Barbara Riveros, I'm fairly safe in saying, the smallest, the most compact, and probably therefore lightest of the athletes in there. She will be enjoying the long draggy climb because the power to weight ratio comes into play. Conrad, while I still have you here and we watch this, we're already starting to think about who is going to be the world champion this year. We're talking a lot about, in your context, multiple wins, having won 4. Flora Duffy having won 5 and 4 in a row as well. In amongst all those names, though, of all the winners we've had going back 29 years, and maybe even athletes who haven't won an XTERRA World title, what I want to ask you is, other than yourself, of course, who do you rate amongst the men that you race with as being the greatest or the best, possibly who didn't ever win a world title or didn't win multiple world titles? Who's the athlete that you've looked at and thought, oh my goodness me, you are the complete all-rounder, other than your good self, of course?
That's easy. Dan Hugo from South Africa. Now we call him Dan Duffy. He's married to Flora Duffy, but yeah, we raced many years head-to-head. It was very fierce, very competitive. We have many battles. We had the same strengths, we were more or less the same size, the same weight. We rode the same bikes, and the best he ever did was second in Maui at World Championships, but I think he deserved a win.
Well, there you go. I'm glad I asked that question. Well, here we are again on that road climb to the woodcutter's cottage. Jens Emil Sloth Nielsen. Again, Felix Farissier looking around. What's his game here? Why does he keep looking around, Oliver?
I think he just wants to, I think he has enough energy. I think he's not suffering, and so he wants to know, where is Jens? How does Jens look? Where is Artur? You know, this is a really long section where you can see quite far behind you. So even this gap doesn't look particularly big. That's like 3 or 4 seconds. That's quite a big gap if you put it on descent. Now, looking behind these athletes, we do not actually see Artur Serrier, who at the last timing split was, we believe, 36 seconds behind them. So right now, it seems to be a race between the two of them. However, Artur, we can never discount his run. We know how strong of an athlete he is.
No, indeed. Well, one of the things that Jens Emil Sloth Nielsen, two of the things he's worked on are his swim and run. To be honest, his bike is probably exactly where it's always been as well. But his run this season, I think, has looked deadly. And possibly with the impetus of that world title here, I could see him outrunning Felix Farissier here today.
Yeah, in my opinion, Jens showed flashes of the run. I remember in Czech last year, this was a bit of analytical work I did for him. He was actually faster than Serrier, who was broadly considered to be by far the best runner in XTERRA, and he showed a flash of brilliance. I know then he did a block really just focused on the run, and in my opinion, this season he has really stepped up his game in total, not just on the bike, because I remember last year everybody talked about Jens as the Uber biker. That wasn't necessarily the case. He was on par with Artur and with Felix. This year, in my opinion, he is a step ahead of them.
There's the insight on those using hard tails here. Artur Serrier, Artur Farissier and Jens Emil Sloth Nielsen opting to go with a lightweight setup, as you can see. For Felix Farissier, though, at the front, using the full suspension bike, and we saw it being pumped into its full travel on the drop on the short course track. Exactly the same as we had one lap ago. It was pretty much this place as well, if I'm not mistaken. Jens Emil Sloth Nielsen catching Felix Farissier. It's like a replay of the last lap. I noticed there, Felix Farissier was looking down the valley as well to see who was coming beneath them, because the trail snakes along the edge here, they are corkscrewing round the edge of the mountain here before going into the next technical section, and he was deliberately looking down the hill to see who was coming.
This was where Felix tried to get in front of Jens to kind of block him. Now Jens is making that move back up to try to move into first place so that he, coming into this technical section, is able to choose his own lines. As if somebody is in front of you and does take the same line as you but doesn't take it as well, they can always make you slow, and maybe you have to get off and walk, as do they. It's a big advantage for if you're maybe not as skilled technically to be in front.
Exactly, and I think that comes back to the choice of the bike. The hardtail climbs faster, so whoever gets to the single track first decides the race. So you can have a fast dual suspension bike with big knobbly tires and so on, but if you can't get around the guy in front of you, you're stuck.
Conrad, we talked about tyres earlier. What would you have gone for on a day like this? Because, Ollie, am I right in saying Jens Emil Sloth Nielsen has opted for the mud tyre at the back and the smoother tread at the front? Some of the others have gone the other way round. What would you go for?
I would go with something mud front and rear. You need the traction for the climbing. You need the mud to shed. I don't think the rolling resistance is such a big issue because it's low speed pretty much, and I would go for a large volume. seeing that the mud doesn't really stick to the tire. A large volume, you can run a really low pressure, so on the roots it will have more grip. And if Oliver is right, this is where Jens Emil planned to make his move.
Oh, we've cut away at just the wrong time there, because they're coming into, I think, the worst of the technical features. It's probably because we're using our static camera here to pick up Loan Duvoisan, who is leading this race, the Swiss woman. Now, I must admit, I didn't quite see this coming. Oliver, you said how ripped she looks this week, how fit she is, and how she's come to this in peak condition. We can see she's wrapped up well warm for the bike course, but she is leading conclusively at the moment. But where is Isla Headley?
Isla Headley just had that flat, and apparently I've just gotten insight from the course. She is now, as we saw before, in third place. That's all because of that flat. It's a really unfortunate thing. But going back to being wrapped up, that's actually a really good point that you make there, Jess. Loan is really lean. She has a really low fat percentage. And so actually warming back up is a really big question for her that she has to contend with. As we see probably the leading men back here, although yeah, maybe our camera bike's a bit too fast.
This is a great shot. This is actually, do you know what? I love this shot because it's giving us an insight into what it's really like there in that forest. It has got so much worse compared to when I ran it on, Wednesday morning. It was nowhere near as bad as that. Here comes the three-time world champion. She wants that fourth title, Solène Bilwan. But at the moment, she is chasing Loan Duvoisan, and she knows from the short track race on Wednesday just how well Duvoisan is going.
Solène is putting in a big performance here. I think that she will be a little bit further behind than what she would have hoped for. She would have hoped to bring in a gap on Loan for the run, because Loan, yeah, we expect her to be maybe a little bit faster on the run. Obviously, anything can change in such a difficult and cold course today. Any mechanicals, as we've seen with Isla Headley and with Jens Emil, can really upset the course.
You could look at Jens Emil, behind his seat he has a tool bag, so in there he had CO2 and a plug and maybe a tube, so he came prepared for everything.
And here we see that attack that he was talking about. Now he has a tiny gap on Felix.
And Conrad, what about Felix Farissier using the hydration bladder in the backpack as well? They've seen a couple of athletes doing that here. What's your take on it?
Personally, I wouldn't do it. It's typically, this is not a hot race, but typically in a race that's not even hot, it really heats up your body, and it's a very high center of gravity. But it makes sense that you don't have to let go of the handlebars to drink, and you're not going to lose your bottle. So personally, I wouldn't do it. Mud sticks to it and so on, but he obviously has done it for a reason. I'm sure he's prepared and done his research.
The two French women there, surrounded by a Czech athlete and Annette Grabmuller. There she is back there. We're looking at Barbara Riveros here. She has Emma de Croo right behind her. De Croo's still wearing the glasses. She's one of the few athletes still wearing her glasses. And what a ride being done by Annette Grabmuller here.
Really strong. Unfortunately, we're not seeing Isla Headley in the top 5 right now
not
anymore. That mechanicals must have been much worse than what we actually anticipated. Isla has had an incredible first beginning of this race, and now it seems to be going back over to maybe who we expected to be at the front. Somebody we're also missing is Alanis Siffert, who we talked about at the first lap. She was leading the course. Was that an overcommitment, or does she just struggle on the technical stuff?
Now listen, while we're watching these two, I've got another thought in my mind. We're playing around with the thought that these two are watching each other and wondering about it. I think I've got a very good idea what skin suit Felix Farissier was looking for down there, and it's a red one. Because both of them are thinking, right, we are now partners in crime. We need to stay away from Arthur Serrier. It's not just about a battle between these two. If these two start messing around and playing cat and mouse and trying to beat each other, Serrier will just be working his way steadily through. They know that a fit Arthur Serrier, as we know he is this week, will outrun both of these on that final run, and they've got to work together to stay ahead of him and get as big a gap as possible now on the long descent.
It's like the dynamic has been completely switched. It has, historically, we have always seen Arthur Serrier and Felix Farissier work together to try to keep Jens behind. Now Jens is up front and Arthur has been dropped. This is something that we are not really used to seeing in XTERRA racing. And I think it will, yeah, it's really hard to say what result we're going to get based on this dynamic.
Okay. Conrad, we're going to hand over your mic in just a moment to Steve Andrews, who's here to tell us a little bit more about Ruidoso while we're preparing ourselves for the final run. So we've kind of prepped ourselves for what's to come next year. Conrad, for now, thank you very much for your time in our commentary box here.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm going to ask you one question.
Yeah.
Who's going to win?
Arthur.
And on the women's?
I think.
Sorry, Arthur Seria?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It seems typically he saves a bit for the run. He doesn't let it all out there on the bike, and I think on the run in the past he's just done some phenomenal performances. And then the woman, Luan, I think she looks solid. She looks relaxed. She's within herself. She's done it many times.
Well, there you go, folks. You've heard it from the greatest male XTERRA athlete of all time, Conrad Stork, sat alongside me. Thank you very much, mate. It's been our honour to have you with us in here. And do jump back on as well in a little bit if you want to. Enjoy your day.
Sure. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you. In a moment, I'll bring in Steve Andrews so we can have a little bit of a chat about what is upcoming next year. Don't worry, we won't get too far ahead of ourselves because we're into a really, really tricky climb here. And this is Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen trying to turn it on again. There's what Conrad was talking about there, which was the use of that hardtail. And as he's popping his way over those roots, he'll be just able to kick in that back wheel. No suspension clicking its way through there. Our camera bike operator. Oh, look at that. There is that fantastic lake. This is the Pradel Lake right at I'm so glad we've now got the drone up there. This is one of my favourite places in the Dolomites. It's a stunningly beautiful bluey-green lake, white slate and stone going underneath it. They take in a loop all the way around it. I ran round there at about 7:15 on Wednesday morning, and it was in thick cloud. You couldn't see the lake. I actually promised my kids I would ring them and show them the lake. I got up there, I said, trust me, the lake is here. It looks amazing. You just can't see it because you're in the middle of a whacking great cloud. They're at about 1,600 metres of elevation here, high up in the Dolomites, and they are just about to go into the most fun bit. Here comes the wall ride. Check it out. Let's see how high they go around here. I'm so glad we've got the drone up for this. There they go. This is the top of the Paginella bike course, which people come from all over the world to come and ride here in the Dolomites and take in these trails. We're only allowing the XTERRA athletes to have a little bit of fun, and they think they will have fun there, those two, because this is the jumpy, swoopy bit with the tight berms, man-made trails, but it's the only part of the course that is like this.
I really hope we get to follow along on this descent because I have a feeling it's going to be some cracking footage. But as you mentioned, that shot is also one of my favorites. We have it every year here in the XTERRA World Championships. However, that part of the course is not only important for its beauty, it is important because these athletes get to have a look around and see where everybody else is sitting. Here we see Loan de Vouzon still riding herself over these routes. This is a really difficult section where maybe we could potentially see Solène Billon come back to her.
That she is doing. This is the most difficult climb. How on earth she's managing to keep it going over there is amazing. Right, here goes Arthur Seria. Is it? Who have we got here? Sorry, coming round there. Yes, it is. It's Arthur Seria, the three-time world champion. He's done the wall ride low, keeping everything sensible. Just as Conrad was saying, he holds a little bit back. Not taking risks, definitely not. We won't see him crossing up and taking big air, will we? He'll just want to get down, get his trainers on and start that trail run. Here comes one of the drops. Loan de Vouzon riding this. I ran down this mostly on my bottom midweek. This is quite some ride by her. She has got everything dialed, Ollie.
I would like to say that I rode down this on my bike, but I also ran down this.
I did not. Softy, what's wrong with you, man?
I did
right,
not.
Get out of the commentary.
I did not have a good time riding down this. I was unclipped, trying to, baby my way down this descent. But it's, yeah, exactly. These athletes make it look so easy. If any of you sitting at home were here, look at some of these shots.
Here we go. This is going to be good. We are, no clue who we're following down here at all,
Felix.
by the way. It is Felix. Yeah, it's Felix Parissier. Oh, even he crosses and gets a little bit of air in there. Our camera motorbike, not motorbike,
That's a
e-bike.
drone.
Oh, was it the drone?
That was a drone. That's the only way you can follow these guys. They're so fast.
Oh, my goodness me. I was going to say they're getting close. Right, this is Max Chanet. He's up at the top of the lake as well.
Fourth place, 2.5 minutes down.
Not again. He was fourth in both the short track and the full distance last year here.
But listen, he's animated the race. He pulled at the beginning. He was making decisive moves. And just to mention, the gap to Serrier at this point is 1 minute.
I tell you what, you will not see a more exciting triathlon anywhere in the world this year. I'm not paid to say that. I'm telling you the truth. And the way we're bringing it to you with the brilliant coverage here from Molveno, we've had 4 years now of perfecting the art of how to capture what's going on in these trails up in the Dolomites. And boy, have our team at Piper Vision got it absolutely spot on today. Look at this.
This is just completely stunning. Here he pops it. Yeah. Just beautiful. This is exactly what XTERRA is. It's high performance racing while also having a little bit of fun.
Right, I mentioned it. Sat alongside me here, I have Steve Andrews, who is in charge of XTERRA right the way across the Americas. Steve, first of all, let me just say this to you. You've got something to live up to here, boy. I think you're sitting there nervously thinking, oh my goodness me, we've got to live up to this.
I am not necessarily nervous. I'm excited to move forward. You know, and I will say that, yes, Ruidoso is not Molveno on these trails, but where we're coming back into the USA for the 30th year, celebrating a history, heritage, culture, we're bringing XTERRA to Ruidoso. And again, they'll have their own experience. To say to live up to what we're seeing today, who knows, but this is absolutely amazing. So right now, let's live in the moment.
Oh, absolutely. And I said that in a jokey way.
I know you did. I'm not getting defensive by any means. I don't want to puff up. All right, Jazz,
I know what you Americans
buddy.
are like. Someone get him out of here.
Yeah.
No, but Steve,
Yes,
what a wonderful moment to be sat here, though, with Conrad Stork sitting there as well, who's seen all that opening era right the way through the long history of XTERRA, to be here in Europe and to be then inviting you to come and sit with us because you are responsible for taking it back to America now. Completely different location in New Mexico. And I have one question for you now. Will it be as muddy as this, Steve?
I would hope it would not be. I can't say with certainty, but what I will say is that the course, the experience, will be world class.
Well, you were on the ground at Oak Mountain, I presume, of course, this summer, and I have to say the conditions weren't far off this. So.
They were not. You know, the trail systems there, you know, are created well, they drain well, but yeah, the mud was there.
Okay, so now let's focus on Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, who is having problems on this descent, isn't he, Oliver?
Yeah, he's having a bit of problems. I do not remember whether or not he actually led into the descent or if he's in front of Felix, but there seems to be daylight in front of him and behind him, given that the bike was actually able to stop. I wonder, this is one of the places in the entire course where he's going to struggle a little bit because of the choice of bike. Just due to its nature, a hard track is just a hardtail bike is just never going to be able to reach the same speeds as a full suspension like somebody like Maxime here is rocking.
Yeah, he is. Maxime Chanet, absolutely flying. I have been so impressed with Laurent Duvoisin there, hand down on the ground. This is one of those technical features as well. Look at that. The rocks in the middle, natural rocks from the edge of the mountain here in the Dolomites. The roots that have been ripped back by people out enjoying the trails all summer, all autumn, and now here we are in some of the worst conditions as well. Laurent Duvoisin is probably going to have to run to the top of that next section. We now start the natural descent down back into Molveno, and it is all downhill now for Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen. This is really technical and tough down here. This isn't our drone, I don't think. I think this is our e-biker possibly following him. I ran this section midweek, and I tell you, I was all over the place in my trail shoes. That's probably the worst of it. He is not far from exiting the bottom here. He goes back onto the road for a little bit, and then he's got a really narrow, quite rocky descent to spill him out into the streets of Molveno. It will not be long before Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen is down here and ready to start his run, which he has improved this year.
Here we have Sullivan Midda. I am just looking desperately, trying to see if anybody is ahead of Jens Emil. He seems to be struggling a little bit, although he is looking behind him. So maybe, yeah, he's just indicating his back wheel. He must have had a pinch flat. So in that case, we would expect Felix to come in first. And there he is. He is leading the race.
Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself there. Thank you, Ollie, for correcting it. So the silver medalist from the last 2 years, stretching out a little bit there, I think, just stretching out his back. He is getting himself ready for the run. He's onto the streets of Molveno right now. And dare I say it, I haven't said this yet, it stopped raining. And I think I saw some brightness in the sky that was burning in a kind of central orb. I'm not sure what that is, but it was there.
I've managed to take off one of my 5 layers, so I also am feeling fantastic.
I'm still wrapped up like I'm mummified over here. Anyway, we're looking further up the descent now.
I think we have to make the point, and I think this is important. Somebody should make the point to Jens. Jens needs to understand, okay, I've had a bad race. I haven't done what I wanted to do. I haven't made the difference on the bike. I've had unfortunate events happen. I've had a pinch flat, but I am near the front. I'm maybe 30 seconds down. Anything can happen. This race is completely open, and I need to focus in on this run and leave everything behind me. That's something that can be really defining within a race, exactly as to that headspace that the athlete is in.
Oh my goodness me, we're so close to starting the run. Felix Farissier on his way to transition very, very quickly, and it is tough. This bit down through the town is underrated. There's me bigging up the roots and what have you, whether it's wet or dry or anything. This urban downhill is really tough.
And let me tell you something, I would not want to be riding it on a flat rear tire.
Well, not at least when it's wet as well. That's on kind of clinky, flat cobbles there that are shiny. The joins between the central reservation there as well, really causing problems. And Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen won't be holding down.
Now, this must be about a 30-second gap that he's registering to Felix, so both of the descents he has lost time, which is just not something that we would see Jens usually do. I don't think it's just down to the choice of bike. It must be a rear puncture, although here he seems to be holding it up pretty well so far.
Yeah, but he's not holding back, is he? We've just seen him kick the back wheel out twice there. He's locked up a little bit of natural slide, all the kind of stuff that Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen will be very, very comfortable with. This is Felix Furicy, though, who's going to get that. He's going to get that rush of adrenaline as he comes into transition, not least when he runs out of transition. This run course is now running the opposite way round to the first time it was used. It used to be along the beach, then through the technical features in the forest, and then the run back along the long, straight, flat trail road. Instead, though, now they've got a trail road in which to get into their rhythm, and the technical stuff comes later. But I ran last night for the first time ever the bit that goes over the waterfall, and I was really surprised how tough that is. That is a hard climb on the run.
This run is really kind of, again, in two halves. You have a really, really fast part, and you have a really technical part, where we saw last year Artur Siriet make the difference. I would say it's hard to split the guys on this, so really anything can happen in this race.
Watch the drop jump here, because we saw some very, very tired bodies coming over it. Thankfully now, Felix Furicy will not take any risks. We all love a bit of jeopardy in a race. We love to see changes and stuff happen, but no one wishes any bad luck on any of these athletes, and specifically not now. We want them all to get down the mountain, into transition, and for it to come down to the run. We don't want any problems.
Jens this is probably a 15-second gap that he's registering at the moment towards Felix. This is anything but over. His coach is going to be there. He needs to communicate that information, let him know this race is open. Now you need to focus on this run.
Do you think, what's he giving away facially there? Because today, the puffing out of the cheeks, I think he was indicating that he's not feeling great.
Jens has a very peculiar style of racing. He pulls a lot of faces. He runs kind of like a T-Rex with his hands,
doesn't he?
With his hands lifted above.
It's a velociraptor.
It's really fast. I mean, he has a 64-minute half marathon. I'm the last person who should criticize it, but he just pulls some faces and pulls some arms.
For those of you who maybe don't follow Oliver Tonda on socials, you should. He did some great interviews with these guys last night and got really teased out some quite nice tidbits, I should say, of information from them. But your interview with Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen was fascinating. He's a really interesting guy, and he was also notably. Am I allowed to reveal this?
Yes, you are. I haven't put it out, but you are allowed to reveal this.
The thing that's interesting to reveal was that he was one of the few people you interviewed that when you asked him who was going to win, he straight said me.
Yeah.
Not me, just to be clear, not me, because I'm not racing. But of course, if I was, he'd have said that.
Here we have Artur Siriet. I think he'll probably be about another... Ooh, counting back, in my opinion, that's a minute and a half.
Ooh, can he do it? Can he do that on the run?
That's a big gap. But yeah, I talked to all of the top 5 athletes. All of them, there was a difference in the demeanor that they said it. All of them said, I think I'm going to win. But surprisingly, Jens Emil said he was most worried about Artur, and Artur said he was most worried about Jens Emil. I asked him, you have to say one name, otherwise you are not allowed to, participate in the video. I put strict rules, as here we see this T2, again, going to be crucial. Jens needs to not mess up this.
Backpack off for Felix Furicy, helmet off last, which is of course what he has to do. He needs to keep his transition area tidy. Everything he's used on the bike has to go back in that box. If it doesn't, he will likely get a 30-second penalty. That's the same for every athlete. And the judges, the FITRI jury are in there watching this very carefully. There is a penalty box on the run. We don't want to see anyone in there, Ollie, do we?
Exactly, and we just saw there are no socks for Felix, so even though he opted for the hydration bladder, he's not wearing socks. Just kind of imagine those. Look at Jens Emil's, feet. They're completely muddy, and Jens really needs to speed up this transition. This is one of his biggest weaknesses. This is a place where he consistently loses time to the other athletes. He's wearing the Hoka Tecton X2s, I believe, for any of you guys interested in there. Come on, Jens, get that foot on.
The hands will be freezing cold at this stage. He's had a long descent down there. Yes, he's gripping the bars, but that just squeezes the blood out of the hand as well, so might not be able to feel absolutely everything in there either.
And not just the fingers, but the toes as well. Those are really important. You kind of feel the way the shoe molds around your foot, and it can be really difficult if you can't feel your toes.
Okay, while we watch Felix Farissier running out, he is now running into the smooth, fast bit of the run. We're nowhere near the technical stuff yet. While we're watching this as well, Steve Andrews, while I've got you alongside me, tell us what kind of trails these very athletes have to look forward to in Ruidoso next year.
They're going to be actually high mountain trails, obviously, in the mountains near Ruidoso. They are winding. They are actually, there's a lot of steep climbs, loose rock in some places, fairly similar to what we have here, but there's a lot of diverse terrain where there's ups, downs, not just gradual climbs like we have here. There's a lot of descending and climbs, so it's going to challenge everybody's ability to not just get into cadence, but when you're biking, running, you know, and take them out of that. So it's consistency, it's learning, understanding the trails before we get there, and then pre-riding to make sure that they're understanding what they're facing.
I've just seen Arthur Serrier, three-time world champion, pull on his Ultra run shoes. They are zero-drop shoes, those. I've run in them for a long, long time. Quite unusual. Just to explain what that means by people, they're not built up at the back. They are flat, but cushioned. I'm not attached to Ultra anymore, but they I have run in them.
Ultra are some of the most comfortable shoes, actually. Okay, again, I'm not sponsored, but I find the shoes really to be very comfortable. I know that our tour has been working with Ultra, and I believe that he debuted one of their prototype shoes here a couple years ago, which was their first carbon plate shoe. I'm sure he'll be rocking that again, except the only difference being that it's, I don't know if it's, I think it may be publicly available now, the shoe for commercial, you know, purchase. But I believe that it actually had some spikes on the bottom of it, or some lugs at least, and it wasn't just a pure trail shoe, a pure road shoe like what you'd see elsewhere.
Yeah, they are a real trail running specialist. I'll disclose, I did used to be sponsored by Ultra, and but I will tell you, there was a good reason for it, because I have big, wide, flat slabs of feet, and I needed to find a shoe that was wide enough that allowed my toes to splay, and they definitely did that. Mr. Fourth place. What place is he in right now?
Fourth place.
That'll be fourth then. Come on, Max Shanny, we can't have this 2 years in a row. Fourth in the short track last year. He was fifth in the short track this year. I thought by that he'd broken his duck, but gone the wrong way. And here he is in fourth again, the Frenchman.
Max is one of my favorite athletes. He's just so consistent. He doesn't have a weakness. He's good on the swim. He's good on the bike. He's good on the run. And in my opinion, he's first, but the first of the humans. I don't think Jens Emil, Arthur Serrier, and Felix Farissier qualify as the humans. They are the uber athletes. And, you know, Maxime is just so strong, but just unfortunately he misses that little tiny percentage point to make him this, you know, world beater.
Now we get to talking of world beaters, talking of non-humans. Let's see the first of the non-humans. Felix Farissier striding out. My goodness me, he looks good. I think he looks really good.
Look, he looks really strong. Let's not draw too many conclusions. Kind of opening up out of transition can be really tricky. So just getting that turnover is really important. Opening up those hips as well. It's a completely different movement to what you see on the bike. Somebody like Solène Birouane, in my opinion, sometimes has to work herself into some of these races. So let's see if any of the other guys struggle.
Felix has got our camera bike alongside him here.
Here we go.
Anyone who hasn't, though, who's on this trail, it's a very lonely place. It's quiet up there. It's away from all the hustle and bustle of the town. It's non-technical. Going through their heads right now will be a little bit of a flashback of what's happened during the race, where they are, thinking about pacing, get on top of your breathing, get into the rhythm. They'll be feeling if there's any signs of any cramp coming on. Once they've gone over the waterfall, they have two very steep downhills. If you've got any indication of cramping going on in your quads, that's where it will come on.
Sullivan made it on fifth place. This is an unbelievable performance.
Sullivan. Come on, Sullivan.
Steve, I saw you at the finish line when Sullivan Midar won the short track last year. I'm sure it was the same this year. You are completely impartial, of course, but an American athlete, a youngster whose family you know well, he's come on another level again this year, hasn't he?
He's come on another level, and it's a beautiful thing about Sullivan. He's a good role model to the upcoming youth in the U.S. and in North America, and people are looking up to him and, you know, following in his father's footsteps. And so, yes, very happy.
Well, he's no longer following in his father's footsteps.
Oh, no, he's
this
leading.
time last year, he was following in his father's footsteps because his dad, Josiah, who's only 1 year younger than me, finished, what, fifth? And Porter and Sullivan were further down. But this time round, Sully Midar, at the age of, what is he now, nearly 21?
21.
Yeah, just come on again, that next level.
Oh, he's there and leading the family, as per se.
Oh my goodness me, look at
this.
these faces. They've come out of what is like an absolute mud bath out there, Ollie.
That's Nicolas Duret. He's a really strong biker and runner, and alongside Kieran McPherson. Kieran is also one of the fastest runners. I would like to point Vivier's attention. We just saw Felix Frisier go up into the technical uphill section. Felix, in my opinion, there is a difference between Jens and Felix. Jens likes a faster course where you have more turnover. Felix likes a harder course where you have to go up. So in the lower speeds, that's where he's better. We saw a fantastic battle between the two of them in the Czech Republic. Felix was dominating Jens on the uphills, while Jens had this faster turnover speed on the downhills and on the flat sections where he would go and itch back ahead of Felix. Felix ended up winning that race, but it was an awesome battle for the two of them.
We might not see them for a while because the trail that Felix Frisier has just gone up into, there is only space for, in fact, in places, dare I say it, there's only actually place for you to step 1 foot in front of the other, really. It's a real gully, the climb over the top of the waterfall. The view down from it is stunning. They won't be looking at any of that right now. We are watching the 3-time world champion, the defending champion here, Arthur Serrier. We'd expect him to have the fastest run split of those three. He's now going into that technical gully climb as well. This is really hard. When I ran that last night, I tried to run it about 3/4 of the way up. I thought, no, I'm just going to start walking here because it was way too hard. And I was down to having hands on the knees too.
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult and really steep section. Similar, I wouldn't say maybe a little bit steeper than here what we see Loan de Vizon riding as she comes off the bike again.
Another one of these uphill sections as well for the Swiss athlete Loan de Vizon. And look, she is walking. This is getting grippy hard in here right now for the leader in this race.
You know, I think that these sorts of small mistakes just accumulate. You know, they play on your mental. You know, even though you're leading the race, you're worried. Oh, Jens Roth with a small slip up there.
Yeah, it's going to happen. He won't be the only one doing that today. He's got kind of lightly lugged trail shoes on there, but it should be enough to give grip.
And it looks like it's starting to rain again, Jess. Just in that picture where we saw Jens Roth, maybe it was just shaking some water off of him, but I think it was raining a little bit.
Look at this. Loan de Vizon is having to walk the whole of this. There's no weakening here. It's just the toll of what happens in XTERRA. This is the second lap of this 30K bike course. Now she starts to run again, just a little bit. If anyone's wondering what the difference is between running and walking, at some point in your foot stride, you are entirely off the ground when you're running. Well, everyone knows that, you know, Steve. I'm full of all sorts of rubbish.
You know what? I am amazed. Your rubbish is amazing. Thank you for sharing, both of you guys.
Right, that's me. I'm not in America next year, then. So we've ascertained that the weather shouldn't be as bad next year on those trails. What about the lake they're swimming in as well? Because we had what was the temperature in the lake here today? 17 degrees, 10 degrees of air temperature. Any chance of a duathlon?
No, not the water temps. We have a 10-year history that they pulled. These Ruidoso pull. We asked for the numbers. They go back, get the records from us. Average air temperature is typically 22 degrees. Water temp, I'll say it in Fahrenheit, it's around 67 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And so the water will be it will be perfect for racing.
Very nice indeed. I hope.
But I don't want to guarantee anything, but that's historically. I don't want to say, hey, Steve, you said on air.
Well, I mean, you did say on air.
I did say air.
I don't remember anything, by the way, Steve. You're lucky I remember your name. But Oliver next to me, he is like a mental. He's less than half my age. He's got a brain that's unruined by the great wider world like mine. He's remembering all of this, trust me.
He is a statistician, and he's brilliant at what he does. So, Oliver, thank you for being on behalf of XTERRA. Welcome to the family, and thank you for joining Jazz. It's been
extremely happy
honor
to be here. Thank you.
You've amazed me with all those information and all your stats. It's mind-blowing.
I mean, just to be clear, you need to get out more, though, yeah?
Yeah.
I think I do, yeah.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, well, you know.
I was sitting at home in my hotel room doing my little graphs yesterday. I was like, you know what? This may be too much.
Like, Oliver, how old are you?
Yeah, Oliver, how old are you?
23.
There we go, exactly, you see, he's a baby.
My kids are older than you.
Listen, you better be getting back to, it's nearly your bedtime.
All right, let's focus on the race.
Yeah, let's race, guys. Here's Luan.
Right, so she is going around the lake at the top, the Pradel Lake for the final time. Even she maybe is having a look across at its beautiful bluey-green waters. No, she's not. She's looking to see if she can see the whereabouts of the chase. What are the gaps we think in this race at the moment?
I think Solène will maybe be about a minute, but it depends on how well she's done that uphill section. Here we see Sullivan Middaugh just behind, I think in 5th place, running really well. Jens Emil, now the gap to him seems to have widened. It's 49 seconds between him and Felix Frisier at the first split on the run.
I'll remind everyone, this is a 2-lap run course, just as everything is 2 laps today. Loando Voisin has done the wall ride of that slatted berm already, and she's into the whoopy swoopy section of the man-made part of the bike track. We've got, I think, one of our camera bikes but just behind her, so we should be able to pick her up at some point. This is the downhill bit, which I think is really tough. This is Jens Emil Sloth Nielsen. Watch him going down here. It's very, very steep down here, and it's hard-packed concrete as well.
And it seems like Arthur Sevier is just about, 20 seconds right behind him. That's really a very small gap, so anything can happen. We saw this last year. Felix led the race, actually, out in the first run lap, but then Arthur clawed him back. So let's not discount any of these guys.
Not least because they've got one more whole lap to come as well. This is the man who's used the run, the last 3 years to dominate this XTERRA World Championship. I think we can safely say right now, this is the best challenge he's been so far. This is the biggest challenge he has threatened towards that 4 in a row record that no one has done before. Even the great Conrad Storks, who stands behind me, never in a row like that. That consistency is quite remarkable on this course.
And we now have information on Solène. Solène is a minute and 15 seconds behind Loan at the time split up at the lake.
Yeah, we're following our camera bike now down the built part of the trail centre here at Paginella. I love these shots. You really are at home, wherever you're sitting, wherever you're watching this around the world. Maybe you're sat on the sofa, you've got a coffee in your hand, you've got your feet up even watching this. Follow this trail as you come down it.
Yeah, I feel for the age groupers who are going to have to race this after the elites have done 2 laps on this course already. It's just going to be completely muddy. It's obviously a good thing that the age groupers weren't let go at the same time. I remember that's, imagine some of the elite women as we see here, Loan just shredding this descent. They just go faster than a lot of these men, and so it's really good that they have open trails in front of them.
We've just seen the bear sign up there, warning people, reminding people of how to behave, because there are bears up in these woods. Something that the great caveman Conrad Storks would probably not have he'd probably bite the head off a bear as he rode, past just for extra energy. But I'd be a little bit nervous, I must admit. I did have a look for them when I was up there. I didn't see any other than that wooden bear, which I think was all right.
There is a small bear that's in 3rd place right now in the women's field. That's Barbara Riveros.
Barbara Riveros, you mean?
Here we see her, and that's Aneta in front of her. So I don't know why Aneta isn't on the live timing, but Barbara was 2.5 minutes behind Loan, therefore another minute 15 behind Solène. She seems to be competing for 3rd place, but again, I don't know whether or not that was actually Aneta Grabmüller-Soldati and whether or not she was riding with her.
Right, there's the drink station for Max Chenet, who is in 4th. He strides out nicely down that downhill, and I'll just repeat it. I think this is a really tough part of the run. That it's so fast and hard. There's nothing forgiving under the ground. It's kind of graduated, slatted concrete down there. He's about to turn right and go into a bit of the course that this year we will not be able to show you because it is just too technical to get anything in there. No drone, no camera motorbike or anything. And unfortunately within the team, we don't have anyone fast enough to run with a camera through there without totaling themselves into a tree.
We should get you to run it, Jess.
I can't do everything. I'd be all right running through there. I'm quite good on that sort of stuff, but not when I'm holding a camera.
And it's not particularly ankle friendly, is it?
Not really. No, it's an ankle nightmare basically through there, and it's of course it's off camber because it's sloping down to the lake itself. It's there all the way along that left-hand camber. Right, here comes Solène Bilwan. She looks like she's shredding. What position is she in? Remind us, Solène.
She's in 2nd position, about a minute 15 behind Loan, who is leading the race at this point.
Can she do it? Can she close up that gap? Because we saw how well Loando Voisin was running in the short track race. There, she is not holding back on this descent, Solène Bilwan.
I think Solène doesn't need to just look ahead of her. I think she needs to also maybe look a little bit behind her. Barbara has a really strong run, and we don't know how Solène's going to run. Again, I'll reiterate, she has had a foot injury, and she hasn't had a good run this year at an XTERRA circuit. She has had good runs on the road. She's obviously a class athlete. She's one of the best in the world to ever do it, if not the best, in my opinion, the best. But yeah, she's been injured, and so it can be quite hard to get form right every time.
Do you know, I'm annoyed at myself for not mentioning this sooner. While we watch Solène Bilwan there, I'm going to just pay a bit of a credit to an athlete who should have been here today and quite possibly could have even been in the lead right now in that elite women's race, and that is Elise Pachies. Elise, I'm pretty certain you'll be watching this. All we want to say to you is get well, get back at it. You should have been here. You know you should have been here. We know you should have been here. We look forward to seeing you return to the sport. There's a woman who should have won the World Cup this year. Her own teammate, Marta Mendito, knew it. She paid tribute to her on the podium this week as well. But I'm just going to say it now during our broadcast. Elise Paches, get well. We look forward to welcoming you back to XTERRA. Crash for Loan Duvoisan as well at this point. We'll come back to that point in a moment, but that's the first time we've seen a chink for Duvoisan there, and she can't get her leg over the bike. We've seen how difficult this bike course has been. We're going to see that moment again, Ollie. Yeah, and it can be even more difficult when somebody's riding behind her. This is Bart Koymans just riding, one of the men, and yeah, anything can happen on this course. Well, I guarantee you what we've just seen there, I hate to say it, is happening all the way down the field and will be happening all afternoon for the age groupers as well. This course is testing every part of the off-road triathletes as well. We're now following Duvoisan again. She needs to get back on top of things. She's still got the dropper post down at the moment. Exactly, but once you make a mistake, it's so easy to make another. You're a little rattled. It's hard to get that back into the flow of things. Anything can happen. That's where you are most susceptible to another mistake. Goodness me, the contrast between these women dealing with the end of the technical descent here and the men who are already well into their strides on the first lap of the run course. It is like two different sports. Funny that, because it is two different sports. They just come together in XTERRA in this way. My goodness me, all these world-class athletes are spread right the way across the Dolomites as they stretch up from Lake Molveno here in Italy. I really wish we had a camera on Solène right now. Solène would be just showing us how to boss these trails. Solène is one of the most gifted descenders in the field. Oh, another mistake there. This is not going well for Loan Duvoisan here, and she's off. I think she's even going to think about walking this bit here. She's rattled. You said she's rattled. She will be dripping time here to Solène Bilwan. This is exactly how these mistakes creep in. And somebody who you just mentioned, Elise Paties. Elise is such a good mountain biker. She raced on the World Cup of the mountain bike. She is so good. And that's the level that a lot of these women are at. And sometimes that's just, when you come in from the road like Loan has, these mistakes, creep in. It's really hard to ride down this course. I couldn't do it. I would probably be running at this point. This descent is nasty, really nasty. It wouldn't be out of place in certain sections of a World Cup downhill race, and I mean that. It's that bad. Yes, there's no enormous rock gardens, but it is a natural trail. Yeah, there's a bit of a berm there, but actually a lot of it has been chosen by Nicolas Brun because it lends itself to what makes XTERRA unique. You're riding a lot of very natural trails, not heavily reliant on man-made trails like we see in a lot of mountain biking nowadays. Really nice of that elite man right there, just leaving some room for Loan. I think that's really professional and really awesome. Doesn't really cost you anything. It's 5 seconds, but it's really respectful. She is worried though, because I'm not entirely sure she knew that she had the camera motorbike behind her. She was looking over her shoulder to see who it is, which means that the errors she's had is putting a little bit of seed of doubt into her mind. Of course, that could be flipped and used the other way to say that she's going to be kicking on a little bit because she thinks they're coming at her. Exactly, and now we have two important things happening. Loan is going into that really technical section just off of the left of the road, and here we have Felix coming into his second lap. He's just going to come onto the beach here, and we're going to probably see him in a couple minutes' time. 10K, just a 10K run. Easy. Just another 6K to go or so. But it is that's the amazing thing is, Steve, so much happened. So much has just happened in that 5K. He's not even completed the whole 5K yet, Felix Farissier, and he's got to go back to the waterfall. He's got to go back to all those rocks and trees he's clambered over that we've not just seen, actually. What does that do to your mind, knowing that you just raced that and you got to go back and do that? So yeah. Very encouraging. Absolutely. Well, he's on to probably one of the nicest parts of the run course here. Along the edge of the beach, he's going past the campsite where lots of the age group athletes who are competing have stayed this week in the campsite there alongside Lake Molveno. This drone that's shooting this is probably hovering over the lake itself. Watching him running back towards transition, he'll snake his way around the edge of it, around the edge of the pump track and the kids' playground in there. He won't have any time to take that in and enjoy it though, because he'll be heading back out onto the higher road to get back to the waterfall. Are you suggesting that he should enjoy the playground? Oh, a little bit of a slip there coming off the sand too. Just actually ever so slightly turned his ankle. Felix, keep it together. I mean, I am impartial. I want all of these athletes to do well here today. But let's remind ourselves, this is a guy who's won the World Cup now a number of times. He's won it again this year, but he's been second here the last 2 years, hasn't he, in these World Championships? If there was ever someone who's worked to get to that next step, This is the man in front of us right now.
I completely agree. I think all of these guys really deserve it. They work so hard, and now we can see the pain face coming out from Felix as he just has to, you know, this doesn't look like a particularly difficult feature, but I guarantee you, after a race like this, it completely kills your legs. You want to walk up that so bad, but you have to work so hard to keep running.
Just to remind everyone, the last 2 years, we've had exactly the same podium. Arthur Serrier gold, Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen silver, and this man, Felix Farissier, in third. Sorry, it's the other way around. Other way around. Felix Farissier in second, of course, I've just said that, and Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen in bronze. The same podium the last 2 years running. Well, we still have the same athletes in play, but Serrier we have now in third, Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen in second, and Felix Farissier leading. Will it stay like that? I know my assistant, Stato, what am I talking about? You are the Stato. He sat next to me, and Oliver Tonder is going to tell me what the splits are as they come through here this time to see what the gaps are between these athletes and who is making up time. He's got a virtual, you know, when Oliver opens his mouth, he has a spreadsheet being printed down his tongue. That's how he operates. Give me some stats, man. Tell me.
Jens Emil is 70 seconds behind Felix.
Right, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. That's about all I have. No, but just to illustrate the difficulty of this race, the fourth place is right now about 5 minutes back. Ooh, as we see a little slip up from Jens Emil. But the top three are quite close together, about 100 seconds and 70 seconds between them. But fourth, 4 minutes. That's a huge gap.
But it's Max Chanet again. Hold it together, Jens. He's shaking his head as well. In all these athletes, there's a sense of, it is raining again now, isn't it? There's a sense of, let's just get it done. I've got to get through this. It has been brutal today. 1 minute, 10 seconds back, Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen. Felix Farissier has a gold medal right there dangling in front of him. It's really just, he is chasing it like the carrot, the proverbial carrot in front. Look at the eyes of Loane Duvoisin as well. She is locked on.
Yeah, she's completely locked in, and even the body language between Jens Emil and Felix. Felix was attacking, trying to get away from everybody. Jens seemed to be a tiny little bit defeated. I don't know if he's not had the opportunity to get over what happened to him on the run, but here we have Solène Billouin. That's about a 20-second gap. This race is wide open.
Oh my goodness me. So she has used that descent so wisely. While we were concentrating on Felix Farissier running, she has been eating up the gap, Solène Billouin, and she is, let's remind ourselves, aiming to get level with Flora Duffy, the only woman to have won 4 in a row as well. Can she catch Loane Duvoisin? I don't want to sound like I'm willing her to, because Duvoisin has earned this today. She deserves this. She's in incredible form.
No, but Solène has also worked really hard right behind her, as we see Doug Hall completely covered in mud. He's just walked past our commentary tent, but Solène she's kind of put in a performance in the shadows, if you will. She hasn't been on camera all the time because she hasn't been the leading woman, but she has worked really hard to keep this close, and we're going to see a really good battle on the run, I feel like.
And crucially, she's been making up time in the really technical bits, and we know how good she is on the run. You've mentioned a foot injury though, Ollie. I don't know too much about that. I'm sure you do as well. These are not the conditions to be running with a foot injury. Do you know anything about its nature?
No, I don't think Solène knows anything about its nature. She just couldn't run one day and then couldn't walk the other, but that was a couple weeks ago, and so I'm hoping that everybody's healthy now and can kind of put in a good performance, but it also limits the amount of training you're able to do, as we see Arthur Serrier trying to run his way back into this race. I believe this is Elliot Labourdette being passed by Felix here.
Yeah, so Felix Farissier picking up athletes who are out on the first lap of their run. We'll say very much thank you to Steve Andrews. He's off to the finish now as well to catch the athletes coming in. Thank you very much, Steve. And we will probably get a chance to chat with Steve again tomorrow during the coverage of the Youth and Junior World Championships, which are on Sunday. And we also wave goodbye to Conrad Storks, who is also off to the finish. Thank you guys. Hey, I tell you what, Ollie, what a wonderful opportunity to share the commentary box with them and to have Conrad in here. I mean, it is XTERRA, not just royalty, beyond royalty.
As you say, those guys bring so much insight, but let's focus in on this battle right here. We have both of the top women in T2. Anything can happen here. These girls are right next to each other. This race is completely open. Let's see who has a better transition.
Oh my goodness me, I can't believe what we're seeing here.
This is so awesome.
She looked up and she looked into the eyes of Solène Billouin. They were both stood still, looking into into each other's eyes. If you ever wanted to see a face-off between two athletes who both want to become world champion, Loan Voisin is out first, though.
Here we go. Solène Bilouan is on the offensive as well. Loan should have a little bit of confidence for this run. However, the last person whose eyes you want to see meet you in T2 is Solène Bilouan. That name means something, Jess. She is the three-time world champion for a reason.
Oh my goodness me, I tell you this, I've got goosebumps all over. From that, we've been sat in our cold tent here with people coming in and out all day, but when you see moments like that, you know what it means to these athletes too. Look at the form of Félix Forestier. Right, we were looking down on Arthur Serrier just now. I want to say it while he's out of earshot. I don't think he looked too good. I don't think he was running anywhere near as quick foot cadence as we see there, or from this guy.
Jens Emil looks, he just has that road type of running, you know, his hands go in front of him. This is exactly the T-Rex style that I was talking about.
It's a velociraptor.
Exactly, his hands are just completely relaxed and going in front of him. But also look at the lineage that he has. His body is moving forward, he's falling over, but that cadence just keeps him going. It's really an efficient style of running. However, once you get up to that difficult gully that you were talking about where Félix is right now, that's where he maybe struggles a little bit.
That gully is really nasty, really nasty. Right, here is Barbara Averos, the four-time Olympian.
In third position.
She is in
third position. This is what a performance.
Bronze medalist. Whoa, yes. Now, she's going to use her run to good effect as well. So we need to focus on what the timing gaps are as they come out of T2.
If any of the girls, or if any of Solène or Loan underperform, then what's going to happen is Barbara Riveros is going to be there to lap up the second place. Here we see Jens Emil. He's going to come into that difficult technical uphill section, but actually Aneta Grabmüller-Soldati is here in fourth place, followed by Sam Teller. Sam has had a lot of just a little tiny tangent. Sam has had a little bit of an unfortunate time getting to Molveno. His bike was shipped all the way to the UK when it was supposed to be shipped to Berlin, where he was staying for 4 days, much longer than what he anticipated, and he is getting a front seat to the women's race. Here we see Emma de Croo coming in fifth. This is a really awesome bike from Emma. I would expect her to struggle a little bit as we see Loan passing Bart Koymans again. Here is that form that Jess was talking about. Artur, relaxed, falling over a little bit, although maybe not the form that we've seen from him in recent years. He is just a little bit further behind than what we would have expected. I think Aneta at this point is going to have a really big job on her hands trying to hold on to that fourth place. What an overperformance, especially considering a cold. This field is completely stacked, but behind her are people like Anna Zender, Alanis Siffert. These girls are really close by. They're trying to breathe down her neck. Even though the gap is only 5 minutes, anything can happen. Barbara, I expect that she's going to strip down some of these layers and just run in this really smooth fashion that she has. It's going to be really evident. She overperformed on the short track in our opinions, and she'll be able to hopefully back that up on the long course.
Yep, she is as I say, four-time Olympian. She was fifth in the triathlon at the Rio Olympic Games, and now we look at Loan Voisin, who looks like she's moving nicely as well. Well, Barbara Riveros now in more traditional form. She's one of those riders who does, the 29er makes her look about 3 foot tall. She's a really compact, lightweight athlete. Boy, is she strong, though, on that mountain bike.
And Aneta Grabmüller coming into transition right behind her. We know Aneta has really good transitions because of that road experience. And here you see the difference. Barbara has to strip down some of those layers while Aneta just goes in with the shoes. Really expert, so good. High-level transition, this.
Right, so Aneta Grabmüller is exiting in...
Exits in third place. She overcame Barbara. This is a really strong performance by Aneta.
Yeah, bearing in mind... bearing in mind that she's ill as well. Aneta Grabmüller, let's think where she finished last year. She was in 5th So even though she's ill, she's kind of marking the improvement she's made this year, Ollie. It's actually delightful to see that.
Exactly, and it continues to show that step up that she's made this season. While we see Felix going over that aid station for the last time, and the gap behind him seems to be pretty big at this point. We would expect maybe a minute to Jens at this.
Right, I'm going to say it now. Although he's just gone into the technical section, I think Felix Faricio is about to become world champion.
I think so too.
And how deserving would that be? Not just on his performance today, but he's the World Cup winner. He's the most consistent all the way through the year and last year too. What a performance.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. He has yet to enter that really technical, ankle-unfriendly section that we talk about.
Yes.
Anything can happen. Jens might just be 30 seconds behind him, and we don't see it just yet, although obviously that's the less probable thing to happen.
So Loando Voisan here has a gel in her hand by the looks of it. So sensible across this 10K run. It's not an ordinary 10K run. Taking in the energy, keeping it going, so important.
She has another, I think, tucked into her bra. And interestingly, if any of you guys are listening or interested, she had 220 grams of carbs on the bike alone. So that's about 130 grams per hour, I would say, at this point. So
hang on a minute. How on earth do you know that?
I talked to her. I talked to her before the race.
Have you not learnt already? You don't believe everything everyone tells you. She could have been telling you that, so someone else goes, well, I'll take on 300, and then their stomach's all messed up. You are accepting way too much of what they tell you.
Here we go. Hey, this is Solène Billois, and she is really not far behind Loan at this point.
No. Here's the overlapping of the races as well. She is just there running ahead of Max Chenet, who is in 4th place in the men's elite race. This is the woman who has come back here to get her 4th title. Can she do it? Well, let's watch her form as she goes into that gully run. That is a really tough section. Oh, I'm glad we're getting to see it again here. This is nearer the top now of the waterfall. So we've got a camera in there, which I didn't think we'd get to do. Really shows you what it is. Literally 1 foot in front of the other up
This
here.
is so hard. Loan is walking here, you can see, and I would anticipate that this section suits Solène better. Loan has that road turnover. She is able to just unlock that really high speed. Well, this is actually an e-bike. I believe this might be Michal Pilošek.
I don't know how he's doing this.
That's wild.
I must admit, I hope he knows where he is, because I wouldn't have gone up there. And I have to say, the ride down the other side of the waterfall is lethal. He might have to just throw the bike off and run down, I think, because I would not ride down there.
And I don't believe that you'll be riding down it faster than if these athletes run up it.
Wow, what a ride by him. If that's him, I hope he knows what he's doing, because this is an extremely technical running and hiking trail here. Don't be surprised to see Loando Voisan doing this. I ran this trail about 7 o'clock last night. It was almost pitch black up there. And I was doing exactly the same as her. I was trying to run up it, and I hadn't just done the whole triathlon like this. I was just out for an evening jog. But it is so hard. She's back into her stride again now, Loando Voisan.
Yeah, let's see if Solène has been able to make up any time here. I really think that, Solène here has to activate that off-road triathlete mode that she has. You know, she's the queen of off-road triathlon at the moment. She's being challenged for the title by Loan. Loan comes from the road. She understands how to run fast, but how to run fast on good trails, and this is anything but a good trail.
Just to say, by the way, for those of you watching this who do compete off-road or want to, what you've just seen there is a really important thing to remember, and I'm sure Loando Voisan will have reminded herself this at times. It's okay to walk in a race. When the trails are as technical and tough as they are here, walking, and it looks like some people are having a swim in the waterfall by the looks of it. Well, actually, I'm not entirely sure they had all their clothes on.
I think they may have been nude, Jess.
Well, I don't know, I can't remember. Actually, we have had that in a broadcast this year already, but we won't even go there. My goodness me. Well, they were having a nice time, weren't they?
This looks pretty cold, that water.
Yep. Okay, I'm not sure they realise they've just been out on TV, broadcast all around the world, but there we go. Anyway, so yeah, just to say, it is really important to remind yourself. I mean, I'm nowhere near the level of Loando Voisan and wasn't when I was racing either, but I've won quite a few off-road duathlons where I've walked quite a lot of bits on the run where it's been so technical, and it's quite a thing to say to yourself, no, it's okay to walk. It's okay to walk, because if you try and run, you can actually overcook it so much that you then had it.
Exactly. Sometimes it's really important to be able to bring the heart rate down. Sure, you look at your watch and you're going, 7-8 minute Ks, and that's just due to the nature of the course. Sometimes it's good to just bring the heart rate down, walk it, go down, 10 seconds per kilometer. It's really not that much slower as opposed to running it, but the heart rate difference is massive.
Yeah, it's a case of particularly in survival mode like this, putting one foot in front of the other, keeping the cadence going, keeping the foot strike nice and light on this trail, and transitioning again between suddenly getting the leg speed up, kicking the heels up behind you a little bit more, getting back into your normal running stride. She's now going to come into the first of the downhill section, and this is where it really tests the quads as well for these women.
This is where we're actually going to get our first timing split of the run as well, right at this aid station. So about in 200 meters is what it was indicated. So we'll be giving you guys that as soon as possible.
Yeah, so we'll pick that up as we do. She's onto effectively the second of the trail roads here as well, with the forest either side. She's well into bear country. In fact, I remember it from last night. She's just run past the first of the signs that says, caution, bears, make sure you are bear aware. Oliver and I have both read our bear aware manual. Do you want to just paraphrase what you do if you meet a bear in the forest like this, Ollie?
Let the bear know you're there, because bears are usually scared of humans. Then if the bear starts following you, avoid eye contact, try to walk away. If that doesn't work, and if the bear starts trying to attack you, then try to make yourself scary. If it does attack you, curl up and try to protect your organs.
Unlike those people up in the woods there, they're not protecting any of their organs, I can tell you that much. By the way, it's exactly the same format that you follow if you meet Conrad Stoltz in the woods too. Pretty much the same. In actual fact, he's probably more dangerous. There we go. Although, as he's revealed to us, that nickname, the Caveman, comes from his ability to ruin bike equipment, not other people.
I believe this is Felix Farizier just coming in. He's getting really close to being on the beachfront now. This is the last, probably has 1,500 meters to go, so in before he's crowned world champion. This is an unbelievably deserved title. Felix has worked so hard for this. There's one man who has always bested him, Arthur Serrier, and he has taken it. He pulled up on the day, he dropped Arthur Serrier on the bike, he dropped Jens. Jens made a mistake. Making mistakes is part of the game. Risk is risk. If you overcook a corner, it's your own fault. It's not the fault of the equipment, it's your own fault because you took too much risk, and Felix didn't do that. He doesn't do that throughout the season. That's the reason why he's so consistent. And so he deserves this, in my opinion, maybe even more than anybody else.
Well, look at that. On his shoulders, you can see the French flag, the blue, white and red of France. He's done that since he's been champion of France. He's always maintained those French colours on his kit as well. We've got used to, over the last 3 years, seeing the rainbow bands on the lower leg shorts of Arthur Serrier, his countryman. And I've got a feeling, as long as he maintains his form to the finish now, in next year we're going to see Felix Farizier with some big rainbow bands around that tri-suit, because he is running his way towards his first world title. And if there has ever been a man waiting to do exactly that, is Felix Farizier. Yes, we're watching Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen is doing everything he can, but I think really the improvements in running between this man, Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, and Felix Farizier have been much the same, and there is one man running away with this at the moment. They're on the same bit of trail, but the problem is Felix Farizier is about to hit the beach.
Exactly. Felix is about 300 meters away from Jens at this point. That at these guys' pace is, 1 minute. That's absolutely nothing. They're running at blistering hot pace. But yeah, Felix deserves this. In my opinion, the one thing he's done differently to this year is he's been able to peak for this race. Last year, he kind of feels like he carried his form from the other races. This year, he peaked. And to beat Arthur Serrier by such a big margin, and to beat Jens Emil by such a big margin is so impressive.
He is still looking over his shoulder, though. He's running scared. He's running well, but he's running scared, and that's not a bad way to be. So Arthur Serrier here, we believe, is in third place right now. He is also out of the technical section. This is tough down here. It's quite loose rocks with roots to the side as well. But now, from now on, the run course gets easier and easier and easier until you're down onto the grass alongside the sand of the beach, and Felix Farizier is about to get there. He's got another steep drop, by the way, coming. As he goes down onto the grass down there, you'll see him go down a really steep drop. That'll test the quads one last time, but he must be starting to think about rainbow bands.
Exactly. These guys, it's so hard to make up any difference on this course because all of them are running at 3-minute kilometers. And when you go up into the mountains, that's where you can make a difference. But this, I'd say Felix is being crowned world champion at this point as we speak.
Yep, he's about to turn down onto the beach. He'll be able to hear Churna finish line announcer. He'll be able to hear the crowd coming because the World Championship is coming his way. The Farissier brothers have been such an integral part of XTERRA over the last 4 years, since it came to Europe as well, really since the COVID year in which we had no XTERRA World Championship. And the crowd are going to be going bonkers up here for a man who has dedicated himself to this sport. Felix Farissier is not one of those who's been going away to do the road racing, going to 70.3s, going to anywhere else. All he's been doing is going back to training to keep improving himself. He's won the World Cup through sheer consistency this year. Let's not forget, though, he has also won in Greece this year. He won at Western Park, that new round in the United Kingdom. He won again at Oak Mountain in the full distance race. He won again in Quebec in Canada. He won the full distance European cross-tri championships in Praketica. And here he is, backing up consistency with brilliance to become world champion this afternoon, Ollie.
Just one thing left to do. Look at the penalty box. Make sure you don't have a penalty.
Don't go there.
Make sure you're not getting disqualified. If he doesn't take it, he would get disqualified. Yep. He's professional enough to take a look over, not make any mistakes, and he's coming in to take the world title.
And it's his job to check. They're not there to say you need to come in. You have to check your own number to see if it's on the penalty box. Let's hope none of our leading athletes have that, or in fact, any athletes. What a run by Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen. Felix Farissier takes the first clap. The smile is coming because he's going to become world champion. He's on the beach. He's got a bit of a run to do around the edge of the kids' playground and what have you, but people know it's coming. We're looking at the first of two new world champions coming this afternoon. Don't mess it up on the flyover, Felix. It's just a few more steps. He's going to turn into the finishing straight. Oh my goodness me, this man has seen this coming. We've been waiting for it. They've been waiting for him. He turns onto the finishing straight, and if there was ever an athlete in the modern era that's been deserving of this win, it is this man. Felix Farissier becomes world champion, and it is only just sinking in.
Felix earned this so well. He announces himself on the big stage. He beat everybody fair and square. He is the strongest athlete in the world.
Look at the emotion. Oh, look at the utter exhaustion that hits him like a train. He looks back and he sees no one.
He deserved that so much.
We're in our tent here, and I think I can hear the roar from here, Oliver, as well. What a moment for the Frenchman. And what a moment it'll be when his brother comes across the line and gets to embrace him as well. Finally. Oh, my goodness me, how many years has he spent chasing rainbows? The World Cup, yes, but the World Cup rewards consistent brilliance. This is a one-day event where you've got to put it on the line and make every single moment count, and he's done it.
He's been underestimated. Both Jens and Artur said they were worried about each other. Well, guess what? There's a new kid on the block, Felix Farissier, and you better pay attention to him.
Oh, wow. Oh, what a performance by Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen. Well, the last 2 years, he's been third. So despite the fact that he hasn't won, as people thought he might do, he has bettered his performance from the last 2 years to now finish second. He's just got to bring it home. He's orchestrating the crowd. He's going to be our silver medalist. We'll see him in the flower presentation as well. There's the Danish flag. Well, he's not gone for any funny hair colours this time. It's not blue hair. It's just stripped back, bare, super fit Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, and he improves again. This is a man who also deserves a world title one day. Will it come in Ruidoso?
Jens Emil coming in, taking the second place, having dropped Artur Serrier. He deserves this so well. He has made a really serious step up this season, and he's telling everybody, I am serious, and I am one of the guys to beat. But look at this, the embrace between him and Felix. What an awesome thing to see.
What a battle. What a battle. They were both looking for each other at various times. They were together on the bike course as well. That's the embrace of two hardy trail operatives who know what they've had to go through to get here. Not just this day, but all the days in training that we don't see, all the hard sessions, but there's no one there to greet them when they come back, no one out there on the trails and the hills when they're pushing themselves. Oh, and here comes, just like that, the three-time world champion, the defending champion. What a race by him, but in the end, Artur Serrier's run speed just not enough to bring him back to win those rainbow bands that he has at the base of his kit there that remind us that he is the three-time world champion.
This is just wonderful, the respect between the athletes. These guys understand everything they have to go through, and I feel like, yeah, this is one of a kind. XTERRA, there's just so much respect. These guys really understand everything.
Well, we've had a 4-time world champion standing with us in here, Conrad Stoltz. It won't be a 4th world title for Arthur Serrière, and maybe, dare I say, after a brilliant performance by him, Ollie, maybe it's a bit of a changing of the guard in this 4th and final year that we're here in Molveno, because it's a location that that man right there has utterly dominated. You're looking at one of the very best cross triathletes in world history.
Exactly, what a class thing to do. And after being stripped of your world championships title, to go up and embrace the guy who won. This is not due to an underperformance by Arthur. Felix was just that strong on the day.
I'm telling you, watching us racing together, I'm not paid to say this, I genuinely mean it. Show me a better triathlon than what we've just watched anywhere in the world this year. Road, off-road, long distance, short, sprint, whatever you like. This place, Molveno, is just like it's like a Monet painting, and we brought the Olympics there. It is the very best in the best, isn't it?
It was completely electric the whole way through. We had no idea what was going to happen. The race was completely open. At no point did we think, oh, Arthur's going to run away with this, or Felix has gone and done it. It was completely open the entire way, and any of these 3 guys could have won.
And now we've got the women's podium to sort out. Oh my goodness me. Loandu Voisin, Solène Bilwan, Barbara Riveros. How will they fare on their 2nd run lap? It won't be long before we switch back to them and try and focus on what they're doing. Think about the medals and in which order they will go. I wouldn't kiss him. Well, I don't know. No, I wouldn't kiss him. Definitely not.
I won't comment on it.
Oh.
Let's see who comes in for 4th place. I have a feeling that I hope Maxime Chanet is able to hold on to 4th place. However, we did see a Sullivan Middag who is really strong and overperformed, in my opinion. To have the fatigue resistance that he has displayed today, really impressive.
Well, last year it was Max Chanet in 4th, as we know. Felix Verrier just looking around for his fellow Frenchman, actually. It was Josiah Middag who was 5th last year, ahead of Sebastian Caraban, the Belgian. Sullivan Middag was 7th last year in this race. The year before that, these 3 athletes on the podium, but different order. Arthur Serrière, the winner, ahead of Felix Verrier and Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen. We had Ruben Rizafa, one of the longest-running XTERRA pros, the Spaniard, in 4th, with Sullivan Middag in 5th. So Sully Middag has been up there, let's not forget, 2 years ago, surprising a lot of people in this race. There were the closing stages of that brilliant performance.
I think we have about a minute before they come in. Maxime and Sullivan, the 2 of them will be fighting for 4th place. However, based on the intermediate time, it looks like maybe it should be Maxime who is just ahead of him. But let's see, let's not jump ahead of ourselves.
Do you know what I've just noticed there as well? A lot of the people down that finishing straight, if you look and think, there's a lot of fit-looking young people, a lot of them are youth and junior athletes who are going to be competing tomorrow in their World Championship, the 2nd ever running of the Youth and Junior World Championships in XTERRA. And look at what a way to be inspired. You're seeing the changing of the guard, Felix Verrier coming in, and a lot of young, fit-looking faces along there. I guarantee you quite a few of them will be competing in those Youth and Junior World Championships tomorrow. You lot who are watching this, wherever you are around the world, make sure you tune in tomorrow to see the next wave of athletes coming through who are being inspired by this lot. The Youth and Junior Championships are a new thing we started doing last year in XTERRA, and they are so exciting.
We're waiting now for the top women to come through. We're trying to see if Loan is still leading the race, or if Solène has actually been able to catch up to her at this point. Whether Barbara Riveros is holding on to 3rd place. Here we go. Here is Loan.
Yeah, here's the answer. So Max Chanet coming in for 4th, the poor thing.
Really strong.
Well, brilliant performance, but 4th again. The reason I say that, he's the first non-medalist again.
I know, but Maxime animated the race from start to finish again. Really strong performances. I love the way this guy races. He adds so much value.
So this is the completion of lap 1 for Loandu Voisin, and now our attention focuses very much on the chase back between Solène Bilwan, the 3-time world champion, who is chasing this woman. Loandu Voisin still looking really good, and we've seen a few dodgy moments from her. She really suffered at the end of that bike course. Maybe it's because she's the leader. We saw more of it. I know there's going to be elite athletes, and heaven knows what's going on with the age groupers when they get onto that bike course. It's going to be carnage all over the place. Maybe because she was leading, we focused on her, but it was a tough end to the bike, wasn't it?
This is her discipline, and everybody kind of expects her to be the fastest runner on the course. However, to really show up on the day and really put in that performance against somebody who is Solène Billouin. That's not to be underestimated. So let's just see how this unfolds. Right now, she seems to be leading based on the intermediate check. She had about a minute of a gap. That means extending that gap to Solène. However, this race is not over. Oh, and as we see a little slip. Anything can happen. Anything, as you just saw there, anything can happen. You can twist an ankle, you can slip off, you can make a mistake, and those can accumulate.
Well, let's hope for her sake that's a little reminder of just being very, very careful on those flyovers as well. There's different terrain even here. This is a kind of grippy, gridded, sharp metal set of steps. Then you've got the man-made flyovers as well that have those little slats to be running your feet up as well. She's into another uphill as well. It is constantly changing terrain, and before she know it, she'll be back out away from Molveno town and up onto that very quiet, gravelly fire road as well.
And this part has been ridden and ran so many times. It's really hard to explain how much standing water there probably is at this point and how much mud. It's a really difficult job to run at the pace that she's running at in this terrain.
We're just seeing there past the Markov bike wash area as well. So much muck and mud being washed off the bikes and the e-bikes and the motorbikes which have been out around course. Just want to say again a massive thank you to all of the volunteers and the XTERRA crew who've been out on those e-bikes as well, gathering the shots. As you say, our good friend Doug Hall just walked past our commentary point about half an hour ago, covered head to toe in mud and probably freezing cold. If you're on a motorbike or an e-bike out there, you won't be very warm.
Exactly. You won't be working as hard as these athletes might be. We just passed Michal Pilošek, who is also one of our e-bike followers. And yeah, here we see Artur Frazier coming in for 5th place. Well deserved. Actually 6th because Kieran seems to have gotten in front of him at the finish. Solène Billouin passing over the finish line, now going into her second lap. That's probably a 2-minute gap at this point. That may be a little bit too much to come over.
Well, I'm assuming Artur Frazier now knows about his brother Felix win and becoming world champion. This woman here, though, can she do it on this final run? I have to say, watching the form, she's certainly running downhill better than Loane Duvoisin at the moment, so it might indicate that there's a bit more loaded fatigue on the quads of Loane Duvoisin. Solène Billouin looking around, she's also got a gel in her hand too, but she looks... Well, she looks wasted, but they all do, don't they? Because it is a terrible day out. We really have, the weather has turned up this 4th and final edition of this cycle here in Europe, in Molveno, to the absolute max, hasn't it?
What a hard course. I mean, you can see this is the 3-time world champion, and she's just struggling in some of this mud. This is just ludicrous. It's such a hard course. These girls will have spent the entire day, their entire seasons prepping for this, and to perform like this on one day is a really hard job to do.
Yeah, and again we see the difference in terrain. We're onto a bit of road here where you could quite easily be in a lightweight racing flat, a road running shoe, but then you go to lightweight gravel. Then you're back onto the grass where you could probably do with a cross-country spike, maybe even 12 or 15 millimeter spike, and then suddenly you're back onto hard-packed stone again. It is constantly changing. One thing that isn't changing is Loane Duvoisin's lead. She looks comfortable. Solène Billouin, what do you lot think, watching at home? I think she doesn't look quite as sharp. In fact, none of them look as sharp as we'd have seen 1 year ago. But Solène Billouin working hard. There is no doubt about that. She's in silver medal position now to actually any of the other athletes in this field. The silver medal position would be really nice to take, thank you very much. But Solène Billouin has won this race 3 years in a row now. She won't want silver, she's come for gold, there is no doubt about it, and she is a singularly focused athlete. Started the season brilliantly, by the way. She this year raced early and late in the XTERRA season as well, starting out in Dunsborough in Australia, South Australia, for the first round of the World Cup, where she took second to Alice Pachies, again reminding us just how good Alice Pachies was in the first half of the season before she got that stress fracture. And that injury which has kept her away from this race. This is the next of the sprints. Is Porter Midar sprinting it out as well? And I think just getting that one as well. Sebastian Caraban sprinting in as well. Kept his long sleeve jersey on as well by the looks of it from the bike.
And I think this is Solène passing Andrea Schofman. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. Our South African athlete. Out for her first run lap.
Now, Oliver, I was just saying that I think Solène Birouane looks a little bit heavier footed than she did on the first lap. I think she is struggling here.
I think that fatigue is catching up to her. She had about a 2-minute gap, meaning she's lost another minute to Loan on that, faster beach section. And yeah, but Barbara Riveros, based on our intermediate timings, is about 4 minutes behind Solène.
Oh my goodness me, Solène Birouane is bending over. Now that doesn't look good because she's not on a technical uphill. Yes, it's steep here.
I wonder if she's maybe throwing up a little bit.
Yeah, doesn't look good, that. This is Doug Hall again on the e-bike there to track alongside her. Yeah, she's not in a good way, Solène Birouane. I don't think she is really struggling. I mean, this is what a battle by her. She's definitely struggling at the moment. She's had a gel wrapper in her hand. I think she's managed to take some of that in.
This is a class performance. Here we see Barbara Riveros, and this running style is exactly what I was talking about. She's so relaxed within the shoulders, and the turnover is just really high. However, this gap to Solène is probably 4 or 5 minutes at this point, so it's really hard to say whether or not she'll be able to make it up.
She's in. Oh, she also slips at the top, Barbara Riveros. We need to mark that. That run now, that ramp is nasty. There's no chicken wire on it. There's just the slatted footholds as well that you've really got to get a foot on, but even they will be slippery.
Yeah, and I can confirm that it's a 4-minute gap to Barbara. So Loan is just really running into this race. I think she got her nutrition right. She got her clothing right. She's the only girl who actually dressed up. Although I guess that's not. Oh, another slip.
And again. Oh my goodness me, the second and third place athletes at the moment really being made to work for this. The form of Barbara Riveros, the Chilean we're looking at right now, her form looked great until the form was broken. We know she's a great off-road athlete, but when we see her into her stride, we're reminded of the 4 Olympics she competed in, that 5th place in Rio, all of her success on the road over all these years, but she doesn't normally have to contend with what she's contending with here.
And a minute behind her is Aneta Grabmüller. Now this is a turn up to the books. Aneta, I don't think is out of the podium at this point. 1 minute, although Barbara did completely beat her in the Czech course, ran away from her, I think, beating her on the course by 4 minutes just on the run alone, because Aneta came into T2 with a bigger gap than that. But yeah, Aneta's running really well here, much better than what I would have expected.
Well, actually, yeah, you're right. Aneta Grabmüller has actually had a very good race. If she hadn't had a cold, we'd still be saying, well, Aneta Grabmüller's up in 4th. This is brilliant. She's looking really good because, let me just look back. I think that's her, where was she? She was 5th last year, so she's beating last year's performance. And, well, the year before that, she wasn't in the top 10. So, already, I think, I guess there is the element that having been ill might have taken the pressure off her. And she started today's race with hey, let's just see if I can finish.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that was her thinking, but could be.
Aneta seemed a little bit defeated, though, honestly. When I was talking to her in the morning, she seemed like she didn't really want to race, while Solène just looked completely locked in on the objective. But yeah, different courses for horses, right? Different people have different approaches to racing. As we see Emma Decroux, now we have this intermediate timing, another minute and a half back off of Aneta in 5th place.
There is 8.5 minutes separating our top 5 athletes in this elite women's race.
Goes to show how hard it is.
I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It really is, bearing in mind how close it was, of course, after the swim. That is a massive sort out on that bike. And the run, hang on, yeah, we're watching back again. We're looking back at what happened to Barbara Riveros because she slipped at the bottom of this as well. There we go. Now, what kind of shoe is she in?
Are those Hokas?
They look pretty grippy. They look pretty grippy. She's light on her feet too. It's not like she's hammering down there. There'll be others who slip on that flyover. I wish there wasn't, but there will be.
Here you go. Here's Solène opening it up again. She's really strong on this run. She's probably running 4-minute Ks here. Just, yeah, class athlete.
The scenes we're seeing on this run, Oliver, are nothing like what we saw last year. It was a bit tacky last year, but this year's race has been so much harder than last year.
Molveno has the option of being just a ridiculously hard race or being significantly easier.
Let's get to the interviews of the men's winners, shall we? Come on, let's hear from them. That was Arthur Serrier. We're just about to hear from them, so we're going to be doing them in reverse order.
Finish. What was the most challenging part of this race?
For sure, this was a bike. Yeah, today I just have 2 super strong guys in the front. I didn't have the little extra you need to win a world championship than I get like 3 years ago. And I'm so happy about this guy. And yeah, today was like, I did a maximum, but I think this was a quite challenging season for me. And being third here in this condition, it's like quite okay for me. I'm looking forward to just moving, doing something else, and have a new world championship overseas.
What is your message to all fans and your supporters? And you can speak in French.
I can do it in English. I had a girlfriend from America now, so I'm speaking English well. I don't know. I think XTERRA provide the best thing you can have. Like 3 years ago, it was dry, quite dry. Here it was like a muddy fest. So everyone could have a chance. It's a beautiful sport, really hard and really mental. And again, I'm super happy for Felix. He deserves it. He worked really hard. And yeah, I'm so happy for him.
Thank you for being a legend of this sport. We really appreciate you.
Thanks.
Harry there with the questions on the mic, and what a brilliant champion in defeat as well as in triumph.
One of the more interesting pieces of tech I picked up on just during that interview was that he had a mesh underlayer. But we're going to listen. We're going to hear another interview from Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, who came in second, just in a second here.
Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, congratulations on being the reigning European champion and now second place in the World Championship. Could you describe any key moments from this race?
Well, a good swim put me in a good position for the first time ever, I think, in a long course race. So, yeah, that was definitely a great start for me, and then the bike was just pure carnage. And me and Felix could try to work together, but he had me on the downhills today, and yeah, I had the hardtail, which was faster uphill and had some good physical advantage there. But yeah, he was good on the downhills, and a great run set him for a well-deserved world champs.
And what makes this moment special for you?
Yeah, I don't know. Just this, like just racing in these conditions, so hard mentally. Like you just have to stay calm in some crazy way when everything wants to turn you upside down. But yeah, it means a lot. Of course, beating Artu, a three-time world champion here, is also a great achievement. I would have liked to get Felix, but as vice world champion is good.
We appreciate you as an ambassador of this sport. Thank you very much for everything you do.
Cheers. Thanks for the crowds. Thanks for the mountains. Thanks for, yeah, awesome today. Thanks, guys.
It's quite an emotional Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen, who is patently, obviously, fallen in love with the Dolomites. He loves it here. And I wonder whether some of the emotion in his voice there, Oliver, is coming from a potential realization that might have been his best chance to become world champion in the terrain that he loves best.
Yeah, with the world champs moving to the U.S., you know, it's always a question of whether or not these athletes are going to have the calendar space. You know, whether or not Jens is going to maybe move to Ironman racing, to 70.3 racing. I know that it's something he really wanted really bad, and to come second after posting such a good result, beating Artur, is really impressive. Here, however, speaking of impressive, we are looking at Aneta Grabmüller, and she looks nothing like herself. She looks so strong on the run.
Yeah, she really does there, doesn't she, as well? It's the first time we've actually picked her up. We're back to Soleil Bielwan, who is in silver medal position, but it won't do for her. We know it won't do for her. And she's now on the downhill run for the second time. This is the second of her run laps, 2 5K laps to give us 10K in total. I've worked out the maths there, you see. And she's about to go right and back into those technical trails. The next athlete we hear from, though, is going to be the new world champion. His name is Felix Forissier.
Felix Forestier, what makes this moment special for you?
Yeah, it's just incredible. I'm just super happy. It was just an incredible race, and yes, it's an expectation in the athlete's career to be world champion, and yes, it's just incredible. I just want to say thank to everyone, especially to Serrier, who's trained with me in altitude just before. And yeah, it was just, it's just incredible. I'm so happy.
Your pace was amazing today. Where did you feel at your best?
I was maybe pretty in shape on the bike, and this kind of conditions are pretty good for me. But I think I was stronger on the run.
And tell us in French, what is your message to all your fans and supporters?
Merci à tous, merci beaucoup de me supporter, à mes parents, à mes amis, et tout, et franchement c'est juste incroyable. Je suis super content et je vous remercie.
Champion of the world.
Yes, world champion.
World champion Felix.
I love Felix Forestier. He's brilliant, isn't he? He's going to enjoy the coming year being world champion, I'm certain. There is the top 10. It was that sprint between Porter Midar and Seb Caravan that gave us our 9th and 10th place finishes. It is still, and it continues to be, a sport which is dominated by the French. On its return to America next year, we will see possibly the rise of more American, Canadian, South American athletes maybe coming into play. But for now, Felix Forestier sits on top of the world in a position that he has earned the hard way.
Exactly. I think, yeah, the one flag that isn't French in the top 5 there, Jens. You know, I really know how much he wanted this win. He's worked for it so hard, and for it to not come true after beating the 3-time world champ, really hard for him, I think.
Yeah, we get a chance now to look back at the race and how it unfolded. The 1500-meter 2-lap swim. There was talk amongst the town of Molveno last night between the elite athletes of the potential for a duathlon, the potential for a shortened swim like we had last year. None of it though. The full 1500 meters, the 2-lap W-shaped swim in the beautiful waters of Lago di Molveno. We even had time to linger on a great crested grebe that sat bobbing on the waves, watching this lot getting ready to go. Well, that was the last time we saw them clean, because after that they were absolutely tarred and feathered as they were, making their way up to the just below 1600 meters of elevation in total up at the top. And look, this was the movement of a world champion wearing his backpack with the hydration bladder on, Felix Forestier ticking the boxes. And you know what I've always said, Ollie, tick, tick, tick is normally followed by boom. And that's what we saw.
Felix got everything right in this race. He made a few decisions that maybe the other guys didn't do, taking that hydration bladder, for example. But yeah, he was faster uphill than Arthur Serrier and faster downhill than Jens Emil Nielsen, and he deserved the win.
I was worried about him though when he went down on his knees there just before the finish line. Get there, man, make sure you're there. Very emotional, Felix Forestier, as you would be. I wonder how many of the faces watching on down that finishing straight we might see challenging for medals tomorrow, because it was very telling. A lot of the youth and junior athletes here to compete in the 2nd edition of the World Championships for youth and juniors tomorrow, watching on and being inspired. Possibly the French athletes too.
But I feel at this point we should maybe start delving back into the women's race.
I think we need to. We're getting far too kind of lovey-dovey.
Far too relaxed.
Yeah, let's forget that now. Forget the men for a second.
There's a title up for grabs, and I think Loan Divizon is really working her way towards it right now.
A Swiss woman in the lead, a French 3-time world champion chasing, and a Chilean 4-time Olympian in 3rd place in Barbara Riveros. We really have brought the best of the athletes to us.
Here we go.
Are we looking at a live picture here?
This is a live picture, and this is Loan Divizon leading the race.
Well, I think this is her coming out of the last of the technical features onto the trail. Yes, it is. She's got to go down this little rocky descent here. Loan Divizon has survived what is a terrible part of the course. Now, this is the 4th time we've been here in Molveno, and we've never actually really been able to show you the bit she's just come out of. It is nasty in there. It's all off camber. There's roots everywhere. It's an extremely narrow single track trail where she'll have been pulling herself up on branches and trees just to get to the end of it.
It's the last section where it could have been an upset. Solène may have had a little bit of a tiny advantage, but now Loan is back onto her ground. She's running free 30-minute Ks. She's incredibly fast on this. Doug Hall is following her for the last 2 kilometers with a motorbike, and we are going to bring her into the finish. Based on the intermediate timings, she has a 3-minute gap on Solène Bilouan, who has a 3-minute gap in turn on Barbara Riveros in 3rd place. And Aneta Grabmüller is still fighting really well for 4th place with a 2-minute gap on Riveros.
Loan de Voisin was 5th in 2022 here in these World Championships. She was 7th a year later. Wow, what a return to XTERRA for her this season, to go straight to the top. Of course, last year, where was she last year? No, last year she was 3rd. How can I miss that one out? 3rd last year, 7th the year before that, and back in 2022 she was 5th. She's been knocking on the door. This year, though, she hasn't bothered knocking. She's barged it down.
Exactly. Loan has been one of the athletes who maybe doesn't go to all of the races, but when she turns up, she wins and she competes to win. She races big. She's a class athlete. She won in Czech last year, overcoming the likes of Aneta Grabmüller, who I believe had about a 4-minute gap on her on the run. That just goes to show how good of an athlete this is. Loan now understands that maybe for her in the future the road might be it, but she is here with us right now in XTERRA, and she is going to do it.
And today, as we know, was the last opportunity to win here on European soil in Molveno. In this cycle, I'm sure we'll be back. We heard it from Steve Andrews about that kind of 3-year plan and the race going to Ruidoso confirmed for the next 3 years of World Championships, and it's going to be a straight World Championship there as well. So this is the last chance, and they know they are now cheering on a world champion. We don't know the latest timing check. The last one we saw was actually a 3-minute 6-second gap back to Solène Bilouan. The 3-time world champion, the French woman back there, is well, is really going through it, but I think she'll survive to win silver. Hey, Oliver, I'll tell you another thing. You know what the remarkable thing is? We've been here 4 years now. There's only ever been French winners. There has never been anything other than a French winner here in Italy.
This is our first.
We are now looking at the first one and the last one.
Yeah.
Just like that.
What a strange course that only suits French winners, isn't it?
Incredible, incredible. Well,
I think if I may have a word on Solène. Solène, you know, she's struggled a lot this season. She's had a bunch of injuries. She had, I think, 3 or 4 really major injuries that would have been, you know, detrimental to any other athlete's season. She's worked through them. She's shown her resilience. You know, that's really one thing that you have to talk about when you talk about Solène. Solène is the most resilient athlete I know, and I know that leading up to Molveno, she maybe wasn't able to have the run prep that she wanted to have, and you can see that, you know, not just within these pictures, but within this race. Solène is running better than practically anybody else on this course. There just happens to be somebody who came into this race with significantly better prep, better conditions, and that's why she takes a win. But I don't think we should be, you know, I think we should celebrate Solène, because Solène came in here with a lot of unfortunate circumstances, and she's still able to get a 2nd place. I think that's really awesome.
of course it's awesome. It's absolutely brilliant. Any of the other athletes behind her would grapple anything they could to get that 2nd place. It's just purely the standard that she has set for herself by winning that world title 3 times over here. Look, we're both always going to be positive about it, but on paper, yes, you could call this a failure. It isn't. But on paper, statistically, it's one step. She's never done anything other than win here. And unfortunately for her, the level that she sets is so high, we can't mathematically talk about it in any other way, except that the races aren't won on maths, are they? It's about what you've gone through to get there and what you go through in the race. And she is going to be running to a remarkable silver medal. But we are looking here at a new world champion. 2 new world champions crowned here. We had to wait 4 years. It's the 4th and final time that we're racing in this phase here in Molveno. And what a day. The weather turned up trumps. The weather turned up to be the worst we've ever seen it in Molveno. And the racing, arguably, I think, turned up to be the best we've ever seen it.
Yeah, this was an absolute fest of mud, of grit, determination, of power. And This one woman had it all. Loan de Vizon is coming in for her first ever World Champs title. She deserves this so much. She is going to upset the three-time world champion, Solène Benoit, who even on her worst day gets second place, which is really impressive. Loan worked so well for this, and it's so deserved. She led on the bike. She overperformed. I didn't expect her to be as strong on the uphill as she was. She held that pace on the second lap. She overcame some of the strongest fields we've seen in XTERRA racing, and here she has a Swiss flag and she's coming into the finish.
Yes, a Swiss flag which has never been raised above the head of an elite athlete winning here in Molveno. You have to go back a long, long way, all the way back to when it was in Hawaii, in Maui, to find an athlete that wasn't French to win it, and she is going to break that duck right here. And what a way to do it. If you saw the short track midweek, you will know that Loan de Vizon came to this race in sparkling form, but what a way to take your world title. She is seeing rainbows, we're seeing the Swiss flag, and the crowd are absolutely loving it. She's not there yet. Let her cross the line. What a moment for Loan de Vizon, who has come in peak condition but survived so much adversity on that race to become world champion.
Bang! Just like that, she wins the world champs. So well deserved by Loan.
Oh, what a moment. And now the emotion hits her. The fatigue will come later, but right now it's just tears. A moment of utter emotion for an athlete who's been at it so many years across all different disciplines as well. But it comes together on the banks of Lake Molveno for this wonderful, emotional moment.
One of the best to ever do it.
Oh, I think she'll enjoy the party tonight. She has earned that, and she gets a cowbell to ring too. She can barely lift it.
That's Chun, our favorite moderator of XTERRA. He does a fantastic job keeping everybody entertained. And yeah, Loan seems to be struggling with that.
You would, wouldn't you? Yeah, you mentioned Chun. Why does he wear duck shorts, Oliver? Can you tell me?
I've no idea. I believe it's his own personal brand.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he's got a clothing brand, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sells his own duck goodies. And this is Sandra Meyerhofer, the two-time XTERRA World Champion, who coached her.
Yes.
This is really nice.
Silver medalist last year, of course, Sandra Meyerhofer as well. So great to see her back here as well.
Sandra has recently started racing on the road in the marathon series. She's one of the best. I believe she won the Marathon de Dolomiti, and this is Loan's husband, actually, right next to her.
Really nice to see. What a moment! What a special moment! And he will know the sacrifice she's made day in, day out, ticking the recovery boxes, all the nutrition, the training, the hard work. He will have seen absolutely all of it.
Here we go. In my opinion, still the greatest of all time to ever do it. Maybe Flora Duffy can make an argument, but I think Solène Benoit,
hey, Leslie Patterson,
the hardest.
Leslie Patterson. I'll stand up for Leslie. My
Here she is. She's in a good mood. She knows what she did today. She's coming second at the World Champs. Solène does it with panache. She races with heart. She wears her heart on her sleeve, and it is so awesome to see. She brings so much to the World Series. She brings so much to racing. She is such a lively individual, and it's really nice.
Yeah, but it's one thing to do it when you're feeling on peak form, but when you've got problems, she's come into this with a foot injury as well. She has been right through it here today. To raise your game and win a silver medal in the World Championship, I agree with you. I do think, looking back, and also thinking, Ollie, about the way the races have changed and what the course in Molveno is like and what they're having to go through on a day like this, I think there'll be few people disagree with us that probably Solène Benoit is the greatest off-road triathlete of all time.
You know, the reason I say that is just look at the field. The field, this is so competitive. It's not like you have a couple mountain bikers who decided to come try a triathlon. All of these girls spend their entire seasons working at this goal, and Solène is consistently able to be dominant, and on her worst days, she comes second. And that's just something that has to be celebrated. Her mindset, the way she's able to come into these races, race with such admiration for her opponents as well, with so much respect, it's really great, and we love to see this. So much smiles.
Yeah, she's doing her sponsors proud as well, because I think she's managed to wipe some of the mud off the front of that white tri-suit. Good luck getting that one clean. I think that might just go in the bin or into the recycling. Anyway, clothes recycling. In fact, there'd probably be a fair few fans here who'd pay her good money for one of her old tri-suits covered in mud as well. Special memento for a very, very special athlete, a 3-time world champion, always crowned on the banks of Lake Molveno here, and now she starts to smile. Ollie, I think we can safely say her body is absolutely hammered at the end of this, and well, it might be, because you're looking at one of the hardest XTERRA World Championships in the 29 years that we've been doing this, since they gathered on the banks of the lake way back in Maui 29 years ago. You're looking at one of the greatest, arguably the greatest of all time, Solène Bilwan. Yes, she hasn't managed to go 4 in a row here to get level with Flora Duffy, but what a performance in silver.
What a champion. This is what a champion. Thank you, Solène, for racing with us.
Yeah, absolutely. She's pointing to the back where we see the symbol of XTERRA World Champion.
She'll just take a walk back down the aisle and say thank you to everybody. Solène loves racing.
And oh, she's got some energy now. I love it. What a moment. You only get that kind of thing in XTERRA as well. You just don't get it anywhere else, Ollie. There is something about not just the race, but the journey you go on, where you're being tested by the mountain, the mud, the rain, the gravel, the grit, the rocks, the roots. Don't forget the witch's fingers.
Don't
constantly
forget the
trying
roots.
to bring you down.
Oh, Barbara Riveros coming in 3rd place. I mean, I didn't expect this at all. I was looking at Alanis Sifford. I thought maybe Elisabetta Curidori, maybe Noemi Boggiato, maybe Isla Headley, who just performed so well on the day.
And where are those athletes right now? They are spread around the Dolomites.
It's been such a hard race, but yeah, here we see Barbara coming in for 3rd place. Chapeau. I mean, to have so much class, and here we see an embrace between Loan and Solène. Awesome.
Look at the state they are in as well. And the male athletes who are still finishing behind as well. Absolutely caked. I dread to think what's going to happen in the host family homes they're in and the hotels they're crammed into right now. I hope they are ready. If you're watching and you're one of the host families, by the way, get the bathroom ready. Dearie me. Oh, there's a smile of a world champion. And here is the running form of a wonderful 4-time Olympian, 5th at the Rio Olympic Games, such a regular feature in road triathlon over the last, 20 years. She's now, I think, let me get the age right, I think she's 38, Barbara Riveros, and a Chilean athlete who is going to add yet another flag to our podium. A Swiss woman, the winner, a French brilliant XTERRA world champion in 2nd, and then a Chilean flag in 3rd as well. Barbara Riveros, we doff our peaked caps to you.
And I wonder where Barbara could really go, because, you know, clearly she has some room to improve on the technical sections. So just to think, you know, what if she spent the entire season really working on those mountain bike skills? I have a feeling she could be pushing Loan or Solène to the 1st or the 2nd place here.
It's almost as if she needs to do some work with someone who can break down all the stats, you know, and analyze all the numbers. I don't know if you know anyone that can do that.
No, I don't know how to ride a bike. I know how to do the numbers.
Oh, there we go. Right, she's going to turn into the straight, and she's seeing bronze. She's come to this, the 38-year-old, nowhere near the end of her career. She looks as sprightly and bright as she did when she burst onto the scene as a youngster. Well, we wish her the very best of luck for qualifying for her 5th Olympics. She looks emotional too, Barbara Riveros, despite everything she's achieved in the sport. She is our bronze medalist, and we will see her on the podium too. What a podium of talent.
Just class performance, you know? Awesome to see. These 3 girls really put up an incredible show today, but I am expecting to see Aneta Grabmüller-Soldati hopefully come in for 4th place. Whether or not she will be pushed by Emma de Croo, I do not know, or maybe Marta Mendito. Don't forget about her. She is currently sitting in 6th place, and she is a really strong runner. So let's see where this race takes us and who it brings in for 4th place.
Ollie, when we watch the face of her there, as she's looking around Barbara Riveros. There's Conrad Stoltz as well, who you heard on the mic earlier, giving her a high five. Well, Conrad gets himself an XTERRA hat, doesn't he? We didn't get one of them, did we? What's he ever achieved in the sport? Oh yeah, yes, of course. Anyway, it was a great pleasure.
Aneta!
My goodness me,
Aneta!
Here she comes. Here she comes. We've not seen her all run. We saw her briefly on the fire road at the top.
This is just unbelievable.
She has no right to do this when she's been ill like this, and she's come to this. She's come back, and she's going to get her best ever finish in a World Championship.
From being sick, this is her husband David Soldati and her daughter Emichka. Just awesome. I cannot believe that Aneta is coming in for 4th place. This is such a huge performance. On the day, she managed to just completely outdo our expectations. I thought Aneta was going to suffer. She thought she was going to suffer. She probably suffered, but she got an awesome result in the end of it.
She's got one incredible muscle going on, and that is the brain in the head, the willingness not to give in. My goodness me, no wonder she's crying after what she's been through this week. She's come to the race, she's got ill, and yet she's got her best ever World Championship finish. This is unbelievable. She's in 4th. Yes, she's out of the medals. Oh, look at this. Don't start me. Don't set me off. I don't need this. She's not to the line just yet, but she will be. Let's get it finished. 4th place for the Czech superhero.
Absolutely awesome. Aneta really deserved that. I cannot believe that she had such a good race. This is just so nice. I know she's the first one out of the medals, but who cares about a medal? That was a hell of a performance.
Yes, well, I think we've just seen her clearing out her nostrils as well. I was about to say, to you sure she had a cold? But I think I've just seen it. She hasn't been right this week. We saw it in interviews. I saw your interview with her, plainly obvious that she was sniffing and snuffling her way through it. Well, she sniffled and snuffled her way to 4th place.
And I think Loan sniffled and snuffled her way to the win. You know, look at her. Look at how much it means.
Ollie, you know these athletes really well. I've now been absorbed into this journey of the XTERRA family as well, and it's the most emotional I've felt on the mic in a long time watching this, because as you watch their faces, we've been out there, right? We know what it's like. This is nothing. I'm not taking anything away from road triathlons, but when you've done a road triathlon, you think through the effort you've gone through in that race. But these athletes will be thinking back to where they fell on the rocks, the routes they slipped on, the moment in the middle of the forest when no one else was there, even we couldn't see them and talk about what's happening. There'll be dramas amongst these medalists that you and I did not even see in a quiet moment in a forest on the edge of the lake that no one else saw. And it's that journey, that physical journey. Here comes our World Cup. The World Cup winner. Yeah, the World Cup winner from this year in 5th, Marta Mendito. We've not seen her barely all race, Ollie.
What a performance. Marta has run her way into this, coming 5th, ahead of Emma de Croo.
Yes.
Emma de Croo in 6th. Awesome result for her as well. But I cannot believe that Marta just came out of nowhere to take that.
Yeah,
really well deserved.
Well, that was close. No wonder, as we saw them there, that Marta Mendito did not want to ease up. Neither did Emma de Croo, not knowing what the gap was behind her. She wanted to close the gap as much as she could. So, first of our interviews will be with the Chilean Barbara Riveros.
So, what an incredible comeback. So, this is another World Championship for you. How did you expect this 3rd place, first of all? Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm very grateful to be in one piece. No, I didn't expect it. I was a bit scared of the bike course. I never practiced in the mud, so for me it was just trying to survive and hopefully to make it to the finish line in one piece.
So that was my second question. How did you cope with the mud? Because today there were really hard conditions, especially on the bike.
Well, I knew that some part in the route I couldn't ride over, so I run it. So and then on the descent, I have an old friend like Conrad always told me in my first XTERRA that I need to keep the float and not overbrake. So I was just trying to not brake on the route or in the slippery rock, so trying to keep it moving and yeah, so make it to the transition in one piece.
When did you realize you're in the 3rd place?
Well, I was good in the climb when it wasn't that technical, and then Aneta caught me, I think, in the last bit, always in the descent where it was a bit more technical. And I always, for me, racing in the cold, it's really challenging. So I have extra clothes with me, and so always my transition were very slow. But I think it paid off to keep the core temperature up, and then I felt a little bit cold in the run at the end. But I guess that was a good move to keep warm in the bike.
So the plan worked today. This is it, third place. Congratulations one more time. Barbara Riveros.
Oh, there she's referencing, Ollie, just how many layers she had to put on. When we first saw her, it was like, oh my gosh, she's mummified heading out onto that bike course, but sensible. And she said herself, she knew she'd lose time by doing that, but it was essential for her.
I think keeping core temperature up clearly was a good idea. It worked for Loan, worked for Barbara. Obviously, every athlete's a little bit different. In the men's race, Artur's here I was talking about this was wearing this really interesting mesh jersey, which is good for multiple reasons. First of all, it's really light. Second of all, it traps air and makes you warm, but also doesn't get wet, which is something you're always going to be thinking about when you're starting in the water. If you start with an undershirt, it's just going to get wet, and the question is it going to be able to heat up fast enough for you, to get warm?
Look at that. I could look at those shots. Isla Headley. Now, Isla Headley is coming in for what? 7th place, having been leading on the bike course. We saw her with that technical issue. I'm going to try and find out for you during the course of our live broadcast, if we can, how much that affected her, because really after that point we didn't see her. She was messing around, wasn't she, with the air canister, desperately trying to get it in, doing everything she could. What a great race she was having. I mean, 7th place is still brilliant, but she won't be happy with it as you watch her face. I think she'll be happy to finish. She gives it a snarl, but oh, there's an athlete who's been through it today, Ollie.
Isla, this is an awesome performance, coming in top 10 in such a good World Cup field. This is just unbelievable. Isla's so young. I know she'll probably be disappointed. There's nothing to be disappointed about. She raced with so much heart. She led for half of the race. I mean, who else can say that? That was so gutsy. What a performance. Really nice to see. And she's the future, Jess.
She's 20 years of age.
She's the future.
And she's British, so I'm not going to disagree with you.
Scottish.
Right. Well, Scottish, we'll give you that. Let's move on to the winner.
So, Solène Bilouin, 2nd place. You've been here 4 times. So this is the 4th time you're here. The first 3 times world champion. This time, 2nd place. What did it change?
I think I didn't have my best day, but it's not about complaining. I just finished 2nd in the world. It's super hard to stay at the top, and I have done it for 3 years. So I just enjoy it now. It's such an accomplishment, still be on the podium. Loan was really strong. I think even with a good day, it would have been hard to battle. So congrats to her. And yeah, it was tough. It was a big challenge.
Where was the most difficult part that you have to face today in the race?
Myself. No, my energy took a long time. Like, it took me an hour on the bike to feel my legs. So that was really hard mentally. So I had to really stay positive.
So you stood positive, 3rd wins here, the 4th time a 2nd place. Well, that must be a huge satisfaction for you, Solène Bilouin.
Yeah, I think after 4 years, I reflect on the things I have achieved, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud that I also maybe inspire some young women to start a sport, being active and having a passion. And it just brings people together, and yeah, I just love the sport.
Yeah, so please be proud. Solène Bilouin, 2nd place, XTERRA World Championship.
What a lovely thing to hear as well. And she's absolutely right. It can't help but happen right here because, as I say, that's why you could flip it and say, no, we'll make the elite races on the Sunday. But I tell you what, at XTERRA here, we've got it bang on the right way round. Elite races on the Saturday for the World Championship, youth and juniors the next day. It simply means that all those youth and junior athletes are right there, right now, being inspired by these great champions. Now, let's go to our actual winner, rather than the silver medalist, Loan Duvoisin, the Swiss athlete. Let's hear from her.
Loan Duvoisin, first of all, congratulations. For you, an amazing day today. You won on Thursday in the short track, and now the double victory here.
Yes, yeah, it's really amazing. I couldn't ask for more, so yeah, I'm really, really happy.
So tell us, from the very beginning, how was the swim, how was the bike? We know very muddy, and then you've done an incredible run today, like a blistering performance on the run especially.
Yeah, it was really tough. It's always hard for me to perform on cold conditions. So yeah, and especially on the bike, I knew I had to push really hard on the less technical parts. Because yeah, then I'm not the strongest on the flow trails and on the mat, but yeah, I could had the help from Sandra Meyerhofer, who helped me to have the best line. So I tried to do my best there. I crashed a lot, but yeah, then I also knew I could play my cards on the run. So yeah, I think it was a good race.
But you started from the second transition with 18 seconds in front of Solène Bilouin, and then at the end you had like 3 minutes ahead.
Yeah, the run is going well, so...
Well, I believe everything is going well. Everything went great today. So once again, congratulations for being the XTERRA World Champion 2025.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Luan
Duvazen.
I have to say, I think I'm looking forward most to seeing the women's podium, because that is going to be an emotional one as well. And then, of course, you think about the picture that we're about to see of Félix Farissier stood on that top step as well. It has been a long time coming, but the steps to the top have been even. He's earned this. He's waited for it. We've waited for it, and it's happened.
Jess, I don't think there's anybody in the top 10 of the men or the women's fields who's unhappy. We've had an awesome day of racing. I'm emotional just watching this. You know, I'm closed in a tent with you and I want to cry. Not because I'm closed in a tent with you, but because it's been such a great day of racing. There's so many stories. These athletes just put their entire lives on the line. You know, it's so much emotion. Anything can go wrong. There's so much hanging on this to perform on one day, and they do. And it's just awesome to see.
I've been careful and cautious about the way I've said it. I've bigged up the road side of things. I've bigged up all sorts of other sports. I've even talked a little bit of cycling here and there. But I'll tell you this, and I'm not paid to say it, I'll say it because I mean it. There is nothing like XTERRA. If you've been inspired by what we're watching here today, go to xterraplanet.com, plan your journey, plan your 4-step into XTERRA. It's not all about the elites. It's for the age groups, it's for all. It's even for athletes with disabilities who want to challenge themselves in all sorts of terrain. Here was that moment for Isla Headley when she started trying to get air back in there. It's remarkable in a way that she's finished in 7th where she did, because she must have been running on nearly flat all that time. That was the face of the world champion. This was the world champion as she went down as well. It's happened to everyone. We've only really picked her up doing that because she's in the lead. I'll guarantee you that kind of off happened probably all the way through the top 30 women.
Yeah, and here she comes onto the run, just displaying that run speed that we were kind of expecting. You know, Luan is the fastest runner in the field. She showed us again, and she came in to take that win, deservedly ahead of Solène Bilouin and ahead of Barbara Riveros.
A little slip, even the tread on the flag, they're all little things ready to trip you up. Everything has to have not necessarily gone right, but gone more right than wrong. It's definitely been that case for her. That was the moment, wasn't it, where it hit her? The tears started, then she fell to the floor, and you really understand what it means to suddenly realise the peak of everything you've put into it.
This is such an awesome celebration of sport. There's so much emotion being shown. These athletes just go through the ringer, you know, during this race. Imagine being Isla Headley and leading the world champs as a 20-year-old, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you have a flat and you don't know what's happening, and then you have to go run a grueling 10K race. That's just so hard to do mentally. But then you come in and you got 7th in the world as a 20-year-old, and all of your friends are embracing you. The world champs thinks you've done completely awesome. Solène Bilouin tells you that you're the future of the sport. I mean, come on, how can you not love this?
What a place. Do you know what? I've fallen in love with Molveno these last 2 years. It's my 2nd year here on the ground at the race, Ollie, and it is stunning. I am travelling home straight after those youth and junior championships tomorrow, back to the United Kingdom, and I will miss this place intensely, as I did last year, but even more so this year. It is quite a location. We started our broadcast by me telling people, by the way, that it was announced this week at the UCI Cycling Congress at the World Road Championships that the World Governing Body of Cycling have chosen Trentino itself, this very setting where we are, to host the combined Super Worlds of the UCI Cycling World Championships in 2031. So there will be BMX, mountain bike, road, track, Gran Fondo, esports, pump track and bike polo amongst everyone else. I'd love to see cyclocross in there, by the way. Molveno would be the perfect place to hold it. I'll say that right now, because cyclocross should be joining that Super Worlds, but that's going to be coming here too, because it is such a setting for elite sport as well.
This place has it all. It's so pretty. I wish I didn't have to leave on Sunday. I have to leave as well. And
You're doing the long drive back.
I'm doing the long drive back. I have a meeting in the morning on Monday. That's just not going to be fun, but alas, we get to be here.
Likewise, I've got early work on Monday morning when I'm back on TV covering the cycling. But I'll tell you what, I'll be doing that from a much more boring place than I am right now. It won't be anywhere near as dramatic as what you lot have just witnessed. Wherever you're watching around the world, if you're watching this live, thank you so much for being with me, Jez Cox, and Oliver Tonda here. We're not finished just yet. We've got the champagne and flower ceremonies to bring to you just yet, so do stay with us, because that could be quite emotional in itself. And then also don't forget that tomorrow we're bringing you live coverage all the way through. There is no difference for the youth and junior athletes, those 13 and 14-year-olds who are going to be racing. We don't tone anything down, we don't take away any of the branding. They will be getting the full World Championship experience, and we'll be back on the mic watching them come in. The other good news, by the way, is as we did last year, we should be able to bring back in some of these elite athletes to our commentary point in here, as long as they've always been very nice about Oliver and I. We're checking their social media tonight. If any of them have said anything bad about the commentators, they won't be in here in our tent, will they? Will they, Ollie?
They could never say anything bad.
Surely not.
Well, we'll say something nice about them. So I have
all of them.
I have the top 10 in front of me of the women's race.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple names that we haven't mentioned.
Yes. Yeah.
Noemi Boggiato, 8th place. Also, 17-year-old. Can you believe that, Jess? 17-year-old Italian, so strong, one of the strongest runners and bikers in the field. Elisabetta Curidori, also Italian, also came 9th right after Noemi. That would have been an awesome battle, separated by only 15 seconds. It's a bit of a shame we didn't see that. You know, we only get limited picture coverage, so, but still, awesome race. Alanis Siffert in 10th place. Alanis is a world-class triathlete, ranked, I think, 30th in the world in T100 right now. So just to show you how strong the top 10 is, that she gets in right at the end of it, 18 minutes down on first place. That's really illustrative. Anna Zender, a good friend of ours, 23 minutes down, one of the strongest runners in the field. Carrie Ann Upham in 12th. That's a great performance by Carrie Ann. She's from GB, and yeah, I know she's been targeting this a lot, hasn't had a lot of luck here before. And even though it's outside of the top 10, which maybe she would have been hoping for the top 10, I think that's a completely awesome result for her.
Well, I was going to focus on the top 10 for a second, but because Carrie Ann Upham is 12th, we'll focus on the top 12 in terms of nations. Best performing nation in there by number of athletes in the top 12, Italy.
And Switzerland.
Hang on, Switzerland. Oh, of course, sorry, yes. All right, so
I can count to 3, Jess. I may not be a genius, but I can count to 3.
Yeah, no, you are a genius. That's what you've been badged at, and you need to live up to it, mate. No, but with a Swiss winner as well, you're absolutely right. With Loando Voisin, the winner, and then Alana Siffert and Anna Zender, 10th and 11th. The Italians, probably, if you counted them by step finishing positions as well, you could say the Italians have probably performed better, with Marta Mendito, the World Cup winner, in 5th. And then, as you say, Boggiato and Corridori in 8th and 9th. So the Italians are coming. Let's hope they take that kind of form, step on another year, and bring it to Ruidoso in New Mexico next year.
Isn't it interesting that we have such a different composition of countries among the different genders? So for the men's race, we see a whole bunch of French flags. Just to run you through the top 10, Felix won the race, obviously, as we know. Jens Emil, 2nd. Arthur Serrier in 3rd. Maxime Chanet, always 4th, but really strong. Maxime just awesome racer. Kieran McPherson, I think performance of the day, in my opinion, goes to him. Yeah, Kieran is an awesome racer, really aggressive, races with everything on the line. He edges out Sullivan Middaugh, who comes in 7th. Arthur Frazier in, Sullivan was 6th. Arthur Frazier in 7th. Nicolas Duret, and maybe a lesser-known name. He is a French triathlete who I believe won XTERRA France. Really strong athlete. Comes in 8th. Porter Middaugh again. So my prediction of yesterday that Josiah Middaugh would be the fastest of the Middaugh family, not coming true, because Porter Middaugh, despite his young age, comes in 9th, and Sebastian Caraban in 10th. Also one of the fastest runners and bikers in the field.
Yeah, I never like to do this, but I'm going to look a little bit further down to see if we see anyone who's had he's had a tough race and finished lower than we might have expected. I do feel for Michele Bonacina. I don't know what's happened to him today, but he was 35th. He has finished, so there's been some issues out there for him as well. Jan Krzyzanowski, you were saying his name far better than me.
Krzyzanowski.
Yeah, and that one. He, the Polish athlete, was right up there after the swim, as we know. Finished 33rd. I'm just looking for where Josiah Midar is in there.
15th.
But that in itself is impressive. It's not as impressive as his 5th as last time. No, we've got Scotty Anderson in 15th.
He's 12th, and Scotty Anderson in 15th. What a performance.
Yep.
Ben Forbes 13th, Elliot Labordette 14th, and Jules Dumas 16th. That's stacked.
What we'll eventually have at some point is splits for each of the different disciplines as well, to see who the fastest bike split went to as well, all that sort of thing. I'll be looking at that. You'll be up all night munching down on all those numbers and digesting them in your quite considerable, what do we call that, number crunching belly.
I'll just say in my hotel room.
You know, open your tongue and out will print that lovely sheet.
Just in my hotel room.
Yeah, nice. Nice. Just seen Doug Hall walk into our commentary point. Congratulations, Doug. It was lovely to see you and your team out there.
Was your day wet?
You won't be able to hear him, but we'll tell you what he's saying. Slightly damp, he said. Like soggy bottom, soggy bottom. He's in full rainproofs as well. But I mean, honestly, we take our hats off to Doug and the whole team that were out there on the e-bikes today and what have you, bringing us those pictures, because they must have been freezing cold. No matter you're wrapped up as well, you're not working as hard as the athletes, but you are having to not crash, stay upright on those routes, and make sure we get those incredible shots we've got. And Piper Vision and the whole television team, the drone pilots, everyone that's brought you this coverage. I'm going to say it again, and I mean it. I've worked on the Olympics, I've covered some of the world's biggest sporting events. Nobody does it better than them in terms of capturing the essence of what is a mountain village surrounded by some of the most tricky and testing terrain to bring you a broadcast from. They are world class.
Yeah, we're really lucky to have such good coverage here. I remember every year it's like this, you know, the world champs have follow-along cameras. That's just really hard to get anywhere else, and so the quality of the footage is top-notch.
The only one way they have let us down, though, is nobody's brought us any lunch. I don't know if you've noticed that, Oliver.
I'd love a panini right now.
Gosh, I would, yeah. You know me, I sat with you the other day and I ate my way through about 6 or 7 different dead animals, didn't I?
The only reason I haven't gotten, you know, starving is that Jess has been feeding me the entire broadcast.
I know how important it is. There's one thing I've learned in long broadcasts is that you do not get hungry. You have to keep grazing. It's much like a race, really. You've got to caffeinate pre-hand. Pre-hand? Works quite well. Yeah. I've never used that, but that's what it is. And then you've got to keep munching, just grazing throughout. And the food of choice in our commentary booth is a mix of little chocolate wafers, some strange savoury.
Oh, those are an Italian. Those are an Italian specialty.
I'm afraid I don't like them.
You don't like them? I'll have one.
Have it back.
Cheers.
Excuse my hands.
I'm sorry that you didn't like it.
Well, I mean, I think to be careful because the flies might have liked it. One thing I haven't let people know is that actually, not that we're filling here at all by any means, but I'm going to tell you this story. Oliver and I have had a little issue with flies in our commentary booth. I don't like to kill any creatures, but there came a point about a couple of hours into our coverage of the short track that I just had enough of it. The fly kept it landed on my face, landed on my hand. It was on the screen constantly. It was and it landed on the desk. And I thought, I'm having this, and I slammed my hand down on the desk as hard as I could. Now, those of you who watched the short track may have noticed a short period of time where you couldn't hear either of us. Well, we couldn't hear each other, and the sound engineers came running in because they also couldn't hear us, and it was because I'd hit the desk so hard that somehow it cut out all sound. And you know what's worse about it? The fly was still buzzing around, hadn't got anywhere near it.
The fly was still buzzing around, and the only thing you managed to kill was our sound system.
How did I do that? No, but the funny thing is, the sound engineer came back in. I don't even think he knew how he fixed it either. I should have just hit the desk again, and we'd have been all right.
That was just incredible. I mean, my first day on the job, and Jess Cox hits the table so hard he unplugs it.
Yeah, don't mess with me, right? Talk about caveman in here. Even he was scared when he heard the way I hit the desk. Right, enough rubbish. Hey, I can see some blue sky up there above the mountains, I think.
Bit late, though.
No, but it's not late for the youth and juniors because the forecast for tomorrow, just like it was last year, is actually really good.
Yeah, and the age groups will be enjoying this.
Yes, yeah, indeed. As people have been telling me all week, don't worry, the trails dry out really quickly. I hate to say it for the age groupers. I don't think they'll dry out.
I don't think so either.
No, I don't think so.
I think they did dry out relatively quickly, but we just had so much rain over the last couple of days that they've just filled up again.
And just to be clear, this is not filling. This is contributory bants between Oliver and I while we wait for the podium presentation. I hope you've stayed with us because they're going to be something special, those podium presentations, that is for sure. It is no longer raining as we look out. It is drying out all the time. The age groupers are up on course. We wish them well because there is going to be monumental carnage up on those trails for the age groupers. I know it. Not least because it'll probably take its toll on some of them harder than it has done on our elites, but more importantly, they're out there longer, there's more opportunity, there's more of them as well, and the trails are absolutely shredded now, aren't they?
Exactly. The age grouper race is completely a different beast. Sometimes we have some age groupers who perform to the level of actual elite athletes, but it's always really hard to judge how good that performance actually was, whether or not that person was, drafting off of the other genders, which, by the way, is a new rule in XTERRA that you can draft off of the other gender. That's something that has been introduced, I think, only 2 laps ago, as we see Romy Spulder.
Yes, now we've not really talked about Romy Spulder today. Let's just see where she finished, because I did wonder, Ollie, whether we were going to see a big breakthrough performance from her today. She was 13th. But bearing in mind what she's been doing this season, I did think we might see her in the top 10.
I think that the difference here is that the top 10 is so much more stacked. So I think that in terms of her own level, this is probably kind of where I would place her. I think her around Carrie Ann is not super surprising. Both of them are really strong athletes, but if you just look at Alanis Siffert, she's right ahead of him, and Alanis Siffert is one of the best triathletes in the world, so it's really hard to judge as we see Hannah Lee Young in the finish area as well.
So we'll just figure out where Hannah Lee Young finished. We know that she secured what was her season-long goal of being in the top 5 in the World Cup. There she is, the Aussie athlete. We'll look to get her. She has a hug with her partner, and I think we will look to get her in the commentary position tomorrow if we can, Hannah. I'll tell you what, she'll have some stories to tell. In fact, any of the athletes who we get in there tomorrow, I'm going to want to hear about what actually happened, because we saw a lot of it, but we definitely didn't see all of it, did we?
Exactly. There's always so many little stories that happen. As an athlete, you just go through this entire saga on every single race day, and then just imagine there's 50 of them on every single in every single race. It's just so much to tell.
Hannah Lee Young, who finished in 4th place in the World Cup. And I'm just going to remind people again, if you're watching this, maybe you've picked up the broadcast a bit later, maybe it's months later, maybe it's even years later and you're watching this back. There's that great crested grebe again. Now, that's the adult. I watched one of the youngsters of these incredible birds diving down and chasing fish the other day.
What an awesome picture. I know this is Selene's friends came out in force to support her. This is just lovely. I love to see this sort of stuff. Sorry, back to your bird, Jess.
No, I'm done with the great crested grebe. We just keep seeing her. She's an incredible bird as well. I mean, it's a damn good-looking bird, that. And they have this crest as well, that when they're mating, they put it up, and it is literally like, ta-da! Anyway, getting back to Hannah Lee Young, 4th place. She wanted to be top 5 in the World Cup, and she's done it as well. Admittedly, she would have been 5th, I think, we presume, well, actually, what am I talking about? Alice Pachias was still 3rd.
Yep.
I'm missing her out. She still finished 3rd again, and we look forward to seeing her come back next year.
May I have a slightly controversial opinion?
Please do.
I have a feeling like some of the conversation surrounding Marta Mendito and her World Cup win was a little bit negative, as in even herself saying, Alize deserved this. But a part of being, and Alize, showed an incredible level throughout the season, and she won a bunch of races, and she really deserved to win those races. But at some point, there is a calculation that you have to make as an athlete in terms of training, in terms of fueling, in terms of how many risks you're taking. And not getting injured is, sadly, part of winning a long series. And so I think Marta Mendito really should be extremely proud of winning that title. She deserved that more than anybody. She committed to the series more than anybody, and she got the calculation right, as we see our women's podium.
Barbara Riveros really working hard to get up the steps there, understandably. She is our bronze medalist in this World Championships, a Chilean who is well known to everyone and anyone who's watched triathlon over the last 20 years. And although she's 38 years of age, she is far from done yet, because I'll remind people again, she is going for her 5th Olympic Games qualification at the next Olympics.
2nd place, our three-time world champion, Solène Billon. Dressing back into her wet outfit. This is one of the hardest things to do actually as a triathlete, is putting on wet sleeves. I don't know if this is something that people can relate to, but it's just so hard.
Well, notably, if you look at the traditional tri-suit of Barbara Riveros there, not all of the off-road athletes choosing to have shoulders exposed, and certainly Solène Billon is one of them who tends to wear what we'd probably think of as more like a speed suit, really, with longer sleeves on it too. Different people like different things, don't they, in terms of what they feel when they're running, what feels comfortable and useful for them. Anyway, let's forget about clothing. Solène Billon, as we know, is one of the greatest female cross triathletes of all time. Some would say the greatest. But today she has been bested by this Swiss woman, Loane Duvoisin, who gets her chance at long last to stand top step and raise the flowers as world champion. She'll have to change something about that kit. It's up to her whether she has a flash of rainbow round the neck, round the leg, or even right the way across the middle.
I like the flash of rainbow. Artur Seria has committed to it, you know, and he has some rainbow stripes on his bike and on his kit. Solène maybe hasn't done that, but I think that looks cool.
Well, she's got the three-time world champion badge on the back, but it's modest. In a way, it's quite befitting of Solène Billon, who does strike me, I don't know her personally, but she strikes me as a pretty modest woman who calmly goes about what she does, doesn't make a great big fuss about it, but she has every right to make a fuss about it.
I think she's mostly just chic. You know, she has a good sense of style. And so maybe a rainbow on her jersey isn't that befitting.
Yeah, there we go. Nobody has ever won anything here in the elite races in 4 years now in Molveno without being French. Until this moment, because Loane Duvoisin has done it. I'm assuming she's a French-speaking Swiss athlete anyway.
Yes.
But she lives on the Swiss side of the border. And that's enough to say that at long last, the French stranglehold on Molveno, right at the very end, has been broken.
I wonder if she got a cramp in her neck.
No.
And it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. I tell you what a talent-rammed podium between those three. My goodness me.
What a talent-rammed top 10. I mean, what a great day of racing.
Yeah. And the excitement of the youngsters coming through, and we see, you know, 38-year-old Barbara Riveros there still performing so well, and then we look at the likes of Isla Headley, the 20-year-old, for whom the race was, I tell you what, at one point I thought, hang on a minute, she's not seriously going to win the world title, is she? And then she's gone through that terrible moment with the canister of CO2 as well. They are the moments that might bring her closer to that world title in the coming years, I guess.
I agree. This sort of experience is really important for an athlete. You know, unless you know what it's like to lose a world championship title, you don't know what it's like to win one.
I would definitely agree with that. There is that top 10. Loane Duvoisin, Solène Billon, the Swiss athlete ahead of the French woman as well, and Barbara Riveros in third. What have you spotted?
I do believe, Jess, that there is a Czech flag above the GB flag. In that,
yes, there is. Yes, there is.
In that
Congratulations. Don't make me have to send you out of the commentary tent, because I will, you know. Maybe less than half my age, but I tell you what, I'll put you in place, boy. Don't listen to him. The Brits are coming. Don't you worry about that. No, actually, do you know what?
The Brits came early on the short track.
Yeah, they did. But grab Muller's performance, I tell you what.
Oh, look at the guys snuggling.
Isn't that nice? We heard, didn't we, about how they've spent time at altitude together. Do you know, that was nice to hear, because it was one of the big stories last year that coming into the Worlds. We haven't hear too much about it in amongst our elite cross triathletes here at XTERRA, but Artur Seria had been spending a lot of time at altitude last year, preparing for these World Champs, in order to beat the likes of Felix Farissier. And yet this year, they've gone to the same altitude camp together.
Exactly, as you say. I have a really funny story with Artur. I met him in Czech, and he was probably the leanest I've ever seen him. And he looked at me, looked kind of like a skeleton, and I said, "You look really lean." And he said, "I spent too much time at altitude." Anyway, here he is.
It does crazy things to you, and it's obviously still working for Artur Seria, who, well, we thought was rounding in. In fact, we thought both of our defending champions were rounding in on a fourth title today, but it seems appropriate right at the very end of this incredible 4-year cycle. Here in the Dolomites, in Molveno, we've had a changing of the guard and an opportunity for, once again, dare I say it, for Artur Seria and Solène Billon to step up again, another level. It's not like the two of them are ancient or anything, Ollie. There is still room for improvement. We know there's always room for improvement.
There's always room for improvement. Somebody who has made a lot of improvements this year is Jensen Nielsen. I mean, this guy has had an awesome season. He really stepped up, for the first time ever during this season, in XTERRA Germany. He beat Artur and Felix head on, no questions asked. It wasn't a duathlon, it wasn't a short and swim. He beat him fair square. It was the first time that has actually happened, this like ever for him, but this guy was too strong on the day.
World champion. World champion. Actually, I do think of all the athletes we're seeing, Felix Farissier, the mantle of Mr. Consistent, forget that. Forget Mr. Consistent now, it really doesn't matter anymore. He's the world champion, and that's what we'll be talking about next year. Not just the guy who's always on the podium, who's always there, who's always challenging, who's always getting beaten in sprint finishes. No, none of that. We can think back to the short track last year here, where he was in the background going, oh no, not again. Well, he'll be asking for this again, a world championship win with Felix Farissier at the top of the podium.
Felix is the best across the biggest amount of time. Plain as that.
Yes. Indeed. Yeah, and that's now undeniable. Here we go. They've been banging the bottles already. These three are going to fly, no doubt about it. Watch out. I'm glad we're not down there.
Thank goodness these guys have so much. Oh! So much experience doing this.
Yes, they do. Absolutely. We see the world champions band on the left leg of Arthur Serrier, the French champions band on the right leg of Felix Farissier. What's the betting that Farissier will come up with some kind of French flag rainbows mashup next year?
Jens should get a flag, shouldn't he?
Yes, he should. Well, he has got a little Danish flag there.
Does he?
Yeah, it's on his top of his left.
He does.
Left pec there. Three incredible all-round athletes who today have been tested to their absolute limits in the hardest conditions we've ever seen in Molveno. And once again, the cream of the crop has rise to the top, and this is some cream.
Really strong racing from all of them today. And yeah, again, Maxime Chanet in fourth, so strong.
So there's that top 10, Felix Farissier ahead of Jens Emil Sloth-Nielsen and Arthur Serrier. Now don't forget, as they were finishing, the young, fit-looking faces smiling and beaming in front of them on either side of that finishing funnel. Many of them were the youth and junior athletes that you yourselves will be able to watch on tomorrow's live broadcast of only the second ever running of the Youth and Junior World Championships. Those athletes have had to qualify at their own XTERRA qualifying rounds all around the world, right the way across the course of the 11 World Cup season rounds. We have deliberately run the Youth Championships alongside it, and tomorrow you will be able to watch those new champions being crowned. Last year's winners, Apolline Rombaud of Belgium and André Plick of the Czech Republic, winning the Youth A races, and in the Youth B and Junior races, Finley Goodman of Great Britain and Maya Lantelme of France, the winners there as well. Will we crown returning champions or new ones tomorrow? You will have to join us here on the XTERRA Planet YouTube channel to find out. Just before we go, though, a few thank yous to say once again. Thank you to FeeTri for everything they've done putting into it. The fantastic team at Piper Vision who have put on this incredible broadcast. From my co-commentator Oliver Tonda, from me Jez Cox, and from all the team down on the ground here in Molveno, thank you for watching, and join us tomorrow, won't you? Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.